I'll speak closer to the mic. Everybody, if you guys can come join us. Can
you go to the perimeter?
We are starting the Sales Agency Growth Summit. Everybody, thank you first for coming in today. Those of you that have traveled here and had to convince your spouses and partners that you'd be safe, I thank you guys for coming, and then everybody here locally, thank you for coming. Slight change of plans. Tony was going to do the opening. I decided to do the opening because I thought it would be great for you guys for me to tell you guys why I brought everybody here and why we're doing this. I see a lot of old faces from CloudTask who are now actually sales agency owners. For many of you guys that don't know, I moved to Medellin 6 years ago to start CloudTask as a sales as a service agency. I had no assistance, no help, besides awesome people. And over the past 6 years, we grew really fast. 2021, we decided to change our business to a marketplace, primarily because I saw the way that buyers and sellers really wanted to help each other, but there was just so much friction in the process, and I thought that things could have been done a lot better. Super happy that we made the change. Fast forward another year later, and after putting probably 50 sales agency owners in WhatsApp chats together and introducing people, really excited to bring the community here together for the first ever Sales Agency Growth Summit. One of the big things that I wanted to do is create an environment where people could help each other. A lot of people here have spent their whole career helping other people grow their companies. John Barrow's been training LinkedIn, Salesforce, huge companies. Steve Schmidt, same thing. But who's been helping the agency owners, the trainers, and the coaches? So today, really wanted to bring everybody together to talk about the future of the industry, the impact of the economy, what changes are happening, how people will be hiring and growing their agencies, and just bringing together the community so we could help each other and also help the companies that end up hiring us. So thank you guys for coming, and I hope you guys enjoy the event and the speakers. And I'm going to pass the mic over to Mr. John Barrows, who's going to talk about SDR efficiency. What better guy to have?
Hey everybody, thanks for coming in today. Anybody has actually gone through my training or knows anything about my training so far? All right, I just want to see if get a temperature check. All right, cool. So for those who don't know me, what do you need here? Oh, another mic. All right, cool. Me being in this box with a microphone is actually weird for me. I usually sit on the chair and I walk around, so this is going to be a little awkward. I'm going to apologize up front. But look, so I grew up in Boston, went to school down in Maryland, drank my way through 4 years of college there. Just out of curiosity here, anybody got their degree in sales by any chance?
I think I do.
Yeah, you think you do, right? It still drives me crazy that this is the #1 profession on the planet, and yet none of us are actually formally taught how to do it, right? Like, I got my degree in marketing because I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. And I got out of school and I realized, ooh, I don't want to do this. And I can't make enough money doing this to get paid and pay my bills back. So most people just kind of fall into sales, right? And we don't get that education, which kills me because this is the #1 profession on the planet. Like I said, nobody gets taught how to do it formally. We learn through osmosis. We learn by just doing shit. And the cool part about it is that we get through it through persistence and all that other stuff. But we develop a lot of bad habits along the way. And that's what got me is like, as soon as I developed so many bad habits along the way. And then when I started taking trainings, I started realizing, okay, this shit works and this shit doesn't work. And so I grew up, so I started with DeWalt power tools, driving around, giving away construction tools to people. It was fun. And I sold copiers. Anybody here sell copiers by any chance?
I did.
How long did you last?
3 months.
3 months, all right. Anybody else? All right, copier sales, you're either in and out of copiers, so like, congrats for getting out, right? Because you're either in and out in less than 2 years or you're in it for the rest of your life. Because talk about selling a commodity. It's like, oh, 45 pages a minute over 42 pages a minute, but ooh, it scans to email, right? Shit. So anyways, I did that for 1.5 years, and then I started a company. It was an agency, basically. It was Thrive Networks. We did outsourced IT support for small, mid-sized companies as opposed to outsourced sales support for them. And I grew that up, and I had no idea what I was doing. So I took every training, Sandler, Miller, Hyman, Taz, Spin, all of it. And I came across this one crew called Basho, and I loved it because it was super tactical. So I used it. We helped grow Thrive up. We sold it off to Staples. We were the fastest growing company in Massachusetts for about 3 years in a row. And then Staples came and bought us. And then come to find out, apparently I'm not a corporate guy. I don't have much of a filter, and I really don't like playing politics. So after a little while, Staples offered me another position. They fired me. And I was looking for a job, and Basho said, John, you want to be a trainer? I was like, absolutely not. And they're like, why not? I'm like, I don't like trainers. I'm like, why not? I'm like, because most trainers, up until that point in my career, I'd met plenty of sense, but either failed sales professionals or professional presenters. Ever been through a training, you could tell the trainer's never actually done what they're telling you what to do? Or if they did it, it was like 20, 30 years ago back in my day, and they're wearing a suit that's 3 sizes too big and doing a role play that fucking nobody would ever do in real life. Like, I didn't want to be that guy, and they said, don't worry, you have to use these techniques to sell so you can train so you can pay. And I was like, all right, I like the whole practice what you preach thing, right? So I joined Basho, took on some bigger accounts, brought on some bigger ones, and then to make a very long story short, they screwed it all up and I took it over. So I went off on my own about 10 years ago now, and I'm playing around with some of these cool companies. Most of them I've gotten by using the techniques that I train on, and most of them have standardized on some way, shape, or form. But what I'm here to talk about today is out of all that evolution that I've been watching, I've been talking about the death of the average sales rep, and by the way, the average sales rep. That's an important distinction. 2017. So I used to train on one very specific technique. It was called the why you now email, right? Which was about going on somebody's website, doing some research, being hyper Frank Vander whatever his last name is, the VP of sales and the CMO of Salesforce. And that's how we got in. So back then, it was worth spending 15, 20, 30 minutes writing emails because you were getting that type of response rate. But then back in 2015, 2016, we started to see the cadence tools, right? The sales lofts, the outreaches come out, and they started just littering the C-suite with this messaging. And so you started to see individual messages starting to die. And then it became the contact strategy, right? And then in 2017, I got a little bit of a wake-up call because a couple of kids who worked at Salesforce, they left Salesforce, and they said, John, we created this artificial intelligence bot that creates super highly personalized emails at a fraction of the time as sales reps. We want to show it to you. And I was like, yeah, whatever. I was like, fine, yeah, give me a sample, right? Give me an example. What they showed me back then in 2017, I had a heart attack. I was like, what? And I asked, like, wait, there was no human involvement in writing this thing? And they were like, no human involvement other than picking the article to use from our app. And oh, by the way, it took 70 seconds to write. And I was like, shit. And so I remember, you all know Gary Vaynerchuk? Anybody follow Gary V, right? So he has this thing where you can go to his 4D session where you go to his office and you sit down, you spend like 10 grand, you sit down with his office with all his executives and you and like 10 other entrepreneurs. And all those executives come in and they share with you what they're doing with the biggest brands in the world and everything else. And Gary comes in at the end, he does a Q&A with you. And so that's right when I saw that email and I asked him, I said, Gary, I just saw a robot write an email better than I ever could and better than a rep ever could, and I've been doing this for years. Where does that leave us as sales professionals? And he goes, don't worry about that. He's like, you're not going to beat the machines. Don't try to beat them. He goes, you got to be the last mile. And that stuck with me since then. He's like, let the machines do all the heavy lifting, but let them do all the research. Let them write the fucking emails. Let them come up with that cadence. But before you hit send, make sure you humanize it. Because there's always going to be that piece. Because as long as humans are still buying from humans, we got a shot. But, and that's not, as soon as robots start buying, that's when we're screwed, by the way. But as long as there's a human buying some shit, we are at that shit. But we have to evolve here. Because what worked before is just not working right now. And so, I mean, this is what we've done to the sales process. And correct me if I'm wrong. And I put a post out there recently because I'm relaunching my personal brand for this very specific reason. Because we've been lazy as shit in sales for the past 10 years. Lazy as shit. Well, we've gotten lazy, I'll tell you that. Because we've gotten away with blasting, like this is our model right now. Tell me if I'm wrong with this, especially in the SaaS industry. We got SDRs, right? And we don't even let SDRs have the autonomy to write emails anymore. Most of the time, most of the clients that I work with, they actually have their marketing team create messaging that gives to SDRs to then push play on their fucking cadences. First of all, what kind of job satisfaction is that? Second of all, marketing can't write sales-ready messaging, period. I'm sorry, my background's marketing. Marketing doesn't have a fucking clue how to write messaging that will fit on one scroll of an iPhone or on a 10-second what do you do conversation, right? The elevator pitch, shit. Anybody have a great elevator pitch that they want to stand up here and profess to the crowd because it's so awesome? So I'll prove to you that I made, so when I was at Thrive, my first company, like I thought I was like 23 years old and I had no idea what I was doing. So I figured, and I knew I wasn't good at anything, so I figured I'd just have a stronger work ethic and I could work harder than anybody else. So I figured out my equation. I knew exactly what my equation was. I needed to make $1,600 a month to get $400 a week, to get 8 meetings a month, to get 4 proposals, to get 2 pieces of closed business, average deal size of $3,500. That was my equation. And if you back that out, $1,600 a month to get 8 meetings a month. Do you know what that conversion ratio is? That is a 0.5% conversion rate, not a 5% conversion ratio, a 0.5%. So I just figured I'd come up with that and go to work, right? Because that's what I could do. And I came up with my elevator pitch, and man, I thought it was it. I thought it was it, right? And I would just make it rain, right? And I'll prove it to you. This is the voicemail that I left 399 times a week for 5 years. Ready? This is how it went. And I am not reading anything. I will even take off my glasses here because I can't see shit without it. Ready? This is the voicemail that I left 399 times a year for 5 years of my life. It went something like this. I'm sorry. It went exactly like this. Hi, this is John Barrows with Thrive Networks. We do outsourced IT support for small to mid-sized companies in the Boston area. We take a really unique approach to manage your IT infrastructure by combining the best of what people and technology have to offer. We tie our network operations center and our managed services to your environment so we can take care of all the small things on a proactive basis. So when the engineers come on site, they can take care of the high-level, more strategic initiatives that help drive your business forward. I'd love to talk to you about your IT support needs. If you could call me back at 617-529-7271. This is John Barrows with Thrive Networks, 617-529-7271. And ooh, was I proud of that. I would leave that voicemail, I'd be like, like nailed it again. Like, pitch, tone, everything was perfect on that one, right? And then I started looking at my numbers. I was gonna damn call back. I would get more callbacks when I would screw up a voicemail than I would nail the I did this one by mistake one time. I was like, this is John Barrows with Thrive Networks. We do outsource IT to put about shit. Look, I'm sorry. I was trying a new pitch there. That was a disaster. Look, we fix computers. You got problems with your computers. Call me back. I got more callbacks with that approach. So I started doing it on purpose. So, I mean, but with that, right, we've turned these kids into robots, period. Because all these reps do. By the way, when I say kids, that's a Boston thing. I apologize. You could be 50 years old. I'll call you a kid, so it has nothing to do with your age. I apologize for that up front. But they're sending out these templated cadences, and I get these. I can almost tell if I'm on a sales loft cadence or an outreach sequence at this point. I can almost tell the difference. Because when companies sign up for these tools, they go to Sales Loft or Outreach and say, hey, could you give us like your best performing cadence just so we can see what it looks like, right? And then they'll give it to them, and then they'll just take Sales Loft's name off, they'll put their name on, they'll tweak it, and they'll just fucking press play. And I get like, hey, we're the leading provider of, did you get my first email? Bubbling this one up to the top, why aren't you responding? And then the stupid breakup email, 1, 2, 3, stuck under a rock type of crap. And please, if you're doing that right now, stop it. 1, 2, 3. All right. And then the handoff between SDRs and AEs is a disaster. And then AEs go through their demos, and good Lord, do I hate demos. I think demos are my least favorite part of the entire sales process. You know why? Because they're all exactly the same. I go through probably 3 or 4 demos on a weekly basis. And they all go something like this, right? They'll pick up the phone and say, hey, John, is this still a good time? I got some pet peeves. If I pick up the phone for a scheduled call, why would you ask me, is this still why would you give me that out? Actually, you know what? I got to go to the bathroom right now. Why don't we push this to... Now, what you want to do is you want to say, hey, do we still have 30 minutes? Like, do we have a hard stop at 2 o'clock? That's what I want to say, because I do need to know that, because if you have a hard stop, your brain's right. But is this still a good time? Okay, John, look at about a 30-minute demo here that I'd like to go through with you. And if you have any questions as we go through it, just let me know. Okay. Right? And then they press play and they go through every fucking slide like they were badged for in boot camp, right? And they pause intermittently and go, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that? Anybody ever said no to that question, by the way? And anybody ever been like, wow, what you just said there blew my mind, right? But it makes us feel good so we can get our badge, right? You get our fucking boot camp. And at the end of one of those canned piece of shit demos, you always get that nice little parting gift. And by the way, if you ever hear this word at the end of one of your demos, you know you've done a miserable job, and it's the word digest. And you know you've heard it before, because it usually goes something like this. You know what, John, it sounds interesting. I need a little time to digest what you just told me right there. Why don't you circle back in a couple weeks? We'll take it from there. Does that sound fair? If you ever hear that, stop and apologize to the person that you just wasted their time. It is our job to help them digest the information. If they walk out of the conversation more confused than they were walking in, we've done a terrible job. But yet, that's what we do all day, every day. Oh, and then we flip it over to customer success, and they're no better. That handoff is broken. The customer doesn't even know why they bought the shit, neither does the customer success person. And then they go through their QBRs, which are completely pointless. And then they go, hey, your renewal's coming up in 90 days, your renewal's coming up in 60 days, your renewal's coming up in 30 days, here's a massive discount, please, please, please renew. That's the sales process. And then we got marketing up there. In sales and marketing, I've been in sales and marketing. I've got a marketing degree, and I've been in sales for 27 years. It's been broken since I got in, and it's still broken to this day. And then we got the customer down here, and they're going all over the place. They don't follow a linear sales path. I love the linear sales stages these days. It's like, go from this stage to this stage. Do you think the client goes through a linear buying process? Give me a break. And then we got social. That's fun. And we wonder why reps don't want, clients don't want us involved. This is actually brand new data from Gartner, by the way. They averaged out millennials, Gen X, and baby boomers. You know Gen Z is coming up, and it's going to be even worse. 43%, B2B, 43% want a rep-free experience. That is the bad news. It gets a little worse, and I'll tell you why it gets better. It gets even worse when we introduce shit like this. Like, I don't know if you guys are really playing around with this stuff, but if you're not, you better fast. I think I'm irrelevant right now. I'm not joking, and I'll tell you why. My designers, like my AV guy, he was playing around with some AI, free shit too. You want to see what he built? So me, John Barrows, I got a brand, right? People like me. I'm smart. No, I'm not. But people think, well, look at this guy. Oh, I got it on mute. Hold on.
Top sales training professional.
Whoops.
Staying ahead of the curve when it comes to the latest trends and technologies in sales. And I have some great news.
Yeah, you can't hear it, but
AI is poised to revolutionize the way we approach sales.
yeah, it's all right.
We're in the perfect position to take advantage
But you can't hear it all that well? That's my voice. And I didn't tell it to do any of this. And it's going on for a minute about how generative AI is going to There we go. But it goes on for a minute about how generative AI, oh, that's why, because this mute's on. There we go. But all he did was take my podcast, put it in there, ingest it into this AI model, and he said, hey, do a 1 minute overview of what John Barrows thinks of what generative AI is going to do to the sales industry. I mean, not exactly me, but that's with free shit, and that's today. You can't tell me in 6 months that's not going to look exactly like me, and it's going to have all my information in it, and it's actually going to be Super John. Because you know why? Because not only will it ingest my stuff and all my content, but all of a sudden you can put all Miller Hyman's content in there, all Sandler's content in there. So all of a sudden, you got Super John AI that you can ask at any time, at any place, any question, and it'll give you a better answer than I would. Fuck. Right? So we can either run away from this stuff or we can adopt it and adapt to it, right? Anybody ever see the movie? I was saying this the other night. Anybody ever see the movie Hidden Figures? Right? The NASA movie? If you haven't seen that movie, it's a great movie. I highly recommend you watch it because there's women called the computers at NASA, and they were physically doing math to help us get to the moon. And then all of a sudden NASA implemented this, or they invested in this huge IBM mainframe. And one of the leaders of the computers saw this thing and said, oh my God, that's going to replace us. And she had two choices, right? She could say, hey, we got to get smarter because we're going to beat that thing. Or I can figure out how to manage. I can figure out how to maintain and run that thing. And that's what she did. And so then when they turned it on, because she did that and then she trained all of her computer friends how to do it. So when they turned this machine on, even the IBM people couldn't use it, but they could. So they went from being replaceable 100% to being irreplaceable because they were the ones that would manage it. And that's what I think the opportunity is for us here today, is that there's going to be about 20% of the people that figure this stuff out and figure out how to leverage it, and agencies, and how to be super efficient with this. I do think we're in the world right now of smaller companies with massive profitability being able to do way more with way less. Right? Think about all the VC, right? Why do you need VC funding, right? Well, I got to build an SDR team. I got to hire engineers. I got to do all this stuff. No, you don't. You can run a $3 to $5 million business with 2-3 people and some pretty legit AI playing around with this stuff. And I think that's what us as agencies need to bring, because I do think that right now with what I'm watching in the SaaS industry, I've talked to 50 CROs in the past 2 to 3 months, and that's not even an exaggeration. And every single one of them has either gotten rid of their SDR team, significantly restructured it, or is thinking about getting rid of them or significantly restructuring it. Because the model just doesn't work as a full-time employee anymore. It did when you scaled. When your SDR was building the future future AE, it made all the sense in the world. But now SDRs, especially in San Francisco and all these tech companies, they stay 9 months, right? So you're going to invest all this money into somebody that's supposedly supposed to be your future sales rep, and they're going to bounce on you in less than a year. Doesn't make any sense from a business model standpoint. So that's why I think outsourcing comes into play here. And that's what I'm recommending to a lot of my clients is let's have somebody else do it in a way more efficient way. But then the step down from that is AI. And so if we as agencies don't figure out how to leverage the AI to then augment what we're doing, we're just going to be the next step in the replacement phase here. And so that's why I believe, but this is what I was saying, the good part is 43% of people don't want a rep. But for the people that did buy without a rep involved, they had a 23% higher regret rate. That means there's room for us in sales. It's just different. It's just different. It's no longer droning through PowerPoint presentation, asking dumbass BANT questions, any of that shit. It's about bringing value at every single level, getting people to think, and asking yourself, quite frankly, and this is a harder question to answer every day, which is what can you do that a computer can't? That's a hard question to answer right now. Curiosity, business acumen, emotional intelligence, those are the things that I'm telling reps to double down on right now. Because the skills, especially to get meetings these days, those are going to be automated. Those are going to be automated real quick. And I do think we're going back to full cycle sales eventually pretty quick here, as a matter of fact. So another bonus for us is, this came out from Corporate Executive Board, that the key drivers of customer loyalty and this is the actual sales experience. It's not company and brand impact, product and service delivery, value to price ratio. It is the sales experience. So the experience the client has with us is the main driver for why they make the choice. And that starts with that initial call they get from that SDR. That starts with that initial email that they get. So if that initial email is not relevant, it's not personalized, it's a total bullshit marketing email basically, that's the first impression they get of our brand. That's why the SDRs have to have brands. That's why we have to unleash the SDRs to build their own personal brands. Like, I don't understand companies that hold back their SDRs from posting and stuff like that on whatever you want to post on, by the way. I mean, as long as it's not, super offensive, whatever. But you're sitting on 10 people, say you got a 10-person SDR team. That is 10 people that could be your marketing megaphone. And I don't mean because you're dumbass marketing materials that you're trying to push out there to everybody. I mean just brand in general of those people, because you have to have that brand. I went back to work, so back in January, bottom fell out, right? All my clients are SaaS, all of them. Bottom fell out. Clients went away, disappeared. I had to restructure everything. I also had to get back to work. So I actually, I've always sold, but selling, is relative, right? But hardcore selling? Shit. I hadn't done that in a while. So I was like, okay, all right, threw my CEO hat off and put my sales hat back on. I went to work. Ended up generating 49 meetings for myself in February, 49. 70 in Q1. And a lot of people were like, well, John, that's because of your brand, you're John Barrows. I was like, yeah. And that's why I fucking built it. Because that's what the rep of the future is gonna need. You're gonna need a personal brand to have some credibility. You're gonna need to know how to prospect. And by the way, that wasn't all just because of my brand. I went to work, I learned how to prospect. I tell people all the time that I think prospecting is the #1 skill that you should develop as a business owner, as a sales professional, because if you ever want to rely on somebody else for your success, good luck with that, right? So I know how to sell. I know how to prospect, and that's why I can get out there and do it, and do it when I have to, right? So this is why I think we have a chance here. We can add value. People need us, but it's just they don't need us the traditional way that we've built this whole process out. We've over-engineered the sales process. We've we've used technology to try to optimize this shit, and we've forgotten about the fundamentals. A lot of these reps don't even know how to have conversations right now. Because they're also, not even the fact that they're not getting the training, but they're also getting into a remote world. I at least had the benefit when I was getting into sales, I sat in a bullpen. And I could listen to my colleagues, and I could pick up on stuff through osmosis and shit like that. Like, I didn't get a lot of good training, but man, I could hear somebody over there being like, damn, that was good. Let me try that. I also did face-to-face meetings, so I could watch full body language, not just this, right? And I could see when you squidged in your chair and when I said something dumb. You know what I mean? I could watch CEOs literally check out of the conversation when I was talking to them, right? Now, you know how good I am at pretending I'm paying attention to you if you're doing a demo for me? Oh man, I am so fucking good, right? Because as soon as you go into presentation mode, you know what I do? I take my email, I kind of scroll, I bring it right under your eyeballs, right? And I just sit there, I'm like, oh yeah, this is brilliant. Oh, this is fucking, I'm paying tons of attention to that. This is great, right? Shit. You know what I mean? So we gotta level up here. We gotta level up. And now this is where we can. This is where AI comes into play, and this is why I encourage all of you to pay attention to right now, because you hear this stat all the time of how much time a sales rep actually spends selling, right? And it's all over the place, but this is the new one from Salesforce. This just came out with their sales report, that only 28% of a rep's time is spent actually selling, okay? The rest of that stuff is, especially this stuff, look at every point on that and tell me you can't automate that with AI. That's what we need to focus on. We need to focus on all these little nuanced pieces to give the reps the time back so they can sell, but we also give them the skills so they can sell with that time. Job satisfaction. How much job satisfaction a rep has selling 28% of the time? Right? How much satisfaction does a rep have? Why do you think they only last 9, 10, 11 months when they're just doing this? How long would you want to sit in your job if your job is just to go, let me fucking sell my 100 cadences today, boss. Like, yay, can't wait to come back to work tomorrow. Like, fuck. You know, let me make 100 cold calls and get told no 1,000 times. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta figure out ways to put reps in a better position to be successful here. And this is where what I'm encouraging everybody to do, and you'll see this, is, look, this is where I think we're headed right now, is we're headed, it's like Minority Report. Anybody see that one? Minority Report, right? So, but we're gonna be all sitting in front of a dashboard going back to full cycle sales where SDRs and BDRs are gonna roll up under marketing and operations, and they're gonna be doing a lot of like the work to get that intent data, to get people, right? Because we all need to be mini marketers right now. We all have to be mini marketers. That's why you have to show up on social. That's why you retweet somebody. That's why you comment. That's why you still leave a voicemail. Like some reps all the time, like John, why even make phone calls at this point? Nobody picks up. Nobody leaves voice. Nobody calls me back. Well, no shit. But that's not the reason I'm making cold calls. The reason I'm making cold calls and leaving voicemails is because when I do that and I compare it to an email-only cadence versus a cadence that has phone and voicemails in it, I usually get a 15 to 20% higher overall conversion ratio on the cadence. And it's because it's a touch point, right? They see us, they hear us, all this other stuff, and all of a sudden that might be like, ooh, you know what, I remember that email, let me go check that back, and then all of a sudden that person hits back. It's why inbound and outbound, I think, have to come together as well. Because how can you dictate all the work that the SDRs do, and then all of a sudden an inbound lead comes in? How do you attribute that, right? I mean, we used to do that all the time, and all of a sudden I would get inbound leads, like Morgan, who used to work with me, he would do a ton of outbound, and then all of a sudden I would get the inbound lead. And it would be from a company he'd be going after, but it would not be the person that he was going after. But you cannot tell me that all that outbound work that he did didn't drive somebody to tell somebody to go look at us and then come to us the way they wanted to. And so that's why we have to orchestrate all of this and prepare the team to make sure that they have the skills to do the stuff that we need them to do now in this transition phase, but put them in a position to survive moving forward here so that they're ready for this, right? And the way that we do that, in my opinion, is providing them structure. And this is why we're going to treat everything as an experiment moving forward here, right? And this is a generational thing as well. Like so I was, you know, I'm a 47-year-old here, Gen Xer. And look, I'm glad the fact that I grew up without tech, okay? And I remember, because when I was bored in my house, right, when I was a kid, my mom would just be like, get the fuck out of the house and go play, right? And she'd be like, just be home by dinner, don't burn anything, don't break anything, you know, that type of thing. And so I'd go burn some shit down, I'd break some stuff, right? And I'd figure it out. Now, my daughter, like I got a 12-year-old daughter. That's not the way it works anymore. Kids' lives are structured 100% of their, and think about it, like kids go to school from this hour to this hour, then they got soccer practice from this hour to this hour, then they have their iPad for 30 minutes, then they have to do their homework for 2 hours, right? And they're taught to the test, especially in the States. They're taught to the test, the MCAS, all that stuff, like you gotta pass that test. So now these kids get out in the real world, and then you have assholes like me look at them and say, hey, figure it out. They look at you sideways like, what do you mean figure it out? Like, tell me what to do. And when you say that to somebody like me, the instinct is you don't know what to do? I'll tell you exactly what to do. Here's a script. Here's a template. Do it. And you give a kid who's been taught to the test and structured their entire life, you give them a template, you give them a script, they will push play on the template, they will read the script. But if you give them structure, look, I don't like being in structure. You put structure on me, I try to break it. I'm like, I don't like this. There's got to be a better way. I like building structure. Reps today, young professionals today, they need the structure. Because if they don't have it, they fall apart. And guess what? They will execute within that structure better than I ever would. So there's the connective tissue. It's not scripts, it's structure. And it's letting them play and experiment with everything. There's no more strategy right now, in my opinion. Strategy? Anybody here, can anybody honestly tell me what's going to happen in Q3 right now? Honestly, can you tell me what's going to happen in Q3? I'm convinced Skynet's going to start walking down the fucking street with robots telling us all that we need to get in cages in the next freaking 3 months, for crying out loud. Right? Seriously. So because I can't see that far out, that means we have to be as agile as you can possibly imagine right now. And we have to leverage our team to do it. I treat everything as an experiment at this point. Everything. Messaging is an experiment. You need to test messaging all the time. Because what worked now, or what worked 6 months ago, is not working right now from a messaging standpoint. You know what I mean? And it's nuanced down to the ICP, it's nuanced down to the persona, it's nuanced down to the client as far as what's working and what's not. And so giving the teams the ability to experiment within some structure is going to increase job satisfaction because you're going to let them play around. So for instance, let's section out all the aspects of the sales process. And there is a tool, let's go back. I promise you, there is a tool, there is an AI free tool, ChatGPT or whatever the fuck it is, that can do one of those things. So go assign a group of kids, hey, go figure that out this week. Go play around with this and come back to us and tell us what you think, right? And if it works, great, roll it out. If it doesn't, whatever, next week, pick something different. Messaging, let's try something different this week as a group here so we can all experiment to see what's working and what's not working and have it stop be individual reps doing their thing. Because we have to learn faster now than ever and we have to use our teams to get the data. Because I talk about split testing all the time. I always say to people like, look, if you could go back and if I could go back and tell my 22-year-old something, what would it be, right? And it's A/B split test everything you do, like everything you do, right? Say you're calling into CIOs in healthcare. Come up with 2 different messages to CIOs in healthcare. Make 20 phone calls with this approach. Make 20 phone calls with that approach. See which one yields a higher response rate. Objection handling. Objection handling isn't rocket science. It's just science. Write down an objection that you're getting smoked on right now. Okay. Google, best way of handling objection, right? You're going to get some idiot like me giving some tips on how to handle a certain objection, whatever. Go find 2 that you like because they fit your style or whatever. The next 10 times that objection comes up, deal with it this way. Next 10 times, deal with it that way. See which one yields a higher response rate. Think about it. If I told you to make 50 dials and you make 50 dials in a day and you get no meetings, it's a shitty day, right? It's a demoralizing day, right? But if I tell you to make 50 dials and instead of making just 50 generic cold calls, make $25 with this approach and $25 with that approach to the same persona, and you still get no meetings, to me that's actually not a bad day. You know why? You just figured out 2 approaches that don't work. Tomorrow you come in and try a couple new ones. We have to get into this experimental mentality right now because otherwise these reps are just going to fade off into the distance because we're just going to keep treating them like robots and they're going to get replaced by robots. But if we let them experiment within some structure, we got a chance here. And that's where we can evolve. And so for me, I'll give you an example here. And if you want to take a snapshot of this is part of the training, but this is actually something I firmly believe in right now from a messaging standpoint. AI is coming up with killer messaging. But the reason that AI messaging has not nailed it yet is because it can tie my general value proposition. It can go look for triggers and all these different things and then tie my sales training value proposition to that, right? But it can't be specific with my value proposition. But there are certain parts of my value proposition that really align with certain things, but not everything. Let marketing do the whole broad base, this is all the stuff that we do. In sales, we have to throw darts. Hey, what about this, and what about that, and what about this, and what about that, right? And get them to think about stuff. And so I created this this equation here that helps people create sales-ready messaging. And then we take this sales-ready messaging, we put it into the AI to say, these are our value propositions based on personas and triggers. Now go find me those personas and triggers and write this messaging with the NLP word, right? But I'm giving it nuances of my value proposition. So for instance, persona, right? CIOs in healthcare, whatever. Now, a trigger, so open up a new office, launch a new product, whatever those things are that are specific to your business. Priority or challenge, right? So this isn't all of them, but like, and this is literally, have the reps Google, CIOs, healthcare, priorities, challenges, 2023, so they're learning some stuff. Now, what component of your solution? So for me, for instance, I do sales training, but I got 2 main programs. I got filling the funnel and driving to close. And even within those, I got messaging, email, phone, social selling, contact strategy. I got negotiations, objection handling, closing, meeting execution. I got all these little pieces, right? I also do live sessions like this, and I also got my whole online catalog of stuff. So what component of what my solution is, and how does it align with that trigger, priority, or challenge? And if they applied it, what would the result be? And you could do this for your customers, by the way. I'm encouraging, you know when you onboard customers and you got to figure out their messaging? How often does their messaging any good? When you're doing it sucks, right? Like 9 times out of 10 when you're doing an agency, they dump you over a bunch of marketing crap and it's like, what do I do with this shit, right? You can walk them through this equation. And then you can come up with messaging based on triggers or personas. VPs of sales who are going through merger and acquisition, leverage our negotiation scorecard. 2, align their new business units with common language so they can quickly. VPs of sales whose main priority is keeping the reps motivated and engaged. Now that everybody's working from home, leverage our live remote training to infuse some energy. You get these, the equation gets you about 80% of the way there. Then you can put it into like a ChatGPT and normalize it a little bit if you want to. But we ingest this into the machines and you use this as a way to educate the reps along the way. Instead of just giving them the messaging, what I recommend people do is, and this is what I'll leave you with here is, and by the way, you can play around with stuff like ChatGPT to automate all this stuff, right? So you write the equation to help with the business acumen part of it, and then you use ChatGPT to optimize it. And this is the bridge the gap between the two pieces here. So here's a recommendation I recommend it for everybody. Every company I work with, pick a persona once a month, right? Get everybody together and do 2.5 hours on the schedule the first Monday of every single month. First half hour, have the reps do some homework. They got to put in the effort, right? Google, CIOs, healthcare, priority challenges 2023, right? Learn something, read a few articles, heaven forbid. Then go get some customers who fit that profile. CIOs, healthcare, existing customers. You get them on a little Zoom session and have the reps do a Q&A with the person they're about to call, right? So that they get the empathy, they see a name to a face. It's not just a card that marketing gives them and says memorize. Then they ask, hey, what's a day in a life look like? What were you doing before our solution? What are you doing now? If somebody were to ask you what value we bring to you, what would you say? Forget about our marketing lingo, right? Whatever. And so they learn from that. And then after that, they craft messaging based on those priorities and what they're saying using this formula. You craft a 7 to 10 touch sequence that's a standard sequence, and then you break up into teams and you test variables. Team 1, it's all email. Team 2, touch 3 and 7 need to be phone. Team 3, touch 4 needs to be video. And team 4, I want you to do heavy social beforehand. And then everybody rips a list of 20 or 30 accounts that fit that profile and execute, and then you just look at the variables to see which one's working. Because people ask all the time, well, John, is video good for my industry? I don't know. It's good for mine, because I go after VPs of sales and SaaS and marketing. They love that shit. But you sell to CISOs? I doubt it. You know what I mean? Like chief of, like, what CISO in their right mind is going to look at a thumbnail on an email and go, ooh, what's behind this, thumbnail? Let me click on that and see what happens. Like, they'll get fired for even thinking of it, for crying out loud. But we can test it. And that testing gets them engaged, helps employee satisfaction, helps them develop into the reps that we need them to be moving forward here, and provides a ton of value to the client because we're actually executing at their level. And so that is where I'm leaving it, because this is what we ultimately have to be. We have to be Iron Man, Iron Woman coming out of this. It's not, because if you think of Tony Stark, right? Tony Stark is a human. He's got it all, right? He's good looking, he's rich, he's super smart, jerk, whatever. But as a human, Tony would get smoked by all the aliens out there, right? So what does he have to do? He has to create the suit. And the suit's cool, but the suit is just a chunk of metal without Jarvis. But you put the Jarvis with the suit, with the person, you can whoop some ass. And that's what we got to do right now. We have to pay attention to this stuff. And I encourage you to let your team play with all the stuff out there and come back to you with how to improve and optimize things, but give them a structure to do it. Because otherwise, we're going to lose. We're going to lose this fight. AI is coming faster than I've ever seen before out of all the innovations, and I'm old here, so I saw the internet come in, right? That was cool, right? But there were still people playing like, oh, the internet, that's a fad, right? Nobody actually thought it was going to. And then I saw like when dial-up went to DSL, and that was a big leap, right? Because we actually could hit the internet, and that was cool, right? And then all sorts of other evolution happened. But what I saw 3 months ago, with ChatGPT, it has opened up Pandora's box, and we are not going back, and it's just going to accelerate. So I just beg you all to pay attention and empower your sales team to help you evolve so that they and we don't get replaced here. All right? So with that, look, y'all can access any of my information. I do have some training that if anybody's interested in it, we're offering a cool stuff for CloudTest specifically. But regardless, hit me up, and I'll help you out. If you want to hit me up on Instagram, that's where I do a ton of free consulting. So if you have any questions, just hit me up on Instagram. Just send me a little video. I got some OCD, so every time I see the overdue thing on Instagram, I have to clean it up. I'm also a zero inbox guy, so if you ever need to email me, I will get back to you, promise you, within 24 hours. And let's just stay on top of this. Because I don't know any more than anybody else, but I'm curious enough and I'm eager enough to figure this shit out. And that's what we got to be right now. Because if you're going to put your head in the sand right now, you might as well unplug completely and go live on a beach somewhere else and forget about this whole mess right now. But it's a fun ride for those people who are paying attention. It's a scary ride for people who aren't. All right? So with that, how much time do I have left on this? Do we have any time for Q&A or anything like that? Yeah? Anybody got any questions about any of this cool stuff that's happening right now? Or any of the things that I'm seeing out there? Because it is ugly. I'm in the mess with you all, by the way. I'm selling every day, just like everybody else. Anybody got any questions on any of this stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, you good?
I got a question.
Yeah, what's up?
For the short term for sales agencies, do you see this as being an opportunity to grab more customers?
Yep.
Or a threat?
No, I think in the very short term, I think it's a massive opportunity for agencies because I do see companies downsizing their SDR team and going back to their AEs and saying, AEs, you now have to self-source, and none of these AEs know how to do that shit. So they're panicking right now, and I do think what's happening, this is just my opinion here, I've talked to enough of them that I'm talking to VPs of sales and even CROs, and they're all in on, because usually the idea is, when you downsize, you hold on to your core, right? So these are my core reps, like these are my top players. I wanted to keep my top players. Well, conceptually, usually in down economies, what happens is, well, now we need to invest in them. Now that we've cut everybody and we only have this group, we need to invest in them, training, tools, all that other stuff. I actually, for the past couple of months, I have not been seeing that because what's happening is the CRO and the VP of sales are in violent agreement that they need to empower their teams, but then all of a sudden it goes to the CFO. Every decision, even if it's $5,000 these days, is going to the CFO. And the CFO, I don't know, but it feels like the CFO is sitting on their hands going, nah. Mm-hmm. Unless there's such a direct line to ROI, they're gonna, and I think the mentality is what got us into this mess, the people, the process, the tech that got us here are not gonna be the people, the product, the tech that get us out of here. So these reps that we've conditioned to be robots are not going to be the ones that are going to help these companies get out of this. So I think these executives are looking at it and being like, well, let's see what you can do. And if you can't do it, the market's pretty hot right now with talent or more efficient ways of doing this. And that's where I think agencies can slide right in and say, look, instead of firing everybody, just give it to us, let us run this for you and let us do this the right way. But unless we start looking at how we can create efficiencies as agencies, that's just going to be a stepping stone to the next part of AI taking over, and Robot John's going to be doing your cold calling for you. So, what's up? What's up, Steve?
We talked earlier today.
Yeah.
John and I are kind of roommates over at Amir's place, but we talked about the idea of the $1 million a year earner SDR, the growth hacker. Like, what are your thoughts on that? And are we there yet?
No, I mean, I think we can be, absolutely. I think anybody can like take a lot of these tools and start. I mean, we talked about the was it the OnlyFans or the OnlyFans girl who did an avatar of herself and is getting paid $1 a minute for that stuff, and it's a full-on avatar and she's making it rain, right? Yeah. So, and I'm even getting duped right now on AI voice recognition. Like, so, I pay attention to this shit. So I get calls every year from the firefighters or the police, you know, that type of thing, right? And they want to donate. And every year I do the same thing. And it's always some old surly guy that calls. And you can tell he's reading from a script, right? And he's like, hey, you know, would you like to, you know, blah. And every time I'm like, dude, I do this every year. I'm not going to give you my credit card over the phone. Send me mail. I will write a check for you. I just want to make sure you're legit, that type of thing. And it ends up being a cool conversation, right? Same thing happened this year, though. I get this call from this old surly guy and he's reading his script and I go, dude, every year, stop reading the script. Just like, let's have a conversation here. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. You know, we're da da da. And I start talking to him and then he cuts right back into his pitch. And I'm like, dude, seriously, shut the fuck up. I'm like, just get off your script right now. Talk to me like a normal human being and we'll be good. Like, oh, sorry, sir. And then he kicks back in and I'm like, this isn't a human. Yeah. And so I started messing around with it. I'm like, so. And I'm not going to say what I was starting. I started asking some really weird ass shit to see where this was going to go. But my point is think about me as like if I'm an SDR right now with Otto John Barrows, my voice, and the ability to use AI to write super hyper personalized stuff, I could be an assassin by myself, massively profitable. So yeah, I think for the ones that can pay attention, they are. But I think we're transitioning to that right now. I think we're moving into a point where we're going to get massive amounts of very highly profitable businesses with 2 or 3 people on staff at most. Mm-hmm. You're going to be able to generate $2, $3, $4, $5 million a year with 3, 4, 5 people and a whole bunch of AI. And I think the agencies that figure this out and figure out how to use the team to be able to optimize that and give them the tools to be that one to many are going to be the ones that win. So.
Got one more question from one of our agencies in UK, Steve
Nice.
Verded, who wants to be here for cancer. What's happening? He
Hey,
wants
Steve.
to know what is your most effective way for top of the funnel building your business?
It's not, there's not one effective way. It goes back to the omni-channel everything. Like, that's why I post, that's why I share, that's why I call, that's why I email, that's why I do everything. So it's an orchestration of all of it, which is mind-numbing and a pain in the ass to do, but it's what you have to do. Like, that's why I go back to SDRs have to have their own personal brand in some way, shape, or form. They have to be able to know how to make calls. They have to be able to know how to send emails. They have to know how to, so for me, it's everything. There's not one channel that is, I will say,
You say it's everything, but your brand, that's like the core.
I say the brand definitely puts me in a better position than most to get that, absolutely, because I still get inbounds and everything else, and people, you know, when I do call, I call into my ICP, so they usually know who I am, but that doesn't mean I'm making it rain, you know what I mean, as far as close ratios and that helps me get in the door. I still got to work about getting in the door and doing what there, but, you know, I would say if I would absolutely choose one that is the highest converting is actually LinkedIn voicemails. That's my highest converting one, and it's actually more than LinkedIn video. Because I think something about the voicemail, there's like some curiosity there. It's like, what's he gonna say? You know what I mean? Where the video, you're like, that guy's ugly. I don't want to watch that, right? Whereas the voicemail, you're like, what the fuck? So that's the one I'm. Yeah. I think they're. Well, it depends on what you mean by phone skills. Like a cold call, I think is important because if and when you catch somebody on the phone these days, that's your chance to make an impact. And if you screw that up, you lose everything, right? I think the ability to be on the phone and engage with somebody is actually massively important moving forward. But the cold call itself, we'll see where it goes with the automation here.
Yeah, I thought this is awesome, John.
Thanks.
But the two things you brought up that I think are sort of contrary, but I'm trying to like balance in my agency,
Yeah.
is the structure
Yeah.
that you give your team, while
Yep.
at the same time, all right, allowing them to experiment
Yep.
with AI. And so how are you thinking about giving your team structure
Yep.
to experiment with AI?
Sure.
Because I'm trying to do that, but it's like a balance that kind of conflict a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost like an agile approach where you get what's the problem and what's the outcome we're looking for. So the hypothesis is if we found a solution to address this need, to make us more efficient in research, to make us more efficient in writing, whatever the going back to this thing is, right? Like whatever we slice this up to be, like these pieces here, whoops. So whatever you section out those, like identify whatever the problem is, right? We need to be more efficient with this thing. Okay, cool. Well, the ideal state is for it to be worth it for us to do it, we would have to increase our, efficiency by 50%, right? So now that's the outcome we're looking for. That's the problem. Now, what I want you to do is go look for the free tech that addresses those things, and I want you to set up demos or whatever it is, or just start playing around with the shit and see if we can create that level of efficiency for that outcome that we're looking for in a week, right? So it's short sprints every week, like just try something new, right? And so if you give them like the problem, the outcome, and then some guidelines of don't go down the rabbit hole, like that type of thing, right? And even block time on their calendars to do it, by the way. You know how like Google gives you 20% of your time just to play around with shit? Like that's what I would highly recommend all of us do from, again, going back from a job satisfaction standpoint. Every Friday. You know how tech does this all the time? Tech does where everybody gets in the room and just hammers on a problem or whatever it is. It's what the fuck are they called? Scrums, yeah, but even better, like I don't know, where everybody picks the problem and everybody goes after it for a period of time. Hackathon, yeah, the hackathons, right? I think we should bring that concept to sales. Let's do hackathons with sales. Let's pick a problem and let's see who can, Friday afternoons from 2 to 4 or 4 to whatever, we're gonna grab pizza and beer and we're gonna do a hackathon on this topic, and whoever figures out wins whatever the hell we wanna let them win, right? But that way you create this environment of like, cool, we're figuring stuff out, we're learning things, and I'm not just doing this all day, right? Because we gotta learn the skills, we gotta learn the foundation. But if we, especially with the younger generation here, if we are not letting them play with this stuff, they're gonna go find somebody else who will let them play with this stuff. Because they're playing with it anyways. Might as well do it for our benefit than anybody else's. So give them that environment. But think of what's the nuanced problem, what's the outcome, what would make it worth it to roll out whatever it is as far as percentage of, and then a little bit of a framework and then structure time on their calendar. That's the way I would look at it. Yep. Cool. Anybody else?
I got one thing to add. You brought up the CFO. Right?
Yeah. Oh.
I just have a question for everybody here.
Kicking my
who's
ass.
an agency owner. Who here has actually tried, as an agency owner, to do a cost comparison between an in-house team and an outsourced team? You, right? Anybody else?
That's what we do
it all the time.
All right. I spent a lot of time doing a spreadsheet showing people the cost, but no matter what, in their mind, there was no management hiring tools. They just didn't, they always compared one SDR to one Apple. And I think that the biggest opportunity now, with what John brought up, is now that the CFO is involved, now that we don't have the 10 years of growth at all costs, it doesn't matter if we're profitable. I believe that the shift to being profitable at cost is actually going to give agencies a stronger opportunity to actually not only demonstrate the fact that they're experts. That doesn't make sense to hire an SDR that's going to last 9 months. Like John brought up, they last 9 months. 50% don't last 12 months, right? So now I think it's a game changer because we lived in a world where most VPs of sales didn't even know the spreadsheets, they didn't know the math, they didn't care. They cared about 15 meetings per month, right? Like, who heard of that before?
Yeah.
It's 15 minutes per month or you're fired, right? So I think we're in a position now where the CFO could become our friend because they understand spreadsheets, and it might lead to longer relationships. And one thing to add, I would also say that John mentioned that we might see a shift where SDR work will go under sales and marketing, right? Under marketing. And at first when I started, I was scared when I got hired by marketing, right? I remember back in the day we had like Ipswitch and these teams, and I was nervous about it. But now what I realize is that if you think about it, there's been marketing agencies doing $20 million deals with Apple for 30 years, right? Like those deals are actually more consistent. There's less churn. So as a sales agency owner, I would welcome the fact that you might be under the marketing umbrella. They have been working with agencies for decades. They don't think they're the best, right? You VPs of sales, I hire SDRs. I'm the best trainer. They never picked up a phone before. Right. So I would spin some of this to opportunity for us. And I think that's the biggest thing where, this is just an opportunity for every agency, I think, to grow stronger and become more efficient. So I wanted just to add that. John, you got 7 more minutes. Anybody have more questions for John?
Did you have one? Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
This little microphone work?
So, John, you mentioned that normally there's there's about a time of 10 months where reps are leaving organizations or agencies. I've experienced something similar where we're noticing that reps they're not involved, they're not engaged, and they're not necessarily committed to the big picture or the big vision of the company. A lot of the companies that I've seen are just throwing tech at this problem. Would you say that more than a tech problem, there is a leadership development gap where we're not allowing people to, get involved and really feel the fire of doing what they do?
I think, so the question for those who didn't hear it is is it more than just the tech? Like we throw tech at these kids and that's why they don't stay too long because they don't really get bought in, right? And there's leadership. And yes, I think it's a massive leadership problem. I think COVID is actually what woke us all up to this, right? Where all of a sudden COVID was a point where everybody kind of took a step back and started to think about what was really important to them. You know what I mean? Like driving into the office an hour and a half every day, that type of thing. Is that really quality of life here? I'd rather take less money and have a better, so I think values matter, purpose matters, all this stuff. So this is why I beg everybody, every business is, there's one thing to have a vision, right? I always say you can't get somebody to buy into, to do more than what you're asking them to do unless they buy into a vision. But if they buy into a vision, people will do 2, 3, 5 times more than what you're paying them to do because they're committed to it, right? So you got to have that. But I think what more importantly is I think the values part of this and going through that why and the values exercise and hiring on that too. Because you'll hear on Monday, by the way, I'm putting out my keynote on my podcast, and it's been the past 3 years of what I learned over going through some shit, right? And it was as soon as COVID, and then I had a good year, and then my dad died, and then that year was shit, and I really was in a weird spot. And the idea of alignment, I went back and I started really being curious about what are the characteristics of companies and people that tend to grow even through tough times, right? So continuously grow. And the themes were alignment, so why, values, priorities, and energy. Execution, they didn't stop moving. They experimented, right? Because remember when COVID hit, people were like, oh, I can't wait till things go back to normal. Anybody who said that, I was like, you've already lost. First of all, what is normal at this point? And second of all, what are you waiting for? You better start moving, right? And then the third was gratitude, right? But if I go back to that alignment piece, it was really clear to me the companies that held on to their employees, the ones that thrived through tough times, they were rock solid on their why, and they knew very clearly what their values were, and they hired on those values. Because if you and I share the same values, we can argue all day long, but we'll come to a point of agreement. If you and I don't have the same values, we're just going to yell at each other. That's what's happening right now in the United States, right? It's like, there's like, if you ask somebody in the United States now what's American value, you'll get vastly different answers from both sides of the equation, right? So there's no core anymore, which is why we're just yelling at each other all the time. But when you have those core values, you can do some special things. And so I think that's why if people don't feel bought in, right, they're just going to find their next. Because also think about, I mean, some of you have have people in the office, and there is a bullpen here, which is great. But most of these reps, especially in California, whatever, they're all remote. So if I'm sitting in front of my computer and I'm making calls and sending emails, and this is my world, and you're going to pay me more than you are to do the exact same fucking thing? Like, why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I just bounce from the next one who's going to pay me more? Especially if I'm good. You know what I mean? Like, I'll do that all day long. But if I believe in the vision, if I believe in the values of the business, I'll be bought into this, and I'll be more willing to take a little bit less or whatever it might be. So.
And you would do that because your leadership invests in you, like really invests in you. Not necessarily, for instance, coaching is a big gap that has become an event.
Yeah.
So it's just look it. It's
Right.
really making something transcendental. I don't know if that's the right word, or something that really just
Well, that's
further to the person. And they, for instance, the other day I was a meeting. My manager gave me feedback 30 minutes after the meeting. I was so grateful. Right. Like, this is awesome. This is exactly how it should be.
Exactly. And that's but so let's go back to Super John. That's going to be live. That's going to be live through AI. And so that's where we can increase satisfaction, but we need to be the stewards of it. You know what I mean? Let me introduce you to this new AI bot that's going to be your coach. And by the way, I'm going to take all my management knowledge and stuff it in there, and you're going to get my management knowledge and John Barrows and Sandler and whatever it is, and you're going to have, and then but then I need to stay engaged with you to see how that coaching's going, right? So we can't be removed from the equation. We have to be that last mile. But if you feel that, and this is where AI isn't going to come into play, which is I now need to know you as a person, right? So now this gets into the individual coaching, what are your goals as a human being? I've always said that my goal is to help you get, like, what is your definition of happiness, right? That's what I ask all my employees coming on board. What does happiness look like for you? Like, what is your vision here? Because that's my goal. My goal is to help you achieve whatever level of happiness means to you. Right? Because that means something different to me. Success means something different to me than somebody else. But if my job is to get you there, you'll stay with me. And if you believe that, and if I show that, and if I act that way. But that's why I think it's cool where we can automate all this shit so that we can be the human that gives a shit about the kid that's coming in and shows them how to develop and gives them some of the experience that we have that maybe AI can't give them, that type of stuff. Right? Cool. All right, I think I'm ready. I'm cut, right? Oh, yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John, for coming down here.
Love it.
I got the privilege of meeting John 6 years ago. I've been looking up to him since then. He's been one of the more straightforward, honest guys. I'm not sure how he has not got canceled yet. He's found a way. He's found a way to be straightforward and honest and grow followers. I'm not going to try that. Hard guy to follow up with, but who better than Steve Schmidt? Talk about AI and changes. And John will be here all day to chat it up. And he will be partying today.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Steve Schmidt, and my job is to follow up, which is kind of odd. Like, you go after one of your sales heroes, like John Barrows was somebody who I quote-unquote grew up with in my 30s, and then we get to present after him in Columbia. It's kind of all like effed up in my head. Like, it's so cool to see all these people from LinkedIn, especially in the agency space. So Amir and CloudTask, thank you guys for throwing this together. You've been wonderful hosts. My name is Steve Schmidt. I am the CEO of Magnetic, and I am a one-person content-led sales agency, part of the CloudTask ecosystem as well as on their advisory board. I will say this, I've learned a ton from Amir and the CloudTask team in the past year and a half. And I think that the support that you provide for the agency community, I don't want to say it's the best because it's the only one. It is the best because it's the only one. And so you're setting the precedent, I think, for a great community where instead of competing with David from Sales Roads, I get to learn from David from Sales Roads, and we all get better together. Today, my job is to show you three things. We're going to write a sequence to Amir. We're going to get to know Amir Ryder, the CEO of CloudTask Personality, and we're going to show you by trying to send the same email to John Barrows and Amir Ryder, the difference in how AI will generate 3 different emails in under 10 seconds that are all hyper-relevant, and they're all different. I will then show you how you can send out 3,000 personalized emails at once and then change the email saying the same thing 3,000 times differently, never using the same word twice, in the same order with a different subject line to protect your deliverability rates. So we're going to talk about that, a little bit about me from a background perspective. Reggie is a partner of mine. I worked at Reggie for just a short bit, but when I started my content-led agency, I probably build around 30 to 35 sequences a month within Reggie. And it probably takes me about 3 hours because a lot of the ingestion of the AI is getting so good that all I needed to go do is shape it, edit it, and then ABCD test it, just like John said. So we're going to show you how you can also spin up an ABCDEFG test in a matter of seconds instead of having to manually write that process out. For me, I'm a playwright. So I went to college as a music major, then switched to theater, wanted to be an actor, graduated a playwright. So writing content and writing emails comes somewhat naturally to me, but I will say that the B2B landscape is a lot different than trying to write a play when you're in college. So whether it's Catherine Caldwell talking about video or me talking about AI today, I think we're all trying to uncrack one thing. How do we make it easier for you to be a profitable agency? How do you be lean? And how do you get your staff to get trained up in this new crazy world, right? Andrew from Potion is going to be talking on one of the boards later today. I didn't know Andrew 6 months ago. I knew of Andrew. Andrew and Potion, for example, are in the same space as Catherine. Catherine talks about personalized, really punchy videos. Potion says, yeah, that's awesome. We love that. But we're going to teach you how to send 6,000 of them and personalize them if you have a big TAM and be able to execute that. So it's all about the tools in the tool belt. It's not one being better than the other. As John mentioned, this stuff does not cost a lot of money right now because everybody's trying stuff out. Try it, use it. I'm going to use a little bit of Catherine's approach. I'm going to use a little bit of Andrew's approach. But I'm always going to use Reggie when I build this stuff. So before I get into here, I live in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Raise your hand if you know where that is. All right. I was born and raised there, went to Minneapolis for 20 years, got my start not in copiers. I slept under a friend's table for 3 weeks. After I was a failed country radio sale, I stayed in the Holiday Inn in Joliet, Illinois, on a trade with a radio station that they would get free ads if I could stay there. I stayed there for 30 days. Everybody was wearing cowboy boots and cowboy hats and drinking whiskey at lunch, and that was cool, but the rest of it sucked. I was living in a Holiday Inn in Joliet, Illinois. I was like feeling really, really sad. So I got in my car one day and I said, this isn't for me. And I drove through a blizzard back home and I said, reset. I said, that was not the thing that I thought working would be, right? Then I moved to Minneapolis, stayed under my friend's table for 3 weeks, went to a job fair and got a job selling cell phones. At that time, the average cell phone plan was around $300. The average cell phone was around $800. We would get paid $200 to $300 for every cell phone we sold. I went on to sell over 9,000 my first year, and I did it by door knocking to businesses, right? And so setting record after record, never once having this, I can tell you, rest assured, AI is great, but you're here. You paid to come here to learn when you could have just gone to ChatGPT and found this shit out, right, Andrew? Or maybe not. Maybe there's a human element that really matters. Maybe it's AI doesn't know how to personalize it the way you do. They don't know how to look at somebody in the eye the way you do. They know how to write it's not us against them. They can write great emails, but at the end of the game, like you said, John, it's that last mile. How do we get you positioned to get everything there? They feel like you know them, and then you can go ahead and transact. So as I got out of cell phone sales, it took me about 13 years to get out. It was a very good career, and that evolved into the iPhone. Like, I was a part of the first release of the iPhone at the enterprise sales team at AT&T, and like, that was pretty wild. We thought that was the next big thing. And now we're talking about this stuff, and we're doing it on our iPhones, right? So I've had a lot of, you good?
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Thank you. A good experience in outside sales. I never used, even till 2017. I worked for Matt Millen at T-Mobile. He's a hard ass. You guys know Matt Millen, CEO over at Reggie? Or not CEO, pardon me, president. So I worked for him, and I said, Matt, I want to get to the top of T-Mobile. He said, fly out to Seattle for 4 days. We'll see what you got. I got there the first day. He woke me up at 4 a.m. I was in the office at 5. I said, this is terrible. But I quickly learned what it takes to run a business, and I look at Matt a lot and say, like, to run an agency is so much different than running a business. You guys have personally likely invested your own money. You've likely gone out and invested lots of your own money into hiring people. We always have problems with attrition. Agencies would love to solve the problem of lowering attrition. I think we'd also love to solve the problem of lowering our costs. And I think we'd also love to settle on time to value. Time to value is from the second they sign a contract. When is the first time that they feel like you're delivering value? On average, I'd say it's about 3 weeks. Amir, is that right? 3 weeks before they see the sign of life on most agencies, before they go, oh, you gave me something back. You gave me content copy. 3 weeks.
You can be faster, Reggie. Yeah.
You can be faster, yeah. But it's that once they've had that first incident call of you not living up to what you're going to deliver. We are a delivery organization, aren't we? We're an agency. We're already in the backseat driver. Then we kick off the domains, we warm them up, and they say, where are the appointments? And so I think with Reggie, what we can talk about today is we're going to talk about how it makes you more efficient, and we're going to write sequences and show you that as an agency, whatever AI system you're using, I'm talking about Reggie today, but there's absolutely efficiencies baked in every single one of them, and if you're handwriting content right now, you're making a mistake. Only because I guarantee you ChatGPT is writing better than you. They know more about your customer than you. And so think of Reggie as a really good user interface that prompts you. So it is prompts that's done really well in a user interface that's going to intuitively know specifically what that persona would best respond to, not based off of what ChatGPT thinks, based off of SalesLoft, Outreach, and Reggie's entire repository of every email that's ever been sent to that title. With that specific problem, no. With that general problem, yes. And so it also gives you language, just a little bit of a cheat code. So let's go ahead and we'll go to the next slide. Sorry, 1 second here. Client workflow. This is the first problem, right? So I'm just going to ask some questions here. Who wants? Give me an agency owner. David. Supporting the content creation and sales development process for multiple clients is complex. Would you agree?
Affirmative.
What is complex about it?
I mean, you just need to, first of all, get information from them, which sometimes takes a good
Do they
amount of
always
time.
know what that information even is?
No. Or they're sending us something that they think is what we want and is the exact opposite.
And then sometimes they might say, like, I don't like your content, we're going to use the stuff we already had, right?
We try to push back, but
Sure.
yes, that comes up.
Okay. Do you think your clients, if you were using AI, would think that that's good or bad in writing their content?
I think they'd be intrigued, but at the end of the day, it would be the end result.
If they knew that they could get this in 3 hours versus 3 weeks, would that then say, I'd love to see how that works?
Absolutely.
Perfect. And I say perfect only because everybody would want that. It's not even a sales pitch. Like, Amir, do you want a cheeseburger or do you want 2 buns? Cheeseburger. Thank you. Everybody's going to say yes. Do you want content delivered quicker? Do you want 4 versions of that content so we can A/B and test it and delineate through 1,000 sends, which is the common denominator of sending to figure out whether it's working or not 100, not 200. 1,000 sends is when you should end your ABCD test. Because now you have qualitative data and Reggie will do that for you. So when you think about content, we usually give them content, they review it, we launch it. Let's be honest, it doesn't perform most of the time right away, right? We have to now revise it. We have to go give feedback. And so Reggie also allows you to do that. So let's go to client problem number 2 on the next slide. Content bottleneck. When you're creating sequences across your client base, like here we go, guys, like they're getting the same thing from every agency they go to. Now you can deliver a different experience, delivering that alternative copy, and then now with one click of a button, which is really to me the secret sauce, depending on your SEP, FrontSpin, Outreach, SalesLoft, HubSpot, Reggie will asynchronously put that cadence into your sales engagement platform, and you can now execute off that within minutes. So now you're taking that content and you're driving into your SEP with one click of a button. You can assign that to the rep, and your steps can be rolling out. You can ABCD test it. You can roll those out to 4 different reps. Let's go to problem number 3, because we're about to get to the fun part when we get to look at a mirror and how we would send an email to him. So this is Sri. Sri's the CEO of Reggie. Personality AI, have you guys heard about this kind of buzz topic here that seems to kind of be floating in the metaverse? Catherine, what do you think about personality AI?
You're gonna have to tell me. I don't know.
So personality AI is my ability to read everything on the internet that you've ever written and then say, this is exactly who Catherine is. And it's freakishly accurate. And when I say freakishly accurate, it's not what you ate last night, but when you write enough things, let's admit it, people are going to get a general idea of who you are. And in Mirror, I think you'll see, if those of you who know Amir will say, like, yeah, that's pretty spot on. Like, that email would probably get Amir's attention. So everybody's different. That's the point. They have LinkedIn feeds. They have Twitter feeds, and the company does certain things. So let's go to the next slide as we anticipate sort of this build out on what is personality AI. So when you think about Reggie, think about sales agencies. Reggie has workspaces built in, built for agencies. Did you guys know that Reggie was actually born at Sapper Consulting in an agency? That was a thought that they had 5 years ago to start doing this all. Matt Millen left Outreach, went down there and started just hanging out with Sapper saying, there's gotta be a better way to do this. And he said, what about AI? And they said, oh, you know, we could make some tables and pull from it, we'd have to update it. Matt put his bet on that, and that's where it got born. It was born for the agency, not for the SaaS companies. It was born for us to service them so we could get work done quickly and efficiently, and we had multiple clients. And how can you understand 113 different problem sets at the same time? Like virtually impossible. Your brain would go on overload. So let's go to the next slide, then we'll end this and get the fun part. So how do the support model for your team, just so you know, it's important at Reggie. And so, like when you think of how Reggie works, like you've got clients, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we'll keep it easy, workspaces. You now have analytics for those clients. You can develop the content within Reggie and invite your clients to come in to then view that content within Reggie, make remarks on it, just like a Google Sheet. Now you have a consolidated place to view the body of that content, the changes you made historically. You no longer have to go to Google Sheets and say, which version of this are we even on? So making it very easy for you. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to say this stuff, not because it's good, but you guys get it, right? I'm not going to read a PowerPoint. We're going to get to the fun stuff here. I'm going to show you guys 2 things. We're going to build a sequence for a little company called Potion. Word is their CEO has long hair and likes nice denim jackets, is in the 3rd row. And we're going to show you exactly how to get his attention when he's not paying attention. Just kidding, Andrew. But you're going to like it. And I guarantee that if you use that sequence today and send it to 1,000 people, it's going to book meetings. And then we're going to take a mirror and we're going to use a Chrome extension and show you how very quickly, whether I'm in LinkedIn or whether in email, I can actually personalize an email that isn't just assumptive personalization. It's very specific. Any questions before we roll to that? We're good? Cool. So I got to kind of technically go over there to do it. So I was wondering from a microphone standpoint. Okay. Thank you. Oh. So stop saying that. So if we hold on here. That's nice. There's gotta be.
I'm your mic stand.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I can probably figure it out. Hold on.
Probably on the other side of it too. Right.
Okay. 1 second. Are we sharing? Is this screen sharing out right now? All right. So I just need to share my screen out real quick here. I need to connect to share that screen. How do I share my screen? 20 more seconds. We'll be ready. Thank you. So I just need to have that broadcast up there.
We will go to AirMeet, and then reshare your screen to this one.
Oh, so I go to what he sent me in WhatsApp. Yeah. To this link here. Present your slides here.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're good? Cool. 9's pretty good. Seattle's a long ways away. 9 hours? Does anybody beat 9 hours? Anybody get like 15? Like a real boss or something?
Are we talking flight time or are we talking total time of travel?
Great question. Total time of travel.
Well, yours is probably 100 because you're from a small town, right? How many connections do you have?
3.
3.
14.5.
We have a winner.
Sioux Falls doesn't have a direct flight to Medellin. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
You're like 2 times
oh, weird.
They're working on it. It's
We're good.
next phase.
All right, guys.
2047.
So you can all see my screen, I believe. Not here, but remote they can. Virtually they can. All right. So, well, that's interesting. So they can't see it here, but virtually they can? Shoot.
If you guys want to log into the CloudTask YouTube channel, you can see the demo right there.
Can we get a link?
Okay. I got what you're saying. Well, we're also recording this, so we can consolidate that and we'll get it out afterwards. But yes.
Hey, Amir, if you just WhatsApp everyone the link to the YouTube thing, everyone's on WhatsApp.
There we go. Thank you, Amir. Yeah. And then, yeah, you can just...
And just don't be offended.
There you go. It's also on my LinkedIn page. So if you go to my LinkedIn at the top, it's streaming live. So you can see that there. We're going to make it work. All right, so Amir, when you log in, what you're gonna see is the first thing we're gonna do here is I'm gonna look at this from an SDR perspective. And if I'm cold emailing somebody from Outlook, my sales engagement platform, or Gmail, there's a couple of cool things here. So I wanna show you some shortcuts. I'm gonna wait about 5 more seconds to see if anybody can get logged in that wants to. All right, so I've got Amir's email here. There's a first step here that's really important to realize is it's going to validate Amir's email by looking and checking that. So when you enter the email address, it's going to verify and say that's a good email. And by the way, we're going to go look at his personality profile. And so what we would then build is we would say, okay, what are the things about Amir and what do we want to say when we cold email Amir? And so I can very easily see with the personality AI information here that Amir is the CEO of CloudTask. I can see what CloudTask does. And if I wanted to, I could go very easily look at his tweets and his LinkedIn, etc. Now, I don't personally like doing that because it seems to me that I'd rather write a personal note if I'm going to talk about somebody's content. That's just me, though. What's up, Jalen? 5 minutes? Yeah, thank you. Content in its existing form, how it's changing. So I just want to go through some Q&A right now because we got about 5 minutes left, and we will kick out a version of that to everybody. So everybody will have a nice little custom Reggie link that you can see us build out of Mirror and build out of Sequence. You'll all have that by tonight in your inbox. What questions do you guys have about content? What questions do you have around generative AI and whether or not it's a good fit for your agency? What have you thought about so far? And I'd love to hear from you guys what you've tested, if you've tested anything, and what those results have been. Because I've been using generative AI for about 6 months, and there's absolutely no way I would go back to writing stuff from hand. David, in the back row. David, how is the content team, and who's writing that content at Sales Road today? So like walk us through, like I'm a customer, I come in, I say, David, we love it. We're in. I went dark on you for 2 weeks, but we need to be live tomorrow. When can we get the content?
Yeah, so before ChatGPT, we were doing it obviously old-fashioned way, just brainstorming, thinking about different things. Now we've built a series of prompts that we go through. So we start basically with, our kickoff meeting, we get a lot of information, and then we define specific prompts to first build the value prop out and the personas. And we basically use ChatGPT to sort of brainstorm around it. Mm-hmm. So like, here are a few of the pain points that our client is telling us. Here's their product and service. What would be some ways that you would summarize this as a value prop? And then we just brainstorm with it, because what we found is with ChatGPT, the first iteration is usually not very good. Yeah. But what we've found is it's an amazing brainstorming tool. So we just brainstorm with it. We throw stuff against the wall. This sounds good, this doesn't sound good, and then we just play with it. And then we have we're trying to refine the prompts. We're still not that great at it. Yeah. But and that's sort of the structure that, like John was talking about, can we define a series of really good prompts for our content team to be able to build that playbook? So it's cumbersome, and if there's a tool that can do it more seamlessly, but that's how we're doing it.
the open rates, reply rates, like the call to vanity metrics, have those gone up or stayed the same?
So we're in our early stages. We built
Yeah,
our
yeah.
first playbook, so we don't have metrics
The
on it
data.
yet. So we're just really trying to build the process out.
Got it. Cool. Efficiency, though, one second. We'll come to you next. Efficiency, like timing-wise, are you realizing a gain, or are you just realizing, not just to minimize it, are you realizing the research is much more robust, more thorough?
The way that I've been trying to approach it with the team is to say, let's not try to gain efficiency yet. Because what I worry about is like using AI to just create a lot of stuff really fast. And I would say that we can still do it better,
Yeah.
at least the way we're doing it with ChatGPT, if we weren't using it. So actually take about the same amount of time, but use it to brainstorm. Try different things, iterate on it,
Enrich that
and
experience,
then
yeah.
what the end result is, and what we found. And again, it's early. We just rolled out our first playbook, but is the quality is better, but it hasn't sped up our speed to development.
Got it. I love that you're actually putting that as a priority number 2. I think that that's like a strong play. Really, really strong play. Sorry, next question.
Oh, I was gonna say, we have the results for it.
Love to hear it. Results. Okay, let's hear about results from somebody who's implemented writing sequences. Sequences, you're sending about 70,000 emails a month, correct?
700, I checked it this morning. We're actually sending 750,000 cold
Oh,
emails.
okay.
Yeah.
No big
And
deal.
so we have created essentially a spreadsheet
Yeah.
that takes 10 different things that we take from the customer on the onboarding call, and then it creates 6 different prompts based off of actually some of Reggie's content, Patrick William Joyce's content, Justin Michael's
PWJ.
content, Josh Braun's content, and then we run all of those through a GPT-4 prompt, and then we get like essentially 6 iterations of the email, and we pick the one that we like the best.
So you got your JMM clusters and spears over here. You got like this option over here, so it's going to look dramatically different. And now you're building things that have worked publicly, and now you can say, I'm sure that these 3 frameworks, one of these 3 is going to work well.
Yes, exactly. And so then we get these options. And then the second thing that we'll do, where we're just using that to, we took copywriting from like a 3-day, like we're kind of procrastinating a lot getting this done, to now on the onboarding call, 30 minutes after the onboarding call, the copywriting's done for a 3 to 4 email
30
sequence.
minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. That's
That's
what I tell
efficiency.
that's what I tell my team we have to get it done in.
Do you give it to the client 30 minutes? Because do they go, whoa, that's too fast?
I do it a day later because I don't want them to think that we just like pumped this through a
Yeah.
spreadsheet the way that we actually did it. And so then the second thing that we'll do is we use the generative AI to personalize the emails, where we ask all of our customers, what if you were manually researching this company or manually researching this contact, what's the thing that you would say, this is perfect? And so then some of them will say, okay, if they mention these keywords on their website, or they have recent news, whatever it might be, or the biggest one we use AI for is if they have an open job posting,
Yeah.
we'll point AI at the job description and say, what is the problem that they're trying to solve? I have a huge prompt for this. It's way more complicated than this. What's the problem they're trying to solve with this? And then we'll say, oh, you're hiring for a sales development manager, and you need them to solve problem. And then we just put in straight up what GPT-4 just says in the email. And when that's probably the most
Were
sophisticated
you running
thing.
the same volume before ChatGPT for email output?
We would still run very similar volumes
So
as
this
well.
would be good data.
Yes, and
I love
so then we'll A/B test things like when we have the generative text and when we don't have the generative text, of like actually personalizing it in the email.
Yeah.
And it's anywhere between like a 2x to like customers didn't even respond before we started doing the AI stuff. So then you can't even put an X on
Right.
that as well. So, but I would say generally the lift is between 2 and 4x when we're like personalizing the email.
On response rate.
Yeah, on the response rate, not the open rate or anything. Yeah.
So let's do metrics quick. John broke this down. So if your response rate today, let's just pick, I'm going to pick on agencies here. Let's say our response rate when we come out of the gate is 0.5%. We go, oh my God, we got to get to 3, right? We got to get to 3 to 8%. So whatever this magic number is, if you 2 or 4x that, from an SQL standpoint, I would switch to a performance model if I were you and charge more money for appointments, because that's a hell of a lift. Now, does the lift in the conversion on the response, because to me that's really, and we'll end here unless anybody has a question, does the response change to positive, or do you just get more people saying no?
Way more positive response.
That's awesome.
And so I think the best case study I have for this is Instantly.ai.
Instantly.ai.
Yeah, .ai is one of our customers. sequencing tool. Like that's all they are, is just a sales sequencing tool, right? And they don't have LinkedIn, they don't have all the other things that outreach needs.
Yeah.
We started sending a campaign where we would look at what a company does on their website, and then we'd say, hey, I have outbound ideas for you. Are you guys doing these things? And we would send 3 legitimate outbound ideas to people. That was like the times that we 3x the conversion rate, where now we also went from like half of the people, or I would guess say like 70% of the people were negative responses, but then tons of people were like, this is the greatest email I've ever received, thank you so much. Yeah, we do a lot of these things and we could use your tool to do it, and those kind of things.
Safe to say you're bought in that is going to work very well for your agency.
That is, yeah, that's like, this is the thesis of my agency. Is this
What are
is
the
way
3
to do it.
things, if you had to say to me, and we'll end with this, 3 things if someone said, hey, I was thinking about implementing this, like what were the tangible owner, like talk about like efficiency, fiscally, like how does this look and feel from the owner perspective, not the SDR?
From the owner's perspective, I mean, this is the email you want your SDRs to send anyway. And that's why we do this, is because, you know, I have customers who will say, like, my SDRs, all they do is they just see if they mention CSV imports on a website. If they mention CSV imports on a website, that's who we want to target. I'm like, okay, great. I can find you, I can score, there's, in Harmonic, there's 85,000 B2B SaaS companies in there. I could score all of them and tell you all of the ones that mention CSV imports and only target those and send them the link to say, hey, I can prove that I actually researched your website. And then generate the text of like what they're using the CSV import for. And that's essentially what the SDR wants to be sending anyway. And so not only is it a time saving, but it's like, it's the same exact thing that you want done. It's just the AI is doing it. And that's why I think John is absolutely right with, we'll go back to full cycle sales, because you know, why do you have to do this research anymore when AI and web scraping and things like that could get it done?
I'm out of time, right, Jalen? Yes. He was looking like we're really out of time. So I don't have any more questions or answers right now. Thank you guys. Sorry for the technical errors. We will get that out to you. I thought this was way more collaborative anyway. So man, thank you for jamming on it, because that's how everybody's leaning in behind you. So thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cloud Task Summit for 2023. I'm David Delaney, and I am so honored to be able to join you today. We're going to be talking about a subject that's near and dear to my heart, which is event-led growth, and how we use that at Tenbound to grow the business, and how you could potentially use it at your business to really help with sales. Again, I'm with Tenbound, and we are a research and advisory firm that focuses on go-to-market, pipeline, and revenue. So everything that you need as far as insights and intelligence to help you grow your pipeline and revenue, you can find it at tenbound.com. So we're talking event-led growth. And what does that even mean? How do you leverage it in order to grow at massive sales results at your company this year and really take it to the next level? So basically, at its most fundamental level, event-led growth refers to the strategic use of events such as conferences, trade shows, product launches to drive your business growth. And the goal is to use it as a channel to attract new customers, generate leads, and create brand awareness. So what's the difference between that and what you're already doing today? Well, we're going to go through some of the main components of it and then how you can actually use it. So number one is getting off the growth treadmill and staying motivated over the long haul. Number two is looking at the Cadence by David Sachs and how you can actually apply that to your growth business, how event-led growth actually works, and some success stories and some learnings or warnings that we have from using this at Tenbound and working on it with our customers. So let's talk about the growth treadmill. Before we go into event-led growth, how do we usually run our campaigns over the long term? As you can see, sales is all about motivation, especially with SDRs. How do you stay motivated to grow over the long term? And we're running a lot of different activities. We have the SDR outreach campaigns. We're posting content. We've got the AEs doing their own outreach. We're doing a trade show next week. Oh, by the way, there's a marketing campaign that's coming up. And meanwhile, the product team is launching new products. There's a big end of quarter push because we got to make our number. And there's a webinar coming up next week. Can the SDRs help to promote that? And don't forget, we've got to prepare for our QBRs and the SKOs. And by the way, has the SDR team been prospecting lately? There's a lot of energy going into all these different campaigns. There's a lot of people on the hook for different metrics as far as growth and development of the pipeline. But as you can see, we're kind of all rowing in a different direction. And some people are doing great and some people are struggling. Some of the campaigns are really taking off and some not so much. It just lacks an overall cohesion that you know, you could potentially leverage to use to be more streamlined. So that is where event-led growth comes in. It helps you with brand awareness, lead generation, alignment, product alignment, content production, and it focusing and leveraging the existing work that you're already doing to create momentum by focusing on a consistently rolling deadline. And so how it could potentially work is, on the one hand, you have marketing and product working together, and on the other hand, you have sales. So at all times on the calendar, there's a large event each quarter. You have a conference that you're potentially running. Now this can be a virtual conference or an in-person conference, depending on the size of your company and the budget. But there's a big event that happens each quarter. And so throughout the quarter, you're always building up throughout the year to this big event. And that's aligning the resources and the energy of folks to be working toward that big event. And from the business perspective, you're lining up the new product launches with that particular event. And so instead of coming out in drips and drabs and doing promos and product releases based on a schedule that's not necessarily in sync with the sales team, you're actually syncing it up with that conference that you're putting on each quarter. And as you're leading up to the conference, it's kind of snaps the sales team and the SDRs into an overall focus. And so you always know that everyone's sort of on the same page, running in the same direction, talking about the same thing, and keeping the momentum up toward that next conference and that next product release. And you could see how it could potentially work in that you've got a keynote event that you're scheduling each quarter, and the content that's taking place in there not only attracts a new audience and a new set of prospects for your pipeline, but it's also highlighting the work that you've been doing to develop your product and to be able to release new features, new functionality, or whole new products. And so there's an overall timeline that is contributing to the hard work that you're doing in product development, and also the hard work of prospecting that the SDRs and the AEs are doing to drive interest in the actual event. And so you've got the events 4 times per year on the calendar. And then in between those, as you're coming up with the content and the programs for the events, you're also running the usual content marketing that's taking place to support your audience and to support the new product development. So you've got webinars, blog posts, newsletters, your community posts happening, and your SDRs working on top accounts to make them aware of the new content that you're putting out there and the event that's coming up. And especially if you're doing in-person events, it's all about driving interest and attendance and meetings around these events that you're having, so that you can meet customers and prospective customers face to face and get to know them and really create those relationships that is so hard to find in our remote environment that we're having. So this really focuses and targets the entire go-to-market team on a regular cadence versus that usual type of scenario that you see out there where everyone's, created their own silos, they've got their own metrics, and they're sort of rowing in all different directions. And there's a lot of energy wasted, and there's a lot of potential momentum wasted because everyone's, working on their own thing. And especially when it comes to marketing and sales alignment, which is becoming more and more important, especially as we need greater efficiency in our marketing. Let's make sure that every ounce of energy and focus and passion is being focused toward a direction that can drive the greatest amount of pipeline and revenue. And events are the way to be able to bring everybody together to do that. And then you start over at the beginning. Now, great success stories. As you know, if you think about Apple is really the quintessential event-led marketing organization. So you can see how the entire company is based around new product releases and events that unveil those. And the late, great Steve Jobs was a master salesperson in making sure that the products were amazing and they were presented in a way that got a lot of excitement, and they were always building up toward that latest product release, and all the energy of the company could be put toward making those events amazing and really showcasing the amazing technology that they were developing and getting people excited. At the same time, building a community and building lifelong fans based on the experience that they had at those events. Tesla is another great example, and the great Elon Musk, who comes out and you probably have seen the videos and recognize the importance that they place on event-led growth in releasing their cars. And you know, the famous example of the unbreakable glass of the Tesla Cybertruck, and the hype and the discussion. We're still talking about it years later, of the fact that the glass actually did break in the demo, but he was able to play it off in a way that made it funny and endearing and a part of the Tesla lore. And you could see how, you know, the whole company is so focused on releasing new products and creating, you know, new solutions, and then building up to this. It's almost like a release at the event of showcasing the product in a way that people are super excited about, and then a long tail of building that community. Great example is Tenbound. We have embraced event-led growth over the last few years. We started the Tenbound conference that was a real focus on sales development and marketing and sales alignment back in 2017. And we continued to grow that event as a yearly cornerstone event. And then during COVID, because we couldn't run the live event, we started to organize virtual conferences each quarter, and understood how it even though we're a small team, it really helped us to focus on what is the content going to be, how do we create the content that is most beneficial to our audience, and how are we always staying motivated by pushing toward those events through the quarter. And so it's helped us to build brand awareness. We have a consistent set of leads that are coming in based on the work that we do around the events. And it helps us to create content that we can repurpose throughout the year. So we've had a tremendous amount of growth, and it keeps growing as we speak. AirMeet, the host for today's conference, and really the quintessential naming convention for event-led growth. Mark Killens at AirMeet was the first person to use this that I heard of as a way to organize, you know, his go-to-market strategy around events. And they've had tremendous growth using AirMeet as their virtual conference event platform, running events and consistently pushing toward that big quarterly or monthly or quarterly event that they're doing in order to keep that motivation and snowball rolling. And CloudTask, right? We're here today because of an event hosted on AirMeet and with Tenbound as a partner to be able to help bring you this content. They, you know, beforehand, the several hundred or thousand people who signed up for this event maybe had never even heard of CloudTask and didn't know about the exciting marketplace opportunity that they've put together. And so brand awareness, you know, has been accentuated by using this approach. They're going to get leads. They're going to get more people into the two-sided marketplace based on running this event. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see another conference next year, both in person, you know, down at their headquarters, or virtual in this way. So just amazing, you know, success stories across the board in really aligning your go-to-market team around the event-led growth strategy. Now, there's definitely some warnings. There's some things that you got to watch out for when you're putting this together. And, you know, one of the best reasons to implement an event-led growth strategy is to remain in a constant state of forward motion. If you talk to any SDRs out there or any AEs, you know, one of the things that's really tough with the job is keeping your motivation and keeping your momentum. It just seems like you're on this growth treadmill where there's all these things happening and you're expected to hit your number all the time. But after 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, however long, it's just after a while, it's very easy to burn out and lose that motivation. And so you want to keep that motivation because we're always working toward the next event. We're always trying to fill it up. We're always coming up with the content and the new ideas and the the momentum to fill up the room and get people in there and build that pipeline. But on the flip side, if you start running this a lot, it can become routine as well. And there's two things. One is no boring content is allowed. It cannot become boring. You have to keep your passion for keeping the audience engaged and keeping people excited to learn and grow and develop, based on attending your events. And if it starts to get stale, if it starts to get boring, you're going to plateau, you're going to flatline, and your team is not going to have as much fun in putting it together because it's just becoming rote and repetitious. I'll skip over to point 3 there. You have to have a vision for your event-led growth. You've got to, first of all, have a good idea about your ideal customer profile and the personas who engage and buy your product. And then you have to have a vision for what is going to be your thought leadership in helping those companies and in helping the people that you work with to achieve their goals and their objectives by using your product or service. You've got to have that vision. There's got to be something different about what you're doing to be able to keep that momentum alive and to keep it fresh and interesting. Because if not, if you just become another cookie cutter, corporate business type of media company, basically, then again, you're going to start to lose people, flatline, and this strategy is not going to work. The other thing that's very important, that's critical for event-led growth, is you have to have tight coordination. No silos, no politics, no territory, territorial aspects, especially in a remote environment. The entire go-to-market team has got to work together as a cohesive, almost like a sports team, working together to make sure that you're executing on the event-led growth strategy properly. And there's not people out kind of doing their own thing that doesn't contribute toward the success of the next event and the metrics and guidelines that you put together that you want to see fulfilled. Everyone's got to work on the same page. And at the end of the day, the goal for event-led growth is to build solid pipeline and revenue for your company. And that is the North Star that everyone needs to be working towards. And so the beautiful thing about event-led growth is that it really focuses everyone on the next thing that's coming and the next and the next. And without losing motivation, we can all focus on how do we build as much pipeline and revenue for the company by really adding value to our audience. And so it's very important that there's great communication and great execution when it comes to event-led marketing. So how do you get started if you want to pull it all together? First things first is quarterly planning. You got to look at the whole year and then break it into quarters. The human being has the ability to go really, really hard for about 90 days before the energy starts to dissipate and people start to lose interest on things. And when I say people, it's you and your team, and your go-to-market team. You got about 90 days of attention before it starts to unravel. So be sure that every quarter, by around the end of the quarter, there's that big event plan. And that's what we're going to work for toward the quarter. We have a theme. We have a vision for it. We have a thought leadership piece. We have a product that's going to be released at the same time. And we have a date down for the quarter. Next, shared success metrics. No more silos. We're going to make sure that we have a goal of filling up the room, driving X amount of pipeline, and you know, at a long tail that we have enough sales in the pipeline to be able to hit our number, because that's what we're here for. So we got to make sure that we have those shared metrics, and it's no longer MQLs and SQLs and all these different acronyms. It's pipeline and revenue. Okay, next, we have to have a sort of a general manager of the event-led growth and weekly coordination meetings. We got to make sure that everybody's on the same page about what we're doing and who's going to be doing what. So the SDRs, the AEs, the marketing folks, PR, the event team, obviously, even the product team, to understand that we're all working in the same direction. We're going to hit that date, that deadline for the event, and everything is going to be smooth and organized from a logistic perspective to be able to really execute on that. Finally, we get to the end. It's a super successful event. We learned some stuff. We made a lot of mistakes, which we always do. We blew some opportunities. What is the feedback loop? What did we learn from the event? And how can we put that into making sure that, first of all, we don't do that again on the stuff that went wrong, and that we use the stuff that went right and the learnings to make the next one even better. And then, you know, after, okay, take a weekend, you know, relax, chill for a while, take a few days, and then, okay, we're back to quarterly planning. We got another event coming up in 3 months, and this is what it's about. This is what we're going to do. Here's how everyone's going to be organized. Let's go ahead and start the process again. And it goes on and on. And the main thing is, it's keeping it fresh, keeping it fun, and keeping it, you know, forward momentum, so that you always have that something to look forward to, that deadline on the calendar that you're working toward, and everyone's on the same page. We can help with this. Tenbound has advisory services. We work with companies to implement their event-led growth strategy, and really finding your go-to-market fit for people that are struggling to get this set up. Or if you ever need any help or advice, or you'd like more information about how to set up event-led growth, just hit me up. I'm happy to jump on a call and talk you through how we use it and how some of the best companies in the world use this particular strategy. With event-led growth, really, it's if you can get this right, it's much more fun, it's much more motivating, and much more successful than that initial growth, you know, treadmill that you get on, that most of us are on most of the time, where there's a lot of different people working on different things, and you're just not leveraging and utilizing your time in the best way. So I'm a big advocate for event-led growth. I would definitely check out the Tenbound website for more information about how to implement it. Big thanks to AirMeet for hosting the event today, and a huge round of applause and you know, just support for CloudTask for putting this together and utilizing event-led growth to make it possible for us to talk today. So thank you so much. I look forward to meeting everybody, and have a great rest of the conference.
any tips for our event? If I want to do this, first he said plan 6 months ahead. Didn't listen to him. We took 90 days. But he made it really important to say, hey, look, guys, if you're going to have an event, the biggest thing that we learned was that you got to give people value, right? I think the idea of an event is not to collect what we like to call MQLs and SQLs, right? I think a lot of sales agencies here are often hired to book SQLs for their clients, right? And we always feel like we need to get this, to get a contact record in our CRM to feel like we gained something. But the one thing I learned from the event at Metadata was that by leading with information first, I personally felt trust with the brand, right? I felt comfortable with the information I got. And it gave me a space to not be a buyer, but to be somebody who wanted to consume the information. So when I look at events and I say, well, how do sales agencies leverage events? Well, I think there's a lot of ways for sales agencies to leverage events. And I think that a lot of sales agencies that are here probably have an opportunity to create events in their region, in their community, in their space to drive up new business. So I know one of the agencies that is not here is an agency called Outbound View. They happen to focus only on HR people. That's the only people they help, right? Well, if that agency did an event on how to target HR leaders, brought experts from around the world, and let people learn, they would put themselves in a great situation to drive demand through event-led growth without being salesy. So I think anybody here who's a sales agency owner, I think the idea here is to ask yourselves, can we use event-led growth? Can they be hybrid? Can they be local? Can we help people and get business? I think the answer is yes. Guys, it's going to be lunchtime, so enjoy. After lunchtime, we're going to have Catherine Caldwell talk about how to make awesome video prospecting videos that don't suck. I'm sure she made a lot of videos that don't suck to get here, so looking forward to that. Thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoy lunch, and any questions about event-led growth, happy to answer. Here.
It's 2023 and you know you need to start selling with video. You just don't know where to start. Video expert Catherine Caldwell is going to show you just how lucrative it is. 20% average reply rate tested in 15 plus industries on hundreds of SDRs with over 7 million in pipeline generated to date. You can start today. Don't get left behind. Sponsored by Vidyard.
We're good. Okay. All right, let's get this started. I wish I could say I came up with this title, but I actually owe it to the Cloud Task team. I was thinking of something like passionate and purposeful prospecting with video. But I think this actually sums it up a little bit better, because we have a lot of people out there sending videos that aren't really that great, and then they're out here claiming that video prospecting doesn't work, and that's just not the truth. All right, so I already know what everything here. I'm a founder, I own an agency, I don't do prospecting, I have a team for this, I don't have time, and most of all, I have a face for radio. I hear that one every day. People don't want to be on video, they're just not very comfortable with it. So I'm going to teach you a couple things. What I want you to walk away with today is number one, just how easy it can be to send a video to a prospect, just right in the LinkedIn DM, super easy, you can do it in 30 seconds. And if that's too much for you, you'll at least have the resources to give to your team to do this, so they'll have everything they need to get started with video prospecting at the end of this 20 minutes. By the way, JB, not to call you out, but that is a cybersecurity client that booked Spotify. So it does work in cybersecurity. I've tested this in quite a few industries now.
What touch was it though? Was it the first one?
No, she was prospecting this dude for 6 months, I think. Yeah.
So clarification on that, it's the first video to a CISO.
Oh, yeah.
Likelihood of 0.
For sure, that's not gonna work. That's why you need a strategy though. Every industry's been so different that I've worked in, so, but yeah, Jack Hedge is also in cybersecurity in Australia. We've got some ed tech people up here, and we've got the Gong.io reps, so quite a few different test subjects here. I also wanted to touch on something Steve was talking about earlier. Just that, you know, video isn't the end-all be-all, cold calling isn't the end-all be-all. There's no number one way to prospect. It's similar to what JB just said, like we have to have a strategy and just different ways to go about it and test them all. Like I'm an A/B test queen, so I've been testing this out for 3 years now, and video works really well for me. Cold call follow-ups work really well. There's just so many different angles you can take. And I would consider that if you made 5 cold calls in one day or 10 cold calls in one day and you didn't book any meetings, would you say cold calling doesn't work? Okay, so why are people sending 10 videos, not booking a meeting, and saying it doesn't work?
Victim culture. Because it's hard.
Victim culture, I like that. All right. If you don't believe me still, I asked my partners over at Vidyard for a couple stats. So their customer corporate traveler saw a 75% email response rate. That was when they were re-engaging with prospects who had ghosted them. Pretty sure we're all familiar with being ghosted by prospects right now. So take that into account, send a video to those people, and you have a 75% chance of getting a response there. The stats speak for themselves. HubSpot's booking 4x meetings with video, 120% SDR's sales quota at SalesLoft, and yeah, the results are undeniable. So if you want something like this, I'm going to give you the tools for free today. before I get into it, the question on everybody's mind is, how did this all happen for me? And it's a very interesting and kind of funny story. Actually, I kind of founded my company by client request, and I'll explain what I mean by that. I think everyone remembers what was going on 3 years ago. It was called COVID, and my prospecting changed for the worse during that time. My reply rates went down, nobody was answering the phone, and basically my CEO at the time said, figure something out, or I'm not sure what to tell you. And so I had to scramble, I was asking him for ideas, and he mentioned video prospecting. He said, you could just be sending videos to these VPs of sales that we want to work with and just see what happens. So I took that into account. I'm good at following directions, so I was on LinkedIn all day, every day, recording myself. I downloaded the free version of Vidyard. It didn't cost me any money to start this. And what ended up happening, since I was prospecting VPs of sales, they started responding and said, really cool video, don't really care what you're selling, but can you teach our team how to do this? So this, as you can see the timestamp, is over 2 years ago. This is my first client in the fleet management industry, and I coached their reps on video prospecting for the first time. And that is how the business started. It was actually a client saying, you were in the flow, you should be doing this for companies. So formed an LLC. After a couple months and recurring clients, I went ahead and quit my full-time job. And as we all know, it's not super easy, but I was one of those kids when you're 10 years old and people ask you what you want to be when you're older. I said a CEO, so. All right, so as we jump into it, I want to talk about what not to say on video. People are really, really good at this one. They basically say all the wrong things, and I'll point out the red flags that kind of happen in this video, but all of us as agency owners, business owners, you've probably actually seen a video just like this in your inbox and you deleted it. So let's take a look and get it out of the way and forget that any of this language even exists.
Hi, Michael. Hope you're having a good day. My name is Catherine
Caldwell.
Solutions, and I know you're a founder too, and you're busy, so I will try to keep this. Hi, Michael. Hope you're having a good day. My name is Catherine Caldwell. I'm the founder over here at Catch Solutions, and I know you're a founder too, and you're busy, so I will try to keep this short and to the point. I'm a video prospecting coach, so I help teams generate more revenue with video. And looking at your profile, I was just thinking that your reps could probably use a lot of help adopting in that area. So let me know if you're free tomorrow or the next day, and we can find some time to talk, and I'll just give you a quick demo. So let me know. Thank you so much for watching my video.
To finish, what did I do from the beginning? Talk about myself the whole entire time. And Michael's actually in our virtual audience, and I love myself and Michael loves himself, but he doesn't love me yet. So I can't just talk about myself this whole entire time. It's 36 seconds of just me. The second thing you probably noticed, my eyes were darting around on the screen. I was reading off of a script and not actually making eye contact with the camera, which is just kind of an issue in the virtual selling world in general. The third thing, I didn't really point out a problem that Michael's facing. I kind of just pointed out what I wanted to help him with. And my call to action was really squirmy. I asked for 15 minutes up front. I asked if he was even free tomorrow, which I'm not even free tomorrow. So those are the red flags I wanted to point out, just the begging for time, the eyes darting around, and then just being very focused on myself. Now I'm going to show you an example for Michael, and hopefully he is still with us, of what I would actually say to a prospect like Michael, and we'll see, maybe we can book a meeting.
Hi, Michael. Hope you're having a good day. My name is Catherine. Hi, Michael. Hope Hey, Michael. No idea how often you get videos like this, but I'm reaching out because I saw your post the other day about how short form content is actually the future of driving business revenue, especially in 2023. You posted the stats yourself, so I already know you're a believer, but I'm curious to hear if you are considering investing in video prospecting skills for your agency, or even investing in some kind of training to make sure that you actually do it the right way and get the results that you're looking for quicker. The reason I'm asking, you probably already know, but the reps at gong.io were trying video prospecting for years before they brought me in, and now they book 30% of their SQLs per month strictly from video. The results are undeniable if you go about it the right way from the get-go. So let me know if this sounds interesting to you at all, and we can start a low pressure conversation. Thanks. Okay. Can we go back to the slides? Hey, Michael. All right, I'm going to walk you through the 5-step framework that I've been using for the past 3 years to book meetings every single month with video. And then we are going to watch that video again so you can follow along with the framework and see exactly how I worked it. So number 1 is going to be our introduction. You can see a direct contrast between the first and second video that I created. The first one was, hi, I'm Catherine, I own Catch Consulting, I do this, I do that. The second one, I said distinctly, hey Michael, no idea how often you get videos like this. I've been saying that for 3 years. And the reason is, 99% of the time when someone responds to me, they say, hey Catherine, I never get videos like this. That communicates 2 things. Number 1, nobody's getting videos like that. Nobody's actually doing it. Everyone's talking about it, no one's actually doing it. If you think it's saturated, it's too late, you're just dead wrong. The second thing that's really interesting that's communicated there is that I already know that my prospects started typing during my introduction. All I said was, hey, no idea how often you get videos like this. They're typing, hey Catherine, I never get videos like this. Like instant gratification, okay? Always, people always say, I never get videos like this. Second piece is going to be the observation. You'll notice the difference in the observation from the first and second video as well. I think my observation in the shitty video was, I was on your LinkedIn profile. Or like, you're a CEO, something like that. That's not an observation. That doesn't show me you know me, that's not research. So in the second piece, I had looked at his content, I pulled some things that were interesting to me that tie directly into my value proposition. Number 3, problem or kind of like proposal. I led into wondering if he's looking for those kind of results for his team. I had mentioned the concept of quicker wins and how people aren't really seeing that right now, and that addresses the revenue problem, right, and the SDR quota problem. So I hit on that, and then I went straight into a case study. I wanted to prove it out with my hottest client, which is gong.io, so that is definitely a reputable case study. And then number 5 is the call to action. I'll also say with the solution, I always keep it kind of like a tease. I don't really say, these are the 3 products I offer, or the trainings I offer. I'm just trying to generate some interest here and see if this is even relevant to the person. So number 5 is a call to action. As you also saw, the distinction between the first and second video. I'm never asking somebody for 15 minutes. As a sales developer, and I don't care what you say, we're all sales developers here, I just want to know if someone's interested. I just want to know if they've even thought about it in the past couple months. A lot of times I also say, is this something you're thinking about for 2023 or for 2024? It takes the pressure off of the time frame. When SDRs are asking for 15 minutes tomorrow, you start sweating. Like, that is a big ask. So I always try to just go with, is this something you're thinking about this year? Maybe Q4, we can get something set up. We might want to start talking about it by Q3 if that's the case. So that's the route I take. I'm not begging people for time. I just want to know if it even sounds interesting to them. Let's watch it again so you can follow along with the framework here. Hey Michael, no idea how often you get videos like this, but I'm reaching out because I saw your post the other day about how short form content is actually the future of driving business revenue, especially in 2023. You posted the stats yourself, so I already know you're a believer, but I'm curious to hear if you are considering investing in video prospecting skills for your agency, or even investing in some kind of training to make sure that you actually do it the right way and get the results that you're looking for quicker. The reason I'm asking, you probably already know, but the reps at Gong.io were trying video prospecting for years before they brought me in, and now they book 30% of their SQLs per month strictly from video. The results are undeniable if you go about it the right way from the get-go. So let me know if this sounds interesting to you at all, and we can start a low-pressure conversation. Thanks.
I think it's also important to note that intro again.
Hey, Michael.
When we don't have a plan in action of what we're going to say, like even think of a demo or discovery
Hey,
call,
Michael.
we just start talking about ourselves over and over, and nobody cares about you. So nobody cares about me either. But so what I'm trying to say is I have that muscle memory now. When I actually created the shitty video, it was harder for me because I had to get out of my good practices. So I always, every single time, I know I'm going to say, hey, Steve, no idea how often you get videos like this. I coach all the reps on that as well. Or they can come up with their own hook. You just really want to be muscle memory, because if you don't know where you're going from the beginning, you're going to F up. Another fun one is like, hey, Steve, bet you didn't expect to see my face in your inbox this early. Monday morning, you know, just kind of lead into it that way. So pick your hook and stick with it. Michael is the thumbnail I created. It took me about 45 seconds in Canva. I put a picture of Michael next to me so you can see how great we look if we partnered together. And then I actually copied and pasted his logo, stole his brand colors, and made it look like internal marketing to him. Are you more likely to click on your own marketing or someone else's? Put it this way. If you're scrolling on YouTube, you're searching for something, you want to learn how to do something, and you see all these random faces and all these random people talking. Imagine if you're scrolling YouTube and you saw a video of yourself. Are you watching that? Okay. If you went on Netflix to watch a show and you saw a show about Steve Schmidt, are you watching that, or are you going to watch a random show? Okay, just say. So yeah, this takes about 45 seconds to make. I have a template, I copy it, I change the words, change the colors, and put whoever's face in, and increase the reply rate quite a bit.
How can you automate that? Because that's amazing, but I think you would say don't automate it because you need to how to do it.
I think the template's like automated as much as I can. I just copy it and put the pictures in. I don't know, probably AI can do that at some point. If this was all way too much for you and you're feeling overwhelmed and you still just can't see yourself doing this video prospecting thing, I'm going to give you a little tip as a founder. I do this all day, every day. We're all scrolling LinkedIn, right? So occasionally I see an interesting post or an interesting person, and I'm like, damn, they're in my ICP. I want to send them a video or an audio message, but I'm about to get into a Zoom call. I just screenshot that. And then later on the day, when I put my dinner in the oven and I'm sitting there doing nothing, or I go for my walk to try to relax in the evening, I pull up those screenshots and I just start sending videos off to those people. So it doesn't even take any extra time. Because it's really easy to see something interesting or see someone interesting and want to prospect them and you forget about it. So just screenshot it, do it when you have the time. That's worked super well for me. Pro tip, and super, super small, is the audio message feature that JB talked about earlier. If you're really feeling like you have a face for radio, you can stick with the audio message or do a double touch, video followed by an audio message, or an audio message followed by a video. See, love the video. Rarely get one that's personalized, okay? All right, to make this even more easy and free for you, I have partnered with Vidyard to give you your first 3 months of Vidyard Pro for free. You will scan the QR code, give this to your team as well. You can have unlimited signups. Go to the Pro option, and then you will select the monthly plan. Make sure you select monthly. You can use my code, and you get your first 3 months for free. If you took anything from this, it should be that it's very, very important to start getting comfortable on camera right now. 90% of the world's population consumes their content and prefers to consume it as video. So there's 10% of the world that are weird and they like to read things or something. But the rest of us, the other 90% of us, we are on TikTok and socials and Instagram and LinkedIn, and that's the way that we want to be talked to. So the sooner you can get comfortable with it, the better, because I promise you, we're not going backwards. Thank you.
Who here does video prospecting? Show of hands. A lot of you guys do it. How does it work out for you guys?
It's amazing.
Yeah, I think there's a constant theme of effort, right? I think a lot of people give up when they try something once or twice. And the people who win are those who try to do stuff. I think she made some great points about how when you see your faces. I saw Mike from Melkins, I was like, it's Mike, he's part of our roundtable. It got my attention, so that was something that I've learned for sure. The next person up is a good friend of mine, somebody I've learned a lot from. He's going to be talking about how to recession-proof your agency, which is something that we all want to know about. So big hands and applause, guys, for Gil Alush, CEO of Metadata. We'll get you mic'd up, don't worry.
Well, hello everyone. Catherine, it's hard to follow. That's right. Slides. Yes, sir. Slide. Is that click look? Click look? It's not click look up there. How are we going? All right, slides? I need to see them.
We got your slides.
Yeah.
Get that handsome back.
There you go. All right. So a very relevant talk, I think, for these days because we are in a recession. I gave this talk in SaaS Open in New York, where they bring about 500 founders. It's not theory. All of these things I'm talking about are things I went through and things that worked for me. Of course, not everything is relevant to you, but I think many of them are.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not complicated. There you go. Okay.
Again?
We'll click for you. What's that? Maybe you talk to the microphone, please. Closer. Yeah. Alright, so a little bit about myself.
Like that?
My name is Gil Alush. I'm originally from Israel. I'm a software engineer. I've done robotics in my first part of my life. I went to the US to start a company. I worked as a VP of marketing for about 8 years, plus my MBA. And I ended up combining my two skills, software engineering and marketing. As you can see, I'm no Don Draper, so I didn't come up with cool like slogans in the middle of the night. When I did end up in marketing, I ended up coding my marketing. Meaning I figured out a way to scientifically generate pipelines of sales. And as a marketer, I decided instead of growing to be a CMO that is technical, I'm going to make myself a commodity. Because CMOs shouldn't be worried about technical, repetitive, mundane tasks all day. And so I started Metadata. Talk a little bit about it. Did you refresh the slide before you started? By the way, did you refresh the slide?
No, I'm having what?
Refresh the slide for a second if you don't mind.
Refresh the slide.
See if you can refresh it now.
These are the ones that I have here. I'm sorry.
I sent over the last.
When did you send it over?
Visit with
Just 5 seconds ago.
What's up?
What's up? I sent you one from
Email.
Brown like 5 seconds.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. We'll skip it. I can work those then.
Where? Which? What are you?
Yeah.
I sent you a PowerPoint version or something. I don't know.
I'm having technical difficulties here. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry.
You can do it otherwise.
Which slide do you want to be
The
on?
same one you had before.
I don't know how long the economy will do well. So let's increase the goal from 5 million to 7.5. They said, okay. Next leadership offsite, 3 months later. Hey, we're doing great. Same talk. Can we go more? Okay, let's go from 7 to 10, 10.4.
Like that. Now we're kind of in a non-sexy stage right now, fixing stuff.
Go down a little bit more. Yeah, so yeah, we thought this will continue the growth, but it didn't. And so the last part here is how to be adaptable and remember the things you learned before. So for example, let's go one down. So this is the trajectory that the board and everyone was excited about. And if you go down a little bit more, you'll see what actually happened. In the reality, we got stuck. Q1 was going well, Q2 not going well, Q3 not going well. And you know, the definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing and reaching different results. Quickly, as a CEO, as a founder, we have to realize if something's not working, act fast. Don't wait. Everyone's gonna tell you to wait. You know, maybe it will change, it'll all come back. People say in 3 months, maybe. If it did happen, if it will happen, everything comes back to normal or to better, awesome. And if it doesn't, you're fucked. So don't wait, absolutely don't wait. And so once we realize the economy is going down and we're stuck, go down the slides a little bit more. Yeah, go down. So, yeah, so this happened, right? We were stuck. And if you look down, one more slide, all these shit shows happening, wars, Spotify, bank crashes, and this is the reality. These things actually happen. We had 9 million in the account one day we don't have any cash because Silicon Valley Bank crashed. And so what do you do with all this chaos? Because while all this stuff is happening and your results are going down, the number of employees we had was going up. The burn was going up because my investors are like, you have 40 million in your bank account. You should spend all of it immediately. That's the mindset. And so that is when we stopped. I hit the brakes. I said, look, I understand we have enough runway to possibly survive this, but why? Why would we spend this insane amount of money on a machine that's currently not working? So let's pause, slow down, fix some things, and then go back to it. And so board agreed, although they told me the spectrum of CEOs expect too much to CEOs don't spend enough money. I'm on the other side. But then a month later, they asked me what's my budget cuts program, so take it with a good grain of salt. So, you know, one of my favorite things is the Series B trap, because I was quoted in, I don't know if you know Dave Earhart, there's a book, it's called Founder, I forgot the name of the book, but it's a great book about founders using their founder story and, you know, kind of talking their own story online. And one of the things that I like to talk about is the Series B trap. It's basically when you raise a lot of money, they expect you to go like this, and actually something gets fucked in the middle, and you drop that. And because you know, like, you have no success, you can't actually raise more money, you totally stuck. And we didn't maybe fully fall into the trap, but we definitely stumbled upon it, and maybe sprained our ankle. So there are some things that you have to be careful just after you raise your money. First of all, if you see the machine not working, again, don't be ashamed, don't be afraid of cutting, you know? I understand CEOs get criticized by not managing it fast enough and then they are laid off. True, we make a shit ton of mistakes all the time, guaranteed. But what's worse than making a mistake is not correcting it. And so, if you are burning too much and the economy is not doing well for you and business is not growing, you have to reduce the burn. And the most important part is to reduce the people. Now, if they tell you things like, hey, wait after, I remember someone told me, it's gonna be taken really bad, it should be after Christmas, and we're talking like August. So now I have to wait 4 months to make a move that I know is right today. And guess what? If I make it in 4 months, I have to cut almost a third more of the people. So no. So I make a decision right away. It's not popular ever, although everyone always tells it was the right one historically. And you're going to cut earlier. The second one, again, same thing, negotiate slower growth. Now you don't have boards, many of you. You're entrepreneurs, your agency, you bootstrap your business. This means negotiate your goal with your own ego. You maybe want to grow 2x, calm down. Maybe this year it's not 2x, maybe it's 50%. Maybe you can optimize some of the funnel, some of the other stuff you have going in your business and use the time now. Use the time this year when everything is falling apart to fix your business, to fix things that otherwise you would wait until you grow, until you reach, do it now. And then much cheaper to improve revenue with existing customers than with new, right? There is a customer acquisition cost with every new customer, but there is no cap with existing customer. They're already your customer. Call all of them obsessively. Each and every one of your customers, call them, even if they churn, close lost, even if they told you they're not going to continue, pick up the phone and call them. Ideally, CEO to CEO, always a win because you get to the truth very quickly. I do that every time there is a shit show, market or company, I go back to customers. Another thing that is very interesting that is happening, as you grow, the number of inefficiencies in your company goes berserk, like crazy. Because you start hiring not only A players, so you start hiring B players. And the B players hire B and C players. And then they do mediocre work. And before you know it, you have many people, or you have some people, who do mediocre work and they're emotionally attached to that work. And so you can't even fix it because they feel so strongly about the work they did, even if it's mediocre. And so you have to realize this is happening when you grow for sure. Every company, it doesn't matter how obsessive about efficiency you are. And so highly recommended to bring in an external person to look at your business, also for yourself. For example, the reason Elion is here in the stage is because I need another set of eyes to look at my business and see all the mistakes I'm making unconsciously. Same way, I'm bringing a marketing consultant to look at our funnel, although we're supposed to be expert in it, because guess what? We have a lot of bottlenecks in our funnel. And so you go and bring that other person and you allow them to make some changes, no fear. And then taking advantage, so always offensive modes. You have to remember, always, when you're protecting yourself, just like with martial arts, anything else, you always want to plan the next attack as well. And so you extended your runway, that's great, check, now you have life. What do you do with that life? We actually acquired a company. We don't need too much life, right? When venture, when startup mode, there's a lot of uncertainty. You should embrace that. And so when you have too much certainty, use that cash, whatever it is, maybe some equity, to actually make some moves. M&A, new products, new experiments, perfect time to do those. You can gain market share in a recession like no other time. Because everyone stops investing, everyone stops marketing, everyone stops sales, and you're the one out there who's still showing up. And so let's see some examples actually, if you don't mind going down. So of course, Scott earlier, I think I talked about that enough. So some of the numbers, shifting the culture, optimizing the acquisition funnel significantly. First M&A for us, so we're a Series B company. I didn't think I'll make an acquisition in that stage, but I did. We were able to get a company for a fraction of the price in a different market. Started investing in CS and account management, so customer success and account management was an afterthought for Metadata, not anymore. Now it's at the forefront. I will invest so much more in renewing and expanding a customer versus expanding a new one, buying a new one. And then PLG motion. So one of the things that I always like to talk about is status quo. We're so accustomed to doing things like 1,000 other people did it, we forget to do any innovation there. One of the things that in B2B SaaS is very accepted is that you have to talk to sales and SDR for everything. You want to learn the pricing? Talk to an SDR. You want to see a demo? Talk to an SDR. And they're going to bamboozle you with bands, right? They're going to question a million questions before you even say a demo. We removed that. We said, hey, we need market share. We don't have the money to actually pay a new salesperson. We want more pipeline. All we did is remove the limitation of having to talk to sales. You want a free trial? I can get it from the website. I spent on this experiment about $7,000 for this experiment. We built this PLG in 3 months. We already generated something like $30,000. We got something like 100 trials. And in order to have a trial, you have to put your credit card. So month 2 is already cashed in. This we will never do if it wasn't for a recession, right? So you have a problem, you have a challenge, you can cry about it, or you can go and try to build something new, try to build something creative out of it. And that challenge becomes an opportunity. Cliche, but accurate. All right, next I have a few examples to show you how it actually looks like. Well, this is the first one. Again, no magic bullet. We're about to grow to 200, we're about 100 now. This is not a picture I'm happy about, right? I'd rather be 200 and be at the 50 million ARR, but we're not there. And so I have to realistically adapt the business accordingly. Next one. This is how we go through every experiment. So we run something like 50 experiments any point of time. We go through everything weekly. And what doesn't generate revenue, I don't care about all the vanity metrics in between. Impressions and clicks and CTRs and leads and MQLs, don't give a shit. Money in, money out, what is successful and what is not. Now if you're doing something that you optimize for something else than revenue, it's okay to wait. Like branding, it's cool to wait. But if you're doing lead gen, demand gen, revenue has to be there. Next one. This is the product-led growth. This is one of my favorites because it's such a small investment and the reward is so big. So you open the floodgates. Now you actually see what the market thinks of you. You either remove the floodgates and there's like nothing. You can hear there's no one cares about your product. And actually sales is the only way for people to ever care. Or you remove the floodgates and suddenly you have 100 people waiting for a trial. Super interesting, fun insights to have. Now guess what? This is going to be one of the biggest change makers for Metalit. That's going to change our business fundamentally because the CAC goes down significantly when you don't have a salesperson. And then last but not least is this optimization. So look, this is what my marketing consultant, he did how you call it, like a secret shopper. He went to the website multiple times from different IPs and exemplified how our buying experience, and we're B2B marketers supposed to be expert, how our own website, our own chatbot, own lead, all of the complexity that we've introduced doesn't actually work. There are many problems, many bottlenecks. And so he documented each and every one of them, and we slowly go about fixing them one by one. When you fix a small bottleneck in a big machine, that's like 10 million of pipeline that you don't have to pay for. You know, that's like 500 more meetings that you don't have to invest more in the top of the funnel because you just fixed the process. I think the last one is the acquisition, if I'm not mistaken. So this was one of the things I didn't even dream of doing. And we only got to do it because we bought Serve Runway, we had the cash while others didn't, we raised money so we had the equity while others didn't, and we saw an opportunity. And so this is what you do, I think, as an offensive mode when you're struggling. That's it.
And you probably got a good deal because you probably
bought
it.
Amazing deal. Amazing deal. A fair, but an amazing deal. Thank you.
Yeah? Any questions for Gil, guys?
Yep, podcast.
I do.
It's called the Truth Podcast.
Yeah. I had a podcast about category creation, and now I'm creating one about founder journey.
Guys, we have an awesome, we have an awesome roundtable starting soon, but before, I just want to recap. There was something that stood out to me in Gil's presentation, and I wonder if the sales agencies here caught it. How many sales agency owners here would consider their service as essential to the businesses you work for? Meaning, they wouldn't fire you if they didn't have to. Raise your hands. Okay. How many of you feel that a leader who has to preserve cash would cut your service? Raise your hands. Only one. Okay. I push back and say you'd be very surprised, right? I think a lot of people, I think we all know that sales development work is the lifeline for revenue, that it's essential, but sometimes our buyers don't, right? So I think an opportunity is to know the mindset of our buyers and to understand that you need to be thinking about cutting your costs fast too, because if your buyers are, you don't want to be the one waiting 4 or 5 months for a nice holiday, because I'll tell you right now, when it comes to being a leader, you have to make tough decisions, but oftentimes you have to make difficult decisions for a better, brighter future. And a lot of the things that Gil mentioned are things that you should not wait the last second, right? Don't wait till there's tough times to go apply for a Bluevine account with 9% interest in the credit line. You don't need to take the money. Have it ready. Don't wait to go to American Express and make a deal with a merchant buyback. Have all these things ready, because the more prepared you are for a rainy day, the better. One last question for the roundtable. How many of the sales agency owners here actually forecast your fiscal year in advance and upload it to your financial system? Raise your hands. How many? David Krager. You're the man.
I'm guilty. I ran a business for 16 years. I never got my forecast and budget in until maybe 2 years ago. One of the things I personally did this year was I knew it would be a slow year. So I forecasted worst case scenarios every month. In fact, I forecasted a loss in January, February. And guess what? When we were positive, we beat it by 5,000%. It felt great. But as a leader, I planned for that because I knew that it's much harder to tell your team that you forecasted $1 million and you fell short $500,000. You can create panic. It's much better to forecast $500,000 and pull in 1 million. So there was a lot to unpack with what Gil just mentioned, because Gil is one of those guys who is a San Francisco guy raising money, Series B. He is on the defense when I'm trying to raise money. He's on the offense with buying companies. But there's a lot to learn, and I think you guys should be able to put your mindset in some of your best customers, because a lot of us service high tech and software. So it's really good to know these things. So Gil, thank you for that. And then guys, I think we're having a round table in our oval table, I think. So I welcome you guys to the next roundtable event that's starting in 5-10 minutes. Thanks, guys.
All right. We're here and ready for the roundtable discussion. Roundtable discussion is called The Great Sales Agency Dilemma, Scaling Without Losing Your Soul. We're going to try to have a debate-style discussion. And the primary question is going to be, how can sales agencies pursue aggressive growth strategies without compromising the quality of service they deliver? And obviously, that's all lining up to increasing the value of their businesses while increasing value for their client base. We've got guests virtual and here in person with us. Let me get a signal from the group and see whether I should start with a virtual introduction or a live introduction.
Live introduction.
All right, great then. So I'm going to have each person introduce themselves, starting with Brian from Sales Hunters here, right?
I'm Brian Denenberg, co-founder of Sales Hunters, based out of Boston, Massachusetts.
Awesome.
Steve Schmidt, CEO of Magnetic, based out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
I'm your moderator, Tony, COO of CloudTask.
And JP Cardona, co-founder and COO of Abroad Solutions.
I'm Caleb Sin, founder at Social Bloom, and I live here in Medellin.
All right, great. Online, we have Raj Jha. Is Raj able to signal or communicate in otherwise? I also noticed that we have we will be right back on the inside of the session. All right, great. Now we've got visuals.
Yeah, because we have a delay from the stream, but we're live.
All right. So, Raj, are you able to pipe in? All right. Let's see while we get that straightened up or straightened away. How about Kevin Warner? Tell you what, while we get it taken care of with our online virtual attendees or our speakers, why don't we go ahead and get it started with, I think I got something in the chat here. Nice jacket. Thank you, Steve. I'm in the waiting room. Raj is in the waiting room. All right, Raj, we're going to get you in here soon. To kick it off, though, let's go ahead and get the answers to the questions. We'll start by going around the room and getting your response to the key question that kicks things off. And then we will go ahead and build off of those interactions and try to make this interesting, but also hopefully leaving with a couple of actionable ideas that people can leave this with. So I'm gonna set it off with just a little of the conversation starter, right? In order to have a sellable business, sales agencies must demonstrate consistent growth, but rapid scaling may result in failure to deliver quality service, leading to customer disappointment and ultimately churn. How can sales agencies pursue aggressive growth strategies without compromising the quality of service they deliver? I'll switch it and start from the left with Caleb.
Perfect. No, I love this question. And I know actually we've talked about this before, you and I, right? In my head, what it is it's like, so people, and I have this phrase, like I try to follow this, is passionate people doing proven processes and then scorecarding them based off some sort of quantifiable goal. So that way, when you grow and you scale, it's not like, hey, are we still providing high quality? Mm-hmm. No, it's like, okay, we're growing. Are we still providing one book meeting a week or whatever that goal is, right? And then scorecarding people based off that.
So that's on the incentives for your team members that are doing the delivery?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, great. How about you?
I would say I have a phrase that I would like to start with, and it's that scaling is about getting better, not just getting bigger. Mm-hmm. So you also have to keep that in mind as you grow, right? You want to be very mindful of what makes you, your brand, your soul, like the name of this roundtable. So as you grow, you need to enforce technology or to use technology and other things that can help you keep growing, get more clients, scale, but keep your soul, be you.
Awesome. So focusing on the promise and your brand and making sure that brand stays alive as you go.
Exactly.
All right. I'm going to pause 1 second because I'm looking at the screen. We got Raj coming through the live stream. We've also got Kevin, but I also see that there could be a little bit of a lag, so I want to do a check. Kevin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Raj, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so we got a lag on the live stream. But Kevin and Raj are in now. They just can't interact.
What's funny is I can hear Raj just fine with no lag.
So
same thing.
It's like a 3-second delay.
All right, so Raj and Kevin, we've got a 3-second delay, and for anybody else watching, so what I'm going to do is as we go around, I'm literally going to wait 3 seconds for the responses, so you all are in sync with us. I actually don't see them moving their heads at all. I'm going to keep on proceeding. Looks like our video is not necessarily working right now. All right, so Steve, question for you again is, so the question again is, how do you scale without losing your soul as an agency owner?
I think for me, the soul part, as an agency owner, you are there to run a profitable business. My advice would be not so much tactical, measure the bottom line, not the top line. I measure the top line, not the bottom line the first time around. We're not a SaaS company. Nobody's getting multiples of 10x anything. And I think truly understanding your operating cash and your EBITDA. If you don't know what it is, like me, when I first started, I thought I did, learn it, obsess over it, because that's how you will survive. And it's your business which you want to survive.
All right, so I got from you that part around maybe some business acumen, the financial acumen about running the business so that you can make sure it stays financially healthy.
Absolutely.
As you expand. All right, Brian.
For me, I think there's 3 things. I think with the given changes in technology, it's still unproven, or there's some more opportunities for it, I should say. One is your ideal customer, making sure that the kind of clients you're working with are the right clients. If you're going to spend, I was sitting with someone at lunch today, you spend almost all your time on bad customers, and you shouldn't keep those. So that's the first. The second is the biggest obstacle we had to scaling or to growing was the creative process, the writing of the emails, the writing of the scripts, whatever it is that you deliver.
No, I got kids have been responding, and then I'm just trying to give them.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. And I think that as we were talking about earlier today with Steve's presentation, that AI is a big opportunity to leverage. If you think about the hardest part of scaling is I believe is the creative process.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third is just making sure you run a really smooth operation. That part has never changed. It's always been true as having really strong operating principles.
All right, so we got some of the classic answers. These are the ones that we all know day to day, right? We think about our brand, maintaining that, sticking to a customer promise, delivering on that, making sure we take a look at the financials and keep that top of mind, having some systems and processes. I think I'm seeing some movement from Kevin and Raj really quick. I just want to confirm that they can hear me. Yes?
Yes, can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, so now let's get to the dilemma part. It's one thing to know what you need to do. It's another thing to do it. So what do? You got a client, looks like a whale. Company's got a bunch of money. Does it fit your brand promise? How do you, Caleb, say no to potentially bad revenue?
Well, I think that starts at your top of funnel, though. Like, where did this person even come from, right? Like, if we're doing our targeting correctly, we shouldn't have got something like that in the first place. And if we did, I don't think that's really like some weird process. Just kind of, hey, we're not a good fit. However, here's some other options for you, and that's why we have networks, right? For that exact reason. Hopefully, you can get some rev share out of it or something. I don't know, but that's what I would do. Yeah.
What do you think about that, Steve?
One big client, I'll tell a story. We signed a client in Florida. The 4th month we were an agency. They came inbound on LinkedIn after some content. They wanted more reps than we had. So we said, yes, we'll go hire them. You've never done that yet? Nobody's ever done that.
Of course you did.
So we had to go hire 8 more reps in 1 week. And that was the beginning of, call it, looser hiring practices.
Yeah.
Taking very inexperienced people, still paying them market rates. because during 2020, people were getting money left and right. So you're paying entry-level SDRs and agencies, at least we were, salaries of $70,000 in America. Looking back, that kind of loops back to the first one, which is we over-indexed on talent at first, and then we under-indexed. So we hired too much, too high, and then too low. Big gap between leadership and the execution.
All right, so then how about your response, JP? Have you had a situation recently where you had to say no to bad revenue, and what did you do to stay true to your revenue?
Yes, yeah, we've had that situation, and I agree with Caleb. Like, it doesn't have to be something weird or complex. If there's not a fee, there's not a fee. Even the other person will appreciate that you're being honest and telling them, hey, I'm not the best agency to help you. Let me connect you with someone that actually can help you. So it shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, I think that's my take.
So what about if you're starving and hungry? You got employees to feed. What would be the negative consequences taking on that bad revenue?
I heard my company's name. I'm gonna end up having a mad client, having bad meetings every week with that client. So I'm gonna end up stressed, probably losing more money to get from the deal because I have to invest more probably in leads, technology, and some other ways to try to find a way to make it work. Yeah, I just don't think it makes sense for me or for anyone. It's just a waste of time and money for everyone.
All right.
I don't know. If you're starving and you're not making rent, you may not know who your ideal customer is. And so figuring it out might be your path to that customer. And what I do different than what Steve did, and I've been in Steve's shoes and I've made the same mistake Steve's made. So I'm not pointing my finger at him like I'm gonna be better. I'm not like I'm gonna be better. But I might set expectations. You need 8 reps. We're not gonna do it the week. We have too much demand right now. We're really growing, and that's going to take 2 months to give you the standards we need.
Yeah, so there's always the option to adapt to what the client needs, and we can also analyze that. Am I able to get to what they want? Am I able to adjust my strategy? But that's also like talking about is compromising yourself.
Yeah. But we all know $100,000 the same month for 20 reps. Versus not,
I still has a price.
It can save your life, and you can do the a survival thing, and it's just take the money because I need to eat, and then let's see what happens.
Yeah, that doesn't always work out, obviously, and I think that's the trick. And it never works. It almost never works out all the time.
So I've got a question then. We talked a lot, there's been several presentations, and actually, the stream is not working. Our virtual guests cannot participate, and you cannot hear them. They take about 3 minutes. So let's see, be transparent and suggest someone else. So Denise online says to recommend someone else. So,
but you can also be transparent without having the need to suggest someone else. I can be transparent, tell you I haven't done this before. I'm willing to try it. This is what I have to try it, and we'll learn together. If I don't get the number of meetings or results that we get, at least we will both learn if this works or not.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I'm interested to see here Brian and Steve's input on that. I think Brian probably had maybe the longest run of running an agency in the space. I'm probably guessing.
No, I don't know about that, but
how long has it?
4 years.
I think that's the longest run.
Kevin online with the lead,
Oh, well, Kevin,
around 5 or 6.
Only because I don't have the audio.
That's right.
But so I want to get Kevin in. I know he has an opinion.
I'm going to tell a story for Kevin. It's okay.
So this is what I want to ask. I want to ask, how well has it gone when you set expectations with the client that this is your first time doing something, and then you all will go together and learn together? You're telling me that in 2 months they haven't had an issue?
I kept my soul.
But in 3 months, are you telling me that they're not like at some point getting antsy? Have you not seen them get antsy? Have they ever still like ended up breaking their contract and maybe saying, hey, I will leave you a bad review, whatever.
Holding payment.
No,
Holding payments.
I haven't had any of that.
So Kevin's gonna thumb up.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that, but I think it's about being clear about it. And clear communication. We have a client meeting every week, so you'll know before a couple of months if there's a problem.
Okay.
How do we put a spin on it though?
Don't turn Kevin's audio. It's better off. Kevin and Steve Burton over there on the other side of the pond. All right. We got Kevin's going to send some sign language through. So setting expectations, cool. And I want to kind of touch on some of these things like in a real transparent way, because I know that I've seen, we all practice some of these things at some point, but there's a combination of whether you're doing what you need to do to not lose your soul. And then sometimes when the client might be pushing you to give your soul away. So that conflict happens, right? And so I see different things come out. So I'm really curious to see, Caleb, have you run into that?
Yeah, but I think that allows you to charge more too. Like, if this isn't what we do, and internally, like, I don't want to, you can't scale that way anyways, doing different stuff all the time. But they want you to, and they're pushing you to do that, you can charge more for a more customized package at that point. And like what you said too, I mean, you have to handle it. If you don't do this all the time, you can do this. It's going to be harder because it's not our traditional process, so we're going to have to charge.
Yeah.
So, and they're already pushing hard for it, so it makes sense.
I think another way to look at it too is the opposite of that, which is not the ideal for anybody, which is, you know what, we're not equipped for this. This is what we can do. Now the value, what they're paying for is significantly less. Are they going to expect less?
Yeah.
So Kevin, I'm about to tie you in here. I'm going to give these guys, you know what, we're going to get creative here because I'm not about failing on the audio and these technology things. I'm calling Raj and Kevin through WhatsApp. We're going to see if we can get them on speakerphone, get them part of this conversation. Kevin, yours? Okay, Kevin's there. Raj, pick up and get a chance. Oh, there we go. All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Kevin, go ahead and chime in about these clients and trying to get them to go on that journey of collaboration with you. What's been your experience there? Do they always keep their promise?
Yeah, I'll take my 2 minutes, but I'll back up a bit more to your first question, which is just on scaling in general. I think the two probably most important items, and then Raj, you can cut it, is one, understanding your DNA as an agency. So I think it's really important early on to discover what you want to be or who you want to service or the type of service you want to provide. So anytime you're growing, you kind of have to understand the DNA of your company. That's kind of core. And then the second point of that is you have to productize it as much as possible, because if you don't productize or have product in mind, then you're not going to be able to scale. And I think from 2015, when we got started very early on,
there it is.
Tomorrow, how are you going to service them? You're not going to get investment if the investor wants to scale exponentially fast. It's very hard for you to get an acquisition if you can't exit that, because if you're getting acquired by a PE or anyone, they obviously want to grow what they're buying. And if I bring you 50 tomorrow, how do you service them? The answer is you can't, because you're so people bound. And the unfortunate side of the people bound also is the deficiency in your business, because people are inconsistent. People might interview really well, but your duty is service to a customer, so you need to make sure they're better than what they can hire on the open market. So it's very hard. The productization kind of answers that. And then the second question you were asking, 2 weeks into a service, your customers are going to go offline and expect different results. If you're true to your DNA, then that's not a problem. You just stand on your laurels of what you're delivering and what you're supposed to deliver and what you were contracted to deliver. Unfortunate side of what we're in versus marketing, in sales, it's a lot of activity now. What are the results today? Even though you were very clear on what we were buying, as soon as we have a kickoff call, we want a completely different objection. And that's because the service we're providing is still falling under sales teams. And because of that, those salespeople, your VP of sales could be out in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months. The turnover is so high, both by not being productive, not producing, but then on the latter side, you're moving on to your next opportunity and you're chasing the next shiny object, both as employees as well. So there's so much inconsistency in the sales role that you're expected to deliver more than what you were contracted to do. So long as you can in your kind of DNA of what you deliver, then you'll lose clients quick, but it's a high churn industry. I've spoken to many PEs who say we understand it's a high churn industry. What's going to matter most is consistent revenue and booked revenue versus the churn. So if you're signing 3, are you signing 5? And again, you can turn a client because they can't close a deal. That's not a contingent on your service or lack of service. That's their inability to close. They might not have product market fit. Does that mean you didn't do good service? No. So there's so many reasons you can get hung up on churn. You can't. You got to focus on your product, your DNA, delivering to that, and if you can do that well, then you'll have a consistent pipeline and book revenue. Sorry, that went a little long, but I'll let you jump in.
Got a lot of good comments on that one from Kevin. Raj, this is Raj is a specialist on that acquisition side, also a previous agency owner. What are your thoughts? What are some of your responses as you listen to Kevin? What Kevin had to share?
Yeah, so I'm going to echo a lot of what Kevin said. I think that's very thoughtful in terms of the DNA of the agency. I always like to say you begin with the end in mind. When you're starting the agency, and every year you need to be asking yourself, what am I really doing with this vehicle? Because ultimately, as the owner of the agency, it's just a vehicle from helping you get from here to there financially, right? It may be rewarding in one way, but most agency owners want out at some point. And so if you're asking yourself, what is that end that I'm working towards? And then, as Kevin says, what's the DNA? Like, what is the kind of organization that I am trying to build? And what are the kinds of clients that I need to have in order to build that organization? And you take those things and you triangulate it with, well, how much can I charge? What are the services I'm going to provide? What's the market I'm going to attack? And all of those things go into the calculus. What I see very often kind of being focused on the getting folks ready for acquisition side is most agency owners, if you ask them, when do you want to exit? Usually they say 3 to 5 years. And then they do nothing. And I talk to them in a year and I say, when do you want to exit? In 3 to 5 years. So Tony, you and I talked about this a while back, but it's always because that's far enough away that it seems realistic, but it's close enough that it seems like, oh, I don't have to do anything about it. So there's lack of urgency. They're not really planning for beginning with the end in mind and planning what are the pieces that I need to do and where do I want to go? And I think that's also consistent with the question of how do you not lose your soul? Because if you really know what you're in it for and what it needs to be, then that's your North Star.
We lost a little bit of audio on that one. I'm opening this up right now, but Raj was basically saying that you need to focus on the same pieces that we talked about. What is it that you deliver? What is it you could deliver well? And making sure that you have systems and processes that back that up and make you able to deliver consistently over and over again. To summarize what he said. I don't know how this is going to help.
He ended our conversation.
All right, Kevin and Raj, we just sent you a link to hopefully get you all directly involved in the conversation. And how are we looking on time? It's 2:28. We have 7 minutes?
Yes.
All right, great. So let's continue. One of the things here, and I'm going to just translate when these guys come through the audio then. When one of the things here that was also brought up, Raj, was related to what investors are looking for. So Kevin touched on what investors are looking for from the standpoint of churn and consistency in revenue. Before we get to that one, because I'd love for you to talk to that if we could get your audio working. Before we get to that one, I have a question that touches on another thing Kevin mentioned, productized offerings. How many of you guys just go around the horn and say, you guys service business? Are you all currently selling a productized version of your service, or are you more custom one-on-one proposals for each different client that comes through? Start with Brian.
We're productized, but not to the level that I'd like it. Like you couldn't go online and order it, but we're productized. We have 2 products.
All right, productized, just no checkout, no e-commerce.
There's no e-commerce. It's we send you a proposal, but it's always 1 or 2 proposals.
All right. How about Steve? Did you all ever have productized?
We didn't. I do now. And I am implementing a checkout part with terms and conditions. So if somebody wanted to purchase it, great. If not, now I have a contract repository online.
All right. And JP?
We don't currently do it, but it's something we're definitely looking at. So custom at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do. We have one that is more of a service, not so much productized, and then one where it can be bought straight through the website. And like that's what Kevin was talking about earlier too. Like if you didn't get 100 new clients tomorrow, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Well, then our goal is, hey, we would be able to with this easy automated one entry level offer, and then lead us to that bigger.
All right, cool. So now let's build off of that. We've been talking about tech, and there's a lot of conversation about AI and how that affects service delivery, but then not so much about this piece about how we deliver products, right? When productization. So since we know we're at different levels with that, let's talk about what's the biggest challenge of going from the traditional service model to the productized, you can check out online with something that I offer model of 2023, modern society with products and so forth.
I would say anytime you have a one-off or a professional services engagement, if you have fixed pricing, you either need to say, no, that's not what we do, or now we actually have to have a process. Because I think the thing we haven't talked about in this is it's your employees and your staff and your execution that will be confused before the customer is. And then the customers can
that's really helped. But I don't think we're done figuring that out. I think it's an evolution. We would like to scale as much as possible. We're not looking for investors. We're not looking to sell. This is something I'm hoping to be doing in 10 years. It's more of a lifestyle. But I definitely want to make it as efficient as possible and as big as possible. For sure.
One thing interesting as well, at least what we had trouble with when it came to productizing things is and Steve, I can imagine when you were talking earlier about how that company came in about reps, you can figure it out. You have the experience, you have the knowledge to do that, but is that scalable? And then because if you want to get to a bigger goal, you can do this work, but is it documented? That's what I know. So it's hard because I know I can do this, but can my grandma come in and do this? No, because it's not simplified enough to do that. So we had to document everything that we did on a daily basis, and now productize that. But then it's okay, nobody cares that I picked up the phone today. They care that they got a phone meeting. So how do you productize that? And that's the really hard part, I think. That's right.
All right, let's see if we can hear Raj now. Raj.
Can you guys hear me now?
Talk about productized offers, with scaling with productized offers, and how to kind of create these productized offers.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? No. Okay. It sounds like you can only hear me through the phone.
Only hear you through the phone. So, was that working? All right, let's go. Yep. Productized offers.
Yeah.
Go
So the question was about productized offerings.
About some ways to start executing on that idea of creating productized offerings. Get started. If you're starting for customized services, how do you make that transition?
Well, it starts with looking at the commonalities of what you're delivering, in my view, for your best clients. So you want to look at what are your most desirable clients that you want more of, not necessarily the work that you're doing most of, because that might not be your ideal client. So if you want to build efficiencies, build margins, and allow yourself to get more of those clients that you want, start there. And as much as possible, try to either create systems and processes, or even just create what looks like a system and process, fake until you make it, for that market, to say, we have a solution for this particular kind of client. And then you say that, you figure out what is your ideal client profile, and you ask for them, what would be your dream outcome? And then you think to yourself, how do I need to, we call it front stage and backstage deliver it? What does the client need to see for that perfect experience? What do they need to experience so that I can lower their churn, so I can increase their satisfaction? And then what do I need to do backstage to make that happen? And those are the things that you tackle first. That's how I like to think about it, because if you just look at the every client and everything that you're doing, it may not be the most efficient thing for where you want the organization to go.
I'm going to go ahead and take that answer. Thanks a lot for that, Raj. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this conversation with a summary, combining what we heard here live with what Raj shared via the phone around the productization and scaling. And what I heard was, at the beginning, we started off with, what do you stand for as a brand? What are you able to deliver regularly, consistently, well? Understanding your financials, and making sure you have processes and systems in place that can deliver on those on a regular basis. As we come around the corner, everyone agreed that you can't really scale without productization at this point. And what Raj shared as a way to get there is to focus on, and it probably means doing a deal analysis. Look at your last 6 months, look at your last 12 months, see which of your clients were most profitable for you, where you were able to knock it out of the park for, and then start building a process around that client and get intentional about trying to get more of that same type of client. Doesn't mean you have to stop your day-to-day while you kind of figure it out, but it's a good place to start, to really start identifying your ICP, because who you want, you can serve really well, sometimes may be very different things. Hey, thanks guys for your attention, for tuning in and bearing with us through these technical difficulties. But I hope you got some great value out of it. And I want to thank our roundtable participants for their participation. And be great. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao.
right, we gotta shut up if we want to do this. Sorry.
Yeah, camera's still kind of far away, but all right, work with that.
So that's the camera?
This is the camera, so you guys are good.
That's the internet?
That's the camera.
On the water.
Oh, he says we're rolling.
All right,
That's
we're rolling. All right, guys. So this conversation.
Nobody's keeping it quiet.
Okay. All right. So this conversation, roundtable number 2. Welcome everybody to the dehumanization of sales. Is replacing humans with technology a bad move? We've got our guest today. I'm going to start out with everybody introducing themselves, starting from the left with David Krieger.
Hi, I'm David Krieger. I'm president of Sales Roads. We're a
Hey everyone, my name is Eric Nowakowski. I am the owner of Growth Engine X. We are an outbound cold email company, and then I run growth at clay.com.
You guys, my name is Andrew Bowes. I founded a sales agency called Darwinian Ventures. We get B2B SaaS companies to their first $1 million in ARR. We spun out Potion, which is an AI video generating company, which allows you to personalize videos to thousands of people without having to reshoot the video.
My name is Daniel Wax. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of Self Disrupt. We're a modern day demand generation SaaS platform that creates you at scale. We take your voice, your brand, your messaging, and make it personal, and then automate your outreach to just your target audience, multi-channel campaigns while collecting their data.
Hi, my name is Guy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tigo. We're a revenue AI platform. We focus on leveraging both predictive and generative AI to help you detect buying intent, sales-ready ops, and warm inflows.
Awesome. So we're going to go ahead and get this thing started. I'm going to make this statement. I'm going to ask one of these questions. I'm going to go around the horn and let everyone share their response. Each person share their response, and then build off of those responses to try to make a interesting conversation that ideally will leave folks with a couple takeaways and things that they can put into action as they seek to navigate these waters. So sales agencies must keep up with advances in technology in order to survive in today's increasingly competitive and changing market. But question number 1, are sales agencies relying too heavily on technology at the expense of human interaction and empathy? And 2, because I think we can handle both at the same time, does tech replacing humans in sales threaten human connection and job security? Now let's start from my right with Guy.
Yes, so certainly the technologies, the basic automation technology that have a one-size-fits-all approach, have an element of alienation, right, for people using them. And in fact, you can recognize those automated templates very quickly. What AI brings to the table is something different. It's a notion of personalization at scale. We call it digital empathy. And it's the ability to leverage data, what you've learned about the client, the potential problems that they have by just reading their site, looking out, researching them at scale, and then playing that back in your email intro to grab their attention. That, I think, is a game changer that we need to pay attention to.
So is it a threat to job security for those reps?
I think it's with AI can be obviously perceived as a threat. In my view, it's an opportunity if you embrace it as part of your workflows. For example, if you treat it as a copilot and outsource some of the lower value tasks in your workflow, focus on the higher value, higher impact action, then that actually becomes an opportunity for your agent to differentiate.
And then last, just to make sure it hits home, do you feel like agencies use too much technology already, or that they're slow to adopt some of the new technologies coming up?
I mean, in my experience, we sell to agencies, we sell to B2B and business services. We see a pretty rich stack being used in sales agencies. I don't think they're using too much technology. I think transformation, and I think they have to, as part of their business model, they need to deliver efficiency, they need to deliver throughput. It's a core business for them. So investment technology makes a lot of sense. I think the inflection point we've reached is that technology stack is being rewritten by AI as we speak. And really what's happening is an effort of, with consultants called sales transformation, is how do you evolve your stack into a more modern stack and take advantage of these breakthroughs.
Awesome. So then, Daniel.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be the guy here a little bit in just a second, but my belief is a little different on this topic, where I think as a whole, we're not over reliant on technology today in the agency or in the sales world. What I do believe is that the majority of agencies, the majority of sales leaders are getting shiny object syndrome with all of the different tools that are out there now for every piece of AI. And there are two things that need to be put in place for every single company using all of these tools to use it effectively. I believe companies are getting it without having a process in place manually that they can then automate that process. What I mean by this is you need two things, and a third one I'll go over, to make sure that you're leveraging AI tools and automation correctly. You need, like I said, you need personalization at scale. The second thing is you need relevance at scale, which is again where his intent data comes into play. So you need personalization and relevance. What does this mean? Well, in marketing, you have know, like, and trust. In sales, you need to make sure that there's a decision-making power, that there's fit, and the time is right at that point in time. If you aren't already manual, people say, this person is interested in what I'm offering, and I have a message that works manually, you should never go ahead and use AI to do that, unless it's for something that's building some AI copywriting for you that you're not good at. Like Eric over here, he'll talk about that. So I don't believe that there is an over-reliance. I believe there is shiny object syndrome without enough process behind the AI to start today. So where that relates to are we becoming reliant? Is it something that's going to get the out of the job and your job security? I think the jobs that are in sales today are going to be a lot different than the jobs that we see in sales in 3 years. What I mean by that is instead of you're going to have a typical person that goes through cadences right now, send email, LinkedIn message, make call. I think that's going to shift, and you're going to see that the best of the best sales organizations instead are amazing implementers and amazing sales trainers, where the aspect of the sale that cannot ever be changed is questioning, having empathy, identifying pain, and creating creative, real solutions, leveraging your current offerings. That's something that AI isn't going to replace in the near future, and the best salespeople are going to be the ones who know how to do that.
All right, Andrew.
Yeah, so I'd actually push back on the question a little bit. At the end of the day, sales is the most transparent discipline in the world. Is it working or is it not?
You can't push back on the question.
No.
Give your opinion.
The question is there too much? Like, are people over reliant? Yeah. I mean, look, people buy from people. The humans are still making the decisions at the end of the day, especially for higher dollar. Like, the higher the dollar amount, the more human decision is. AI can spit out anything, but you see someone that you trust with instincts who's going to validate whether it's right or not and put it into play. So I think that, okay, I was thinking, like, people freak out about all these stuff, all this stuff. This is kind of a silly comparison. Did you guys ever see the movie The Last Samurai?
Yes.
It's kind of like Tom Cruise goes and becomes a samurai, all this stuff, right? And at the end of the movie, they have the best samurais in the world charging, and they bought like one Gatling gun, and it just like kills all. It's very sad, obviously terrible. So guns change the pace of warfare. There's still tons of soldiers out there. They're just trained differently. They're using different tools, and like you got to adapt to that. So I don't like to think of this as like right or wrong. Is it good or bad? Like, are people eating too much, too little? It's happening, and you got to adapt to the new playing field and use these tools. But at the end of the day, our team is going to make a decision based on what they're putting in front of them. And if they are, then cool, go for it. And if they're not, go back to the drawing board and do it all over again. But I think sales is so beautifully transparent that, like, I don't know. I don't think about whether it's too much or too little. I think if something's working, it works, and if it's not, it doesn't.
All I heard is samurais getting shot with Gatling.
Right?
That is not job security. Those guys are not safe.
But there's soldiers. There's more soldiers than ever. Right? They're just using different guns. They're not
If you don't get the new guns, you will die.
We'll end up like Tom Cruise.
Yeah. The real Tom Cruise or the? All right, Eric.
And so definitely at my position at Clay, I can 100% tell you leveraging sales technology. Actually, I would even ask, maybe not people in this room because people are highly committed in this room, but in the whole sales agency world, how many of them even know how to hook up an API and integrate something, well, or how to use a webhook? They just things as much as they can. And so when it comes to dehumanizing sales, though, I think a lot of times we see all the new technology coming out and we're like, wow, the technological evolution is crazy. The dehumanization of sales happened when email verification got so cheap that you could just guess emails, and LinkedIn became so prolific that the data was actually good. Then that's when the dehumanization actually happened, where now I can just guess, like Gil at Metadata has the easiest email in the world to guess, and I think we could all think of what it is right now. And now I can just put that on a sequencer and just keep ripping off emails. That was the dehumanization of sales. Now what we're able to do with all of the web scraping and AI and all of these things, it's really, who cares if it gets dehumanized? Because if we can use outbound tactics to target people as high accuracy as high intent ads, then who cares where the message came from? If you're sending something that is relevant to what's going on in their business, it actually solves a problem that you detected, like, hey, I think you got a problem going on. I don't care where that email came from, and prospects don't care about where that email came from because it's relevant and it's at the right time.
Yeah, so I do think that agencies and companies have become way over reliant on tech, and something we've worked really hard is to keep our tech stack really lean. And I think with AI, we're going to see that explode. There's going to be more incentives for people to just say, okay, got this problem, I'm going to throw AI, I'm going to throw this ad out of it, and that is going to make the problem, I think, exponentially worse. And so I think there's two competing things here. I think all of our agencies, companies have to move really fast with AI, but they have to also move with AI. So they have to really think about what are their problems, what are the things they're going to attack, and then figure out how they're going to implement that throughout the organization. Are they going to have a test lab? That's one of the things I'm thinking about at Sales Road. Like, do we test a few things before we throw it at everybody? Because what we found is you can kill productivity with technology if you're just throwing it at the problem. If you do it right and you really think about what's really necessary and what's really going to solve the problems that we have and is going to make the experience better both for the sales reps as well as the prospects that people are engaged with, that's where the message is.
So I hear basically a lot of positives coming off of this technology piece, but the big thing, a couple words that I heard a lot of was process. And I heard a lot of not throwing technology at the problem. And then I also heard about making sure that your messages are relevant. These are three things that I typically see are hard to find in a sales organization. So let's start with process. How do you start creating real sales processes? Everybody talks about it. Not a lot of people really have it. So what's going on there? In order for us to embrace the technology, we have to have a clear process to really be able to get the most out of it. So what do we do about process from the standpoint of making sure that people are getting on the call and identifying the problem and pushing forward with a relevant answer, even when their manager is like, well, keep hunting that person down, even though you don't have a relevant problem to solve?
I mean, it's hard. Just to build on what you said. So all we've been discussing here this morning is clever ways, smart ways to grab it. The attention economy. It is almost certain that AI will do a very, very good job in the near future at grabbing people's attention because it's relevant, it will be trusted, it will be personalized in a way that it won't make any sense to do it manually because AI will do it well, better, much faster. So grabbing attention is going to be fully limited. To your point about process, and we've been talking about going back to a full cycle sales right now. It's like going back in time when sellers had to actually sell. They actually had to show business acumen, almost like a strategic consultant. So they had to follow a process like or solution selling, or connector selling, things that you find actually still today in business services. And you had to creatively think about to solve a I mean, if you're in sales, it's because you're selling a complex solution. Otherwise, someone would buy it on your website. And so you need to come up with a creative solution. So I think by, quote, outsourcing, grabbing attention to your co-pilot that you can actually trust, I think you'll be the people who will rise to the challenge of thinking strategically and follow a good sales process to become a trusted advisor to the client. I think that's where we're heading.
Mm.
So what does that mean for sales agencies? In my view, it will be all about training, upgrading skill set, especially around soft skills, the ability to creatively discover some of the pain point that you can address with a solution and coming up with a creative solution.
Anybody have a response to that? Any other?
Okay, so I definitely, one thought that keeps coming to mind here is that you guys have worked with sales guys. The best sales folks that are sales people, the best sales people I've ever worked with are phenomenally good at sort of the emotional jujitsu where it's like trust and confidence and like building a rapport and like making things happen, going through objections, audience management, right? So like, who are you speaking to? What are their concerns? How to position this in the right way, frame it in the right way. Best people are phenomenal at that. Try to get them to write a paragraph or put together a spreadsheet. Like it's a joke. Like they'll procrastinate. Oh, this came up. Like blah blah blah. I was sick. It'll take forever, man. And this has been the case in every sales organization I've ever been in. And I've come to this conclusion that it's kind of a weird way of framing it, but it's almost like there's like different species of people out there, and some of them are really good at that whole emotional personal problem solving, interpersonal problem solving, making things happen amongst people that maybe aren't necessarily wanting it to happen. That's a really profound skill set. They're brutal at all the other things that go into it. I think AI and all the tools really just the stuff that they're terrible at anyways, suck at, procrastinate forever. It's like wonderful that these tools exist. It allows folks to do what they're actually really good at and what they're trained at and play to their strength. There's another expression like everyone's trying to like measure what type of fish they are, but if you judge a fish by its ability to kind of create, you'll always think that it's like something like that. That is how I feel with sales, and we're trying to push salespeople into doing things that people that they're not good at. And AI is a wonderful way to get around that, and I'm all for it.
So from Guy's side, we're talking about being able to develop some new skill sets that would allow you to operate at another level as a salesperson. And then Andrew, what you're introducing is this option of, kind of like what John was talking about earlier, like building this ecosystem around them that allows them to focus on this thing, not necessarily, and using maybe tools to fill in the gaps.
They've been cyborgs for a long time. The Iron Man suit is, I use that analogy all the time, especially in prospecting, because it's really high volume. And you're trying to humans can't do that. So, again, you can't go back to trying to be a good swordsman, back to the samurai analogy. The world has these tools now. You got to use them and play to your strengths. Otherwise, I think you're going to be a disadvantage.
Yeah, and actually, do something out here. Actually, put it on the camera.
Yeah.
Put it up there. Yeah. So what we have up is kind of the sales process pre-AI and pre-technology. So this is what everyone talks about. You guys all probably know the top triangle and the bottom triangle from marketing. You used to go out to a large set of partners, build know, like, and trust. And once you got that, they were a marketing qualified lead. From there, if you identified the same people with decision-making power, that they had the problem now, and they were the right fit, the right audience that you know you have success with, that's an SQL, that's a sales qualified lead, workout pricing. At the bottom, that's going to stay the exact same. This is evangelist, this is post-sale. We're not going to go into this right now. The difference with AI and technology is you can redesign the framework here with what we have. Where normally you used to go out to a large set of people and say, let's see which ones like us first, and then let's identify ICP. Instead, with tools like metadata, with tools like Clay, with tools like Self-Disrupt, you're able to go out and identify decision-making power, timing, and fit before you even get into talking to them. And now, second thing you're able to do, and going back to personalization of scale and setting up your process and redesigning it, is first you need to be able to identify your potential buyers. AI allows us to do that first in your process now. Don't put your marketing first. Going back to full cycle sales. The second thing is after you've got your list in there, well, yeah, you can reach it right away, or you can use something like Clay or Reggie or something there that's able to scan all of those people and not only make it relevant at scale to them, but personalize your messaging to them to allow you to build know, like, and trust second. So I feel like with sales structure, sales process today, I think the biggest change is going to be the order that we do that in. And be able to set the process for it.
I like the way you set that up, and I think that process is good. I just want to talk about one of the pitfalls too. I think for sales leaders, for agencies, about thinking about process and thinking about the technical AI. And I think everybody, it's human nature, sales organizations, humanity, we want an easy button. We would love to press a button. The process works, and all of a sudden meetings just keep on turning out, right? But at the end of the day, it's never going to be that easy. And at the end of the day, it's not going to be my personal opinion. We're in the fog of AI, so maybe we'll have to very soon. It's not going to be all powered by AI. So I think another pitfall, sales leaders, as this is the buzzword, and what are the tools that I need? What do I need? What's the right tech stack to get the rep? And you talked about training, that's really important. But as we think about figuring out what the right tools are, we have to remember what are the important aspects of the sales cycle that the reps can uniquely do. They can do, I like the term digital empathy or whatever, but reps can, this way up, they can really build relationships in a way AI never can. And that's, and we've got to make sure that we're leaning into those characteristics of the human aspect. As we're rushing to figure out the right sales tool, let's not leave the into the time, because otherwise there is no silver bullet. We've all tried it. We've all been excited about it. You can't push it. You've got the whole process, and the process includes the human.
I got a question for you to follow up on that one, Dave. Does that rep role start looking more like customer success on a regular basis, or are we still and always be closing?
Well, I think that there always should be an aspect of customer success in all aspects of sales, starting with that. You start with that mindset. Otherwise, I don't think you're selling in the right way. So I think that it should be there and always will be there. And so I think, though, the skills that we are training for are around customer success. It's around understanding the buyers, understanding their personas, understanding their pain points, and making sure that they have those skills and that they are taking them to close. But I think the heart of your question is, are they not prospecting anymore? And I really do think that you still need reps who know how to prospect, who know how to reach out, pick up the phone, hit the inbound call, even if it's because of some of these things, or customize that last. I think it was John Barrows who talked about the last mile, of that email, and I think that's really important to be able to have the reps have that skill to be able to do this. We need to be human beings that are going to come off in the right way to that prospect, and they need to still be hungry.
Yeah, last mile, that's a perfect part. Yeah, it's still going to be a handshake between people. You're going to trust the other person. But getting there, there's going to be some ways to push it. But that last, it's a perfect analogy. That last mile, especially for higher dollar decisions, it's always going to be done by a person.
I want to wrap up the process piece for the question for Eric. How often do you find in a conversation with a buyer for software that you ask them what the sales process is? How often are they able to clearly articulate that? Out of 10, say out of 10 times.
Out of 10 times, I'm probably going to even say one, and maybe not even that. And, because I see it all the time where I say, especially when it starts with the top of the funnel. When I have these sales conversations with people I play, I say, okay, what's the prospecting process? How does it all start? And they say, okay, it's super sophisticated. I go on Sales Navigator, and I create people, and I find their email. I'm like, whoa. Okay, great. And so then when we start having, we start digging deeper into things, we say, okay, let's just say you had the manual time to go in and look at a company or look at a person. What are you searching for to say, okay, this person has a problem? You're like, oh, I love searching for, did they just launch a new product? Or did they recently raise money? Or are they hiring for a certain position? Or what's going on here? Don't worry about that, I got it. And then like, no, that can be automated. like, let's put this into the system. And I think that goes into the process part too, is it starts with this problem sniffing exercise where you're like, okay, let's work backwards into the problem. When do people have a sincere need for my product, whether it's a trigger in the company or it's just a right fit? So trigger is they recently raised money, or there's some event like they're hiring for somebody, or somebody recently got hired, and those kinds of things. And then right fit is, is this a company in the manufacturing space that sells a particular kind of manufacturing? And I need to know all 8,000 companies in the world that only do this thing because we have that right fit that we reach out to. And that's where AI and all these other things can come into, when you do the problem sniffing first. And then once you get through the problem sniffing, then you can, go through more of a sales process, but, not often. But, I feel like people don't have it defined, because we kind of sit here and we laugh and we say, oh, they don't have the sales process defined. But, like John said in the beginning of the day, what sales process is linear anyway? Like, how would you precisely know? And so I think it's more about knowing exactly who your customer is and knowing when to say no, and say, hey, I shouldn't always be closing, and this is a customer success thing that should happen as well. Like at Clay, one person was on a call with me, and they were literally describing Ample Market. I was like, you should go buy that. Don't buy Clay. Like, buy Ample Market. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, go. Like, that's totally fine. And yeah, it's totally fine. And so when it comes to the process and embracing all this technology, it starts with problem solving, and then actually reaching out to people, and then that last line, like we've all been talking about, is it the right fit?
I think consultative selling is the norm. Everyone's self-educated, pretty transparent. There's no, there isn't a lot of like proprietary stuff you can tell them that'll blow their mind. It's got to be consultative. And if you're truly dedicated to being a consultative salesperson, you do something.
I think
that's totally legit.
the best sales conversation you could have with somebody is if they walk away from your discovery call and they were like, wow, I would have paid for that. Like that, they taught me so much about this market and my need and all of these things. And that's what we try to do both in Clay and my agency, is like, just, give them all of the knowledge that they need. And then we'll be experts first, and then they'll come to the product or the service after.
Yeah, they'll trust you.
Yeah, exactly.
I think saying that is actually weird, because you see I think they said that it's huge and Andrew too, because what we're seeing with all this rise in AI is there's two sides of softwares that are popping up with companies, where there's companies that say, hey, get our software and talk to our chatbot if you want help. And then there's companies on the other hand that have growth teams, revenue teams, customer success teams, and they say, hey, we're going to build your process with you and consult you through this. Once you want to turn it on, that's when we do the software. There's two different types. There's ones that have your success in mind, and there's ones that have their success in mind. And so I think the consultative sales method is the one that will always, especially if they use my more.
I was going to ask about that. I'm glad you hit it. So I was going to ask if you all do anything to help the buyer build their process. Out of 10, I can't really answer the question that well. So I got one is a yes.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, all the
We're
time.
teaching people to motivate it.
Yeah.
Even just setting up our tool, like as a B2B SaaS vendor, it's a general trend that I see. You sell more and more software. It's free via service. You absolutely propose best practices. It's playbooks or plays, and you literally help create very often a playbook for the client, leveraging those, of course, leveraging solutions. The clients are buying outcomes, and sales revenue outcomes.
So that you just reminded me of a question that came up on the last round table. With Dave here, I want to see if David have you ever just sold playbook and not the rest of the service?
I haven't, but a tremendous amount of time with the playbook, and so it could be, but it's and we've actually had clients who said I would just pay for the playbook, and a lot of our clients who grow and they got larger funding and they eventually break things in house, they then use our playbook to help them navigate. It's a big part of what we do. I think it's a really important aspect, both to help the client understand what sometimes what a playbook and what's the motions, but it's also really good both for a program, but also on iteration. The playbook is just the beginning, right? It's the beginning guide. So when something we do iterate over time, right? We see what's working, and it's a living, breathing document that we use. The without it, you're fine.
Personally, with us, we're software first, and we have a service that goes with it. And we have tons of competitors in the market. We're a LinkedIn automation firm that does a lot of other features too, but that's the core. As everyone knows, there are so many of them out there. We have people all the time that come to us if they're using a competitor, and I'll ask them, and if it matches our feature set and they're already paying for it and logged into something, in the last month alone, we've had 4 people sign up for our coaching alone. Now, what that does is if you're able to differentiate it, all 4 of them, after going through our playbook and training, you know what they did? They switched software. But it was all about providing that value up front without reinventing their wheel first.
Yeah, you win the trust of follows.
Absolutely.
I challenge you to find a bot that will lose someone's trust and put their career in your hands. You know they're not going to do it. Maybe at some point, but you know, they would.
So let's touch on the relevance thing. I'm really anxious to hear about this because I have received a ton of messaging, and I know it's automated, and I've especially experienced it on LinkedIn. In fact, I'll tell you that today, I'm in there and I get this message, and they're like, "Hey, you know, I see that you sell equipment, and I have a lot of investors that want to invest in equipment." And I'm like, "What?" So this is an irrelevant message. What's going wrong with, I mean, because of the scraping thing that you talked about earlier, they're not problem sniffing correctly. What can we do with that? I think that's one of the negative pieces of technology is bad messaging going out to a lot of people. And it ends up making it so you start ignoring all the messages so that people that have a relevance for you, it's harder for them to cut the noise. And what's going wrong and what could be done to make it go right?
I think the biggest thing that's going wrong when it comes to relevant messaging is just a lack of investment into the right data sources. Because if you had the right data sources and the right process, there's no reason that message should be sent out to you. And I have no clue how that that was even sent out to you. That is probably just somebody letting a bot just run wild. And so I think it goes back to your process of, okay, how do we know that somebody has a problem? How can we identify them? And then how can we connect the dots on, here's how we publicly know that they have a problem, and how can I connect that dot to how we solve that problem, and then message them accordingly. And there's all kinds of strategies around it. I have one company that we're helping out, and all they want to know is if the company mentions CSV imports on their website, or if they mention integration, it's a perfect customer for them. That's who they want to be talking to. They had their reps manually researching that, which is great. At least somebody is doing research. But you can use Google search operators to do that. 20,000 companies at once. I actually technically do 100,000. There's no limit. You can score your entire market for everybody who mentioned CSV imports and integration. And now you have your perfect audience right there. But it's just a lack of investment into the data to be able to bring those relevant messages.
I think it's, I was just going to say it's easy to sprint right now. I think it's
Spray and pray, and it's easy.
It's easy and cheap. You're going to get hit by all this stuff. Because maybe sometimes interaction people needed equipment. They're like, sweet, they're just going to keep doing that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was going to say. It's not wanting to invest the time. This is hard. Like, it is hard to target correctly. It's hard to pull the data in the right way. We even find we go through, and these are some of the things AIs can actually help with, and I think automates portions of it. I mean, every lead list that we pull, we're targeting it, and then we're human verifying all of it right now. So we're using AI tools. Hopefully, Play was going to help us, and we're building different things too. Those are things that can really get automated. But right now, you've got a lot of companies that are just like, that's too much work. I'm going to throw a list in, and hopefully, it's going to hit. And that's just not a good way to build a program.
Back to the process question. Are you getting the right data sets, and do you have the right messaging to that data set? At the end of the day, laziness.
Yeah.
But also benefit analysis. Sometimes the spray and pray can work because you get some level of yield, some cold calling. And I think what is going to change that equation is when the AI solutions are actually more mature. And what I mean by more mature is more consolidation. So instead of going through like 5 or 10 different tools, there'll be one that covers like most of the channels, most of the data points you need, most of the visualization you need. And then two, a lot less complex to set up. Today, people think in terms of go-to-market. Here's my go-to-market, here's my HCP. Translating that into a workflow in AI is really hard. And if you don't do that, then the AI will not be working for you. That's a fact. Some people give up on that. It's too hard. Like creating X number of templates for every single scenario. Forget it. I'll go back to my sprint payment. That will change over the next few years. Consolidation and radical simplification of translating go-to-market into an AI engine that works. And that will actually enable user adoption at scale. We're discussing how hard user adoption is today, relatively speaking, just because of you have to tailor that AI.
Yeah. I was just going to say, 10% of all of the Y Combinator companies that were accepted, 10% of them are AI prospect companies, which is crazy. And they, in my opinion, all of them that were solved are in this rat race to be able to normalize the go-to-market playbook and normalize, I want to reach out VPs of sales with 100 to 150 employees in the banking industry. And I'm really looking for people who are hiring for graphic designers, and they recently hired. And then whoever can figure out that is going to get all the money, basically, of all these tech tools that are trying to figure this out. Whoever can normalize the go-to-market playbook, turn it into the correct data, and then turn that correct data into correct messaging, that's the rat race of the technology.
So very real quick, let's say that was perfectly set, right? They hit all those demographic criteria. What percentage of those people you guess are even in the buying window at that time, such that
Gartner says that only 7% of buyers are ever in a buying window at any time. But at least now you turn your messaging from messaging 500 people kind of loosely to messaging 35 people, and at least it's really, really targeted. Where I think outbound is going to go and it's going to move into an ad network where, we were talking about this a little bit where, Instagram ads was the first time I've ever clicked on an ad in my life. And the reason being is because the ads that they show me are actually relevant. It's actually, what I'm interested in. And it's like, okay, I'm actually interested in this. And now if outbound can take that view as well, who cares where the messaging was coming from, how it was created? You send a really great email at a really great time, and there we go. I think what we have a lack of, though, is good ideas. You speak to even sales leaders at these companies, and I was taking a demo with Mike, and they were like, we want to do this. And I think they wanted to do some kind of LinkedIn scraping. And I was like, okay, well, what if I were to help you build a list of all, because they wanted to do like a competitor switching play, where they wanted to find everyone who's using the product, and they wanted to get them to switch to their product because they had a cheaper price and everything. And then they were going to try to do something on LinkedIn, and I taught them how to do it, and I was like, or you could scrape Google, because your ICP is more on Google. They were targeting hairstylists. And I proved to you that they're using your competitor, using BuiltWith, and scraping their website a little bit. And then you can target those people, and then from there, you'll be able to do your competitor switching. I swear to God, the CEO looked at the VP of marketing who was on the call, and they were like, I can't believe you never figured this out. And I was like, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to cause that. But I think there's also a lack of ideas around good ideas, where even if every sales development leader had access to Auto GPT for sales, where you can just type that in, I think too many people are still going to say, oh, I want to target VP of sales at marketing and advertising companies with 50 employees. Like, okay, no, like that, it could go so much deeper than that. But I think the bad ideas are going to be far numerous than the good ideas.
Just by advertising anyways. I almost think of my inbox as like half the emails are just sprayed out there as we got. I actually think the concept of spraying is really interesting. So like, it obviously works relatively good stuff. So for every guy like you who didn't need equipment, there's like some number that did, and they're just going to keep doing it. And I always think back to this example of the Nigerian prince scam. You guys remember when that was going on?
Yeah.
So there was like, they would blast this to hundreds of thousands, like millions of people. And they actually thought to make it even as absurd and poorly written as possible, because they only wanted the dumbest of the dumb to reply. because then their funnel was like boom, narrowed down to these perfect like victims for their thing. I actually think spray and pray like has a lot of characteristics to that, and I don't think it's going like. There's always going to be some element to that. There's always going to be poorly targeted parts of everything. I just hope it gets better and better. And to your point on Instagram, people talk about privacy. They're worried about losing their privacy. Man,
No, they're not.
it's freaking great. If they have all my info, I get suggestions. They're awesome. They save me like days and weeks of exploring and searching all that stuff. If people have my info, they send me an email at the right time for the right thing. Hallelujah. That's awesome. Then I don't have to like, I'm all for all that sort of thing. I think it helps.
I will say with spray and pray,
Yeah.
and it goes back to what Gil was saying earlier, was it's also a cost benefit analysis.
Yeah.
Where people starting early on don't always have access to these type of tools and access to that knowledge even. And so with spray and pray, we still do see it. And I think spray and pray does fit into the sales landscape. I think it fits in a little bit differently though. I think where spray and pray comes into play, if like Eric's example, if I want to find the VP of sales at a marketing and advertising agency with 100 to 150 people and reach out to them, your call to action shouldn't be for your product. Your call to action is to discover their problem because like you were saying, 7% of buyers are in a buying window.
You're
And
just
the
selling a
reason for
30-minute
that
phone call.
is they don't know their pain.
Yeah.
They haven't even uncovered it. So let's just start that relationship. And if you're going to do spray and pray, you're just missing out on that timing. Make the relationship, don't push the product right away to those people if they're going to do that and you have that capital issue.
Yeah, we shoot video, so we have a video prospecting tool. The shorter the better, and don't even touch your features. There's like the nitty gritty of anything. All you're selling is 30-minute Zoom call, and you're like, looks like man, it's a problem, whatever. Like, trying to get to the point of I'd like to help solve a problem. If you're trustworthy about it, then like they'll rapport with you,
And
then
that's
it.
That's the thing with top of funnel when speaking to working with clients and then working with people at Play is so often people are like, you know, I need to get them in so they'll buy my $50,000 product and all this. Like, it's so
every screen.
Yeah, you know what the prospecting emails are going to look like next week for Clay is like I'm writing out an email where like I'm going to use AI to generate what their company does, and the subject line is going to be no human wrote this, and I'm going to be like, oh, I was on your website, it looks like you help people, and then we're going to generate the AI, and then I'm going to be like, do your SDRs write this 100% manually? I wrote this for 15,000 companies and I sent it to you.
Yeah.
The other triggers that we can look for is I know these 5 things about your company, and I have like 15 columns in a Clay table to like find all these triggers about the company, headcount growth, recent news, product launches, LinkedIn posts to the person I'm reaching out to, all these different things just to distill it down to these 5 triggers so that I can say in the message, if you take a call with me, I will teach you how we did all of these things, plus job postings and all of these things.
Educational consultation.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got 2 minutes, and I want to see if I can get I want to see if I can get right around here real quick to get answers to 2 questions in 2 minutes. I doubt it, but the first one is I heard a lot of times it works. All right, how do you define it works? Revenue in your pocket, a closed deal, percentage of closes, or a conversion rate. What's it work to you then?
At the end of the day, it's closed deals, but you got to work backwards, from that. So, nothing you say it's great. I booked all these meetings and you feel good about it. At the end of the day, it's closed deals, but you got to know that there are leading indicators through closed deals, and then you got to work the metrics back. But all right,
Eric.
I would say close deals at a like profitable ROI for your cost to acquire customers. That's the only thing that matters.
I think it really depends what you're selling. So posting does AI generated videos, for us, it works. I mean, we're getting a way higher reply rate because it looks like they do. At our Winning, it's a sales agency, but it's for early startups. So it works, means that they're able to consistently build the math formula to build their revenue to raise a Series A, whatever it is. So they don't necessarily need dollars. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Really, they need a story. But it kind of depends on what you're selling.
Yeah, I think to bounce off of that, in sales today, I think you should be defining what a win is before the sale closes, where it's a mutually defined decision where some people may be looking for strictly influencer reach, others may be looking for referral partners and affiliates, others may be looking for closed deals. You need to mutually define what a win is before the sale happens in a way that is measurable and definable.
So you actually invented a concept called user attribution to revenue. So we monitor the revenue journey. Every sales cycle we went through from target to close. And we look at every action that we're taking on the way. So additional marketing campaigns that are clicked, we get a credit. An SDR on the call and connected with one other person, and with a warm intro from the partner. And then at the end of closing. So you do attribution for each user
Which is like guy answer.
I
want to hear more about that.
We're at time. I wonder if I can get 2 more minutes though. 2 more minutes? All right, I want to go around. I'm just curious, why in this space of relevance, there's a lot of conversation about how people respond to stuff. You're also trying to make sure you find the problem. It's more than just you have this role at a company and you're in my industry and whatnot. So why are there more outbound plays using inbound tools? Like a guy real quick and say, hey, you might have this problem. Can I get it to you? And use some of that to start identifying some of that relevance just as if you were an Instagram ad. Why doesn't it happen more? I haven't seen it that much. Am I doing it? You doing it, David?
No, we do it, and I think it's because people get greedy. They want to have an email that's going to link to a meeting. They don't realize that it takes a few steps. And if you go too far too fast, you're going to burn it. So, absolutely, I think that's the way to go. The ask has to be low enough, where you just start the relationship, start the conversation.
The very first campaign that I ran for Clay was literally, hey, we're helping VPs of sales use AI. Can I send you a video of how we're using AI right now? It's under 3 minutes. And we got freaking like, I don't know, in 2 weeks, we got like 120,000 responses. Totally fine. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're like, hey, first name, how you doing? This is Andrew. I'd like to show you. Wait a minute. You didn't think I actually said your name, did I? That was deep fake. And then we kind of end that. We put them the whole thing. Like a little mini. But that's how we have to think about it.
We're actually doing the same exact thing where we use all permission-based open and if someone has intent there. To know how we can do the intent. Yeah. And then ask them like, hey, is it something that you can dissolve? And if you are, is it if I send this?
And we're processing you to the word. Let's talk.
Yeah, we use very similar techniques.
Yeah.
All right, that's a wrap. I'd like to say thank you to all the guests. Thank you for the production team for letting us go over a little bit. And catch you on the next one. Ciao.
Thank you. Cool. Thanks, guys.
That was great.
No podemos probar ahorita. ¿Ah?
Esa no la necesitamos.
La vamos a necesitar para los closing keynotes y toda esa cosa. O si quieres, tiramos una sola.
Pero hablando ya para Rush.
No la necesitamos una sola.
Podemos sacar otro plano entonces. Sí.
Me dicen que no le sale el 24, pero él descargó la versión portable, no la versión. Tendrá que ver eso. Probablemente tiene que seleccionar H264 MP4.
Hey everybody. Can I have your attention really quickly, please? In 5 minutes, we'll be starting the next session with Speaker Raj Jha. If we can get you all to fill in the seats, that would be amazing. If you're in there having a chat at the round table, Daniel, David Krieger, Guy, you guys can come in here, join us, get seated for the next speaker. That'll be amazing. Let's get some folks filling up the front row, the second row. Don't be shy. Teacher will not call you out. I know cool kids in the back, but I'm still waiting on these people in the front. So, cool kids. Come on, let's get you in the front. Eduardo Luis, let me get you in the front. Ven para acá. The Wolf of Laureles, come to the front, I want you in the second row, bro, come on. I'm waiting still. I'm waiting so long. Alright, it's still looking a little sparse up here on my first 2 rows. First 2 rows. This rat cold calling persistence is going to happen. Okay, not stepping up to the plate. There you go. Second row, thank you. Got 2 seats in the first row, 1 on the second. Can we get them filled? First row. What time is it? Almost done, sir. Yeah, come on, move up. Step up.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, just tell me if you can hear me or message me because I'm not sure I can hear you. Okay. Okay, it sounds like you can hear me. Thanks, Tony. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and start. Tony, you'll need to message me or something if somebody's got questions because I can't hear you guys. So I'm just going to start and I'm going to plow on through and just let me know if there are any questions that you have. Okay. So can you guys see the second slide with my face on it? Okay, great. So I'm just going to get started. Just a quick introduction to who I am. My name is Raj Jha. I have found, scaled, and sold an agency, particularly with an eye to being as founder hands-off as possible. In the early days, I had my dirty little hands in everything. And then over time, I systematized, I created processes so I didn't have to be involved day-to-day in sales. I didn't have to be involved day-to-day in the delivery. So much so that my transaction selling was actually a two-part transaction. I first sold 51% of the business. And then within 60 days, I essentially was out and just they were sending me checks. So the great thing about doing this, setting it up this way, is that you can actually detach from the business and elevate yourself. And what we're going to talk about today is how you do that, how to think about that, and some of the challenges that you might have getting there. And then a few little tricks that I've used little thinking tools to do that for your agency. I founded 3 different businesses, been a senior corporate exec in a bunch of companies. I used to be a corporate attorney and represent Facebook, Yahoo, Electronic Arts. And that's kind of the summary of it. So what we're going to talk about today is, first of all, why your agency isn't worth what you think. In fact, it might be unsellable. And that's a really important thing to know now because now you can do something about it. The problem with focusing on more revenue is the second thing we're going to talk about, because it's not always about revenue when you're thinking about enterprise value. That's a piece of the puzzle, but there are actually some more important pieces of the puzzle for most of the folks in the room. The next thing, proper systems. They can make your business not easier to just sell, but to also easier to run. And last, how to increase your valuation 3 to 5 times using what I'll call the 7 levers framework, which I'm going to get to at the end of this presentation. So why is this all important? What an agency wants is that what an agency acquirer wants is an agency that's profitable and predictable. It's easy to run. Think about it. They don't want something that's everyone's running around with their hair on fire, where nothing is organized. Who wants that asset, right? But if it is profitable, predictable, easy to run, that's going to get a much higher valuation, right? But that's what you want too. So whether or not you are building to sell, whether or not you think you want to sell in 12 to 18 months, 3 to 5 years, 10 years, if you focus on the same things that I'm going to talk about today, you get a better agency today, and you get one that you have the option to sell. And that's a really important distinction, because I think a lot of agency owners think that selling is a long way away, or I'm going to run this thing forever, and not realizing that just having that mentality of putting in place systems and processes and thinking and the metrics and all the things we're going to talk about today actually will help you regardless of if you want to sell. So let's start out with what your agency is really worth. This may be introductory material for some folks. If you've been at it for a while, you might have heard this a few times, but let's go through it because I think it's really important, even if you already heard this, to understand what the numbers really are. Because most of your future net worth is tied up in the agency. Unfortunately, it might never get unlocked. You're building something, but you're spending a lot of time building for clients, but are you building for yourself? Are you building an asset? And it's a lot more obvious in product businesses and real estate and various other kinds of businesses that you're actually building assets. In a services business, and I've run multiple services businesses, it's harder to know if you're actually building an asset because you're so caught up in the day-to-day and the servicing of the client that you stop thinking about whether or not the agency itself, the business, the asset has value for you. And it should more than just cash flow on a regular basis. So I'm going to encourage you, first of all, to have this little reality check and realize you're plowing your blood, sweat, and years into this asset. So you really want to come out the other side with something. It should be more than just for cash flow, or at least the potential for more than cash flow, even if you're not thinking about selling today. So sobering fact, less than 1 in 10 agencies are sold. So that hopefully will not be you guys, but 9 out of 10 are not sold. And they're not because they're not sellable, because the owner has not separated themselves from the business, or because margins are too thin, or because they just aren't interesting in one way or another. You have to have an agency that is large enough to be interesting, has enough margins, has enough stability, and isn't dependent on you. And the vast majority of agencies, even many that get into the $2-3 million range, still might not be sellable for these reasons. So take this seriously. So let's talk a little bit about what your agency might be worth. And the very simplified version of this is the valuation, that is what your agency is worth and what somebody might pay for it, is worth the profit, what the actual net profit is, the money that you take out at the end, times a number called the multiple, okay? And the multiple is a reflection of kind of how good your business is for the acquirer and the industry and the market and all those things. So this is the super simplified formula. But we always have to keep in mind, we want to know why an acquirer is buying. So they're paying for what? They're paying for a future cash flow. They're not paying for your brand. You might love your brand. They're not paying for any of your logo or the fact that you love your baby. They are paying for future cash flows. The reason why they're going to cut a check is because they believe they can get more money tomorrow. Whether that's synergies with their existing agency, if it's an agency buyer, if it's a private equity firm, they think that they're going to cash flow it and actually be able to improve operations, invest a little bit and scale it, regardless of what it is. The reason why the transaction happens, unless it's a very, very small agency and someone just buying a job, any material transaction is going to be because they want the future cash flow from your agency. That means they're paying for certainty. They want certainty. And so the profit that you get, that's a historical number, right? They're going to look backwards and they're going to look at that number and say, okay, what's your last 12 months EBITDA? What's your last 3 years? Is it on an upward trend? But the multiple is reflecting the certainty of success in the future, the probability that profit is going to continue into the future. And the less they think it is, the lower that multiple is going to be. And also the worse other terms are going to be, such as earnouts. We're not going to get into that in this discussion, but the lower the multiple is going to be. So let's just do 2 really quick examples. If you have not gone through this before, got 2 agencies. One makes more money than the other in profit. Agency number 1, 2 million in EBITDA, that's profit. The client engagements are custom scoped, so every client engagement is unique. The sales process might vary. Sometimes they might have a founder doing the sales. They've got a sales guy doing the sales. It's just kind of they're all juggling it between each other. And the owner is very involved, got the dirty little paws and everything, just like I did for the first 2 years of my business. So that might get a multiple of 1.6. Agency number 2 makes less profit, 1.7 million. Client engagements are consistent. Sales process is defined. It's on rails. It is the same every single time. And because the entire business is process driven, the owner is not needed, does not need to be involved. Multiple 3.6. Look at the difference in results here. So it's not a huge gap in EBITDA, but look at the result that you get, 3.2 million versus 6.12 million because of the multiple. So I can't stress it enough. The multiple is really what you need to focus on, not necessarily driving your top line revenue and trying to squeeze out more margin out of that. So the multiple matters the most. And you can make your agency worth a lot more by just increasing the multiple. Even if you get no more clients, you can keep steady. Not that you should do this, but you could keep steady, work internally on the business, get the multiple to go up, and you will have a better exit. So most of you are focused on increasing profit because that's the easy thing. It's the obvious thing. But the thing that matters most is that getting that multiple number up. Okay, so that is the fast track. So how do you do that? Well, you need to increase the multiple. How do you do that? So there's some things you cannot control, and we are going to set those aside. But most importantly, and I think everyone needs to be aware of this as well, a huge determinant of how much you're going to get is going to be based on what the market is. So you can't control that, but the macroeconomic conditions has a major influence, sometimes like 3 times the difference in the outcomes in terms of the multiples you'll get based on whether the market is in a down cycle or an up cycle. So, and these tend to go in 5 to 7 year waves. So that's a big piece of it. We can't control for it. You need to be aware of it because we're just coming off of a high. So agencies that I saw that were exiting in mid 2022 had multiples probably 2x what they do right now. Market's more scared. Now, if you get larger and larger, that gets to be less and less of a risk. But if you're in the 2 million to 10 million zone, this has a pretty pronounced effect on how many offers you're going to get, how good they're going to be. So we can't control all of those things, just be aware that they exist. So the question is, what can we control so that we can get the agency to the point where we have the best odds of success when I need to have an exit? So this is just a little diagram taken from one of the programs that I run, and it is what are the influencing factors? So when we look at an agency, we're looking at people and processes, we're looking at product, we're looking at promotion, which is marketing and sales, and we're looking at the profit, how that's driving profit. And when you kind of overlay, we work on a 3-year timeline, and when you kind of overlay these segments with, is it multiple or is it profit that is really driving the core driver of increasing exit value? Multiple lands in more of those buckets. So it's just another visualization showing how important it is, because you can drive multiple with better product. You can drive multiple with better processes, with better people. These are all things that can drive the multiple. And do they have an indirect benefit in terms of the profit that you earn? Yes, 100%. However, multiple is really driving most of it. So to recap that one, what can you control? So it's the right people, the right process, the right product, the right promotion. So do you have the right staff doing the work? And that involves owner independence, as I talk about it. It is, does the owner need to be doing all kinds of things, or can the owner take a vacation? I actually go through this exercise with a lot of my clients, which is, we call it management by vacation. We say, okay, if you went away for 1 week, what would break? All right, let's go fix that. Now you're going to be away for 2 weeks. What would break? Now a month, now a quarter, now a year. And as this goes out and out and out, you start to fix more and more things so that you can be away from the business for longer. And that involves the right people and processes mostly. Okay, so you get the right staff, you've got a process that is highly repeatable, or if it is not repeatable, process can be created by the right people without you having to do it. And this is another core aspect of it. Do you have systems that create systems? In other words, do you have to be there, like writing the SOPs there, saying if this happens, then this happens? Well, in the early days, yes, certainly. But once you're getting larger, you should have a learning organization that does that, because that, again, will free you when there is a methodology that the staff uses to create processes that you might not even know exist. Product, how is the service packaged and offered. That can make a big difference in multiple as well. Promotion. Is there a client acquisition system? I've had, four conversations with agency owners just this week, and 0 of them had a client acquisition system. 2 of them were completely reliant on organic referrals. 2 were doing some vague form of outbound, but it was inconsistent. So is there a client acquisition system, which doesn't just mean, we're talking about sales agencies today, right? So it's not just what you are doing for your clients, but it's a full follow-up of marketing and sales and nurture and the entire sales process being dialed in. I'll give an example in a little bit when I talk about one client experience that we had. All right, bottom line, are these systematized? You can get this slide from the downloads in the AirMeet or what have you, so that you can take this with you and use it at home. But what systems do you need? This is the high-level systems that you need. We'll talk in a moment about how to prioritize that and the importance of this. But in general, when I'm looking at an agency, these are the kinds of things that I'm diligencing. Do they have an interview system, a hiring system, a retention system, meeting system? Or let's go here because we're talking about sales agencies. So in the promotions group, do you have a system to validate that your positioning is correct and test it? Marketing system, sales system, all systems. All right. So again, I'm sure some people are taking pictures or scribbling furiously, but this will be in the handouts that the folks can get you. So a few examples. And so I wanted to have a case study because I think that's one of the best ways to learn. So this is one agency client that I systematized their sales and marketing process. Okay. Now, I'm going to encourage you to not look at the numbers and say, oh, I'm way bigger. Oh, I'm way smaller. It's an example. It is the principles to follow here because there's some people who get very nitpicky and say, I have a completely different situation. This is one representative example of something that I have done dozens and dozens and dozens of times. So don't take this as it only works for this size or this niche. This pretty much works for every case that I've seen. Sales systems. All right. A before and after snapshot. Unlike weight loss, you can't have a thin person and a large person next to each other. So you have to have text here. So before, the situation with this agency, for each new prospect, we ask them what they need and we build a proposal. Now that's a pretty standard process for most agencies. What it would look like afterwards. Whenever there's a new prospect, we never do a proposal or RFP. They pay us to go through our project definition process that is the same every time. And we make it clear that this is a required process to be a client. So we'll talk about what might be rattling around in some folks' brains about that can't possibly work, but this is what we did the before and after, and I'm going to show you the results of that. Traditional agency sales, you'll have a prospect that comes in the door and you make a proposal. You get paid a whopping $0 for that proposal. Then they're probably running some kind of bake-off and you do your dog and pony show and maybe 10% will convert into a client and you onboard that client. But now during the onboarding process, they're not sure what to expect and it takes a while and maybe it takes a little too long. You haven't gathered the information and then you've got a certain average retention. In this case, for this client, it was 14 months. For you, it might be 5 months. For you, it might be 18 months. Again, it doesn't, the numbers don't matter. It's the principle here. So in this particular case, it was a $250,000 lifetime value of a client before they churned out. So the value per lead was $25,000. So we systematized it. Instead, when a prospect came in, we had a paid roadmap, or I believe in the CloudTask world, you often call it a playbook. It's the same thing. You're developing a roadmap, a strategy, a playbook, you're being paid to develop, here's what you need to do on a consultative style basis, although it's highly templatized. And the prospects convert, in this case, at about 20% into that roadmap. And that's a $5,000 project. And then here's the thing that really changes the numbers. We got a 70% conversion from the roadmap to an actual ongoing client. It changed the nature of the relationship in two ways. Number one, buyers do not like to buy recurring stuff. It is really hard to do that. So putting a project in front of it will make the sale easier. Second of all, once they've opened their wallet for $5,000, do you think they're going to take that and just go with somebody else? No, they're either going to do it themselves or they're going to hire you. You can't help it if they're just going to do it themselves or they think it's too expensive or what have you, but you can predispose them to working with you. So what happens then? Your onboarding phase gets really short. It's much quicker because you've done the diligence that you would have done in onboarding. A lot of it is done on the roadmap in the playbook. So essentially you're getting paid to do a piece of the onboarding, really learn the client, really understand what they want and what success looks like. Depending on the size of the client, you might start to understand the politics inside there. Is there a VP of sales? What's their incentive like? Are they on the way out and then you might just get kicked out? Or are they, who's the secondary contact that you're going to want to know in order to stay in the account in case there is some change there? All of those things are relevant in the roadmap phase. Onboarding becomes quicker because the expectations are set. Then you've got an engagement and then you redo the roadmap at 12 months. Might just be a tweak, might be something else. In this particular case, it increased the LTV substantially and the value per lead went up. So how did we do this? So the first thing is we reoriented the founder that the goal is not more clients. It is a higher LTV. It is greater certainty because what's going to drive that multiple is a longer tenure of each client and they are worth more. And frankly, in my experience, it's a lot easier to operate an agency with fewer clients paying you a lot more money than a whole bunch of little clients that churn quickly. That's a really tough existence. I started there. I didn't end up there. And I was so much happier towards the end with larger clients. Second, we repositioned the company away from being a commodity. You will, if you do this, start to feel like you're saying no a lot or you're chasing people away because there's a front-end commitment. What you're really doing is positioning yourself away from a commodity. When you can tell a client, I'm sorry, I will not work with you unless I understand what we're getting into together because we will not be successful, that positions you as an expert. So refusing to work with people unless they go through this process in which everyone is very clear about what success looks like and what their internal resourcing is, right? Because you can go ahead and generate a bunch of leads, and if they can't close them, you don't know. Do you really know their internal metrics? If you're doing outsourced SDRs and they're doing a bunch of calling and their AEs are not closing, do you know historically what they close from different lead sources? How can you set it up so that they will understand what success should look like? So that's how you don't become a commodity. Reduced expectation gap between sale and delivery. This process forces them to think. I know they hate to think. They don't like to take the time to think, but it forces them to think so that when you hit the ground running, it is faster and it is more of what they expect. We re-engineered the sales process to not need owner time. So this entire roadmap process wasn't even done by the owner. Before this, he was doing all the sales. After this, he had an account manager doing the sales, and he, frankly, I don't think he even talks to new clients anymore, unless it's once a quarter, hey, how's it going? And that's it. We deployed more powerful sales psychology during the sales process. This is the thing, the positioning thing I talked about earlier. It's a little bit of a takeaway sale. Really, you're saying, if you're not serious about understanding what the success metrics are, then we are not the place for you. What that does is reinforces that you are a premium provider and allows you more price elasticity when you actually get to the engagement. Because at the beginning, if you're just like, sure, I'll take you, we'll go right into it, all you're doing is competing with everybody else who's offering the same thing. And then they're going to essentially compare it on dollars per hour or whatever metric that they're looking at. And it's a race to the bottom. You just want to opt out of that game. And that's what this lets you do. And then we re-engineered the services menu for higher margin and larger retainers, essentially because during this scoping process at the beginning, we could take a deep dive into what does the customer actually want. We could then look for ways in order to have the services that they get guided towards the services that are the highest margin and that we are the best at. So instead of them coming in saying, we want X, You say, stop. Okay, I understand you think you want X, but let's make sure that the process that we give is going to get you the actual business KPIs you're trying to hit, instead of I want 5 bodies or I want this many leads. Do we really know that? No, you want this much output in terms of revenue. So how do we get you there? And it may be a different combination. In this case, there was a combination. Oh, well, we could also sell the following marketing component, which had way higher margin. And that's what you can do to re-engineer the service menu. Common fears and misconceptions. I include this because these are the questions that I most commonly hear from doing things like this. And we're talking the sales context, but process is throughout the agency if you're doing this. My market is different and they won't do that. Yes, they will. I did this. My first career, actually my second career, was as a lawyer. Lawyers, you'll say, oh, they always bill by the hour, don't they? Well, no, we build on this model as lawyers. And every law firm says they won't do that. But we could routinely get $30,000 a month engagements, which had insane margins because we positioned this way. You can do it in any market. So why would the close rate to a roadmap be more than from a proposal? It really changes the power dynamic. You will get people saying, I won't do that. And you have to be comfortable with saying, okay, we're not a fit. But what you will get is that the people who do come through the door are going to be way better clients. So, and then the last thing is I'm afraid that this is too specific. It's specific client type, specific service type, specificity of your client type, and making a process that I am just targeting. I'm just going to pick something now. B2B SaaS companies. And thus I can have a roadmap for that is going to make it way more attractive. And just as an aside, when you're using a marketplace, because we're all in the Cloud Task universe here, when you're using a marketplace, there is no reason why you can't have multiple different ideal client profiles. Maybe you can do this for pharma and for SaaS. That's fine. Make it a different package. Make the roadmap a different package because it has the same effect. Think, the customer says, this is for me. Okay. I'm going to have to pick up the pace here to make this. So I'm going to go real quick here. Magic of compounding. This is the 7 levers system. These are some of the things that I do with agencies to get them to scale. Here's the basic math. If you fix 7 parts of your business, adding 10%, you nearly double the business profits. All right. So the fix can be anything. It can be increasing revenue. It can be decreasing your cost. It can be increasing retention. You just have to find 7 things that are the right dials for you to turn, and you only have to do 10% turns on each one. It's a lot easier to do this than to try to double by doubling your top line revenue. That is much harder. If you do it this way, little tweaks can, little hinges swing big doors, as they say. Okay. You do this by systematizing, productizing as you go. And in the process, you are not only going to double the business, but you are going to increase the multiple, because all of these non-top line revenue things are actually going to give you a bigger swing on the multiple. So what are those things? You'd have to pick from this list. All right. You'd revisit the list and you say, what are the things I'm going to try to compound here? On the how to do it, we're running out of time here, but not all fixes are the same. Okay. Some will accelerate others. In other words, the sequencing of the fixings matters. So you don't just go from the top to the bottom of that list. You have to have a critical thinking process of which ones should I do first, because it'll have a good trickle down effect on all the next ones that I'm going to do, and it'll compound faster. Okay. So make sure you understand not the fact that just there are 7 levers and here's a list of things to do, but understand the interactions between all of them and think about that deeply before you jump in order to make sure you're getting the fastest acceleration due to this model. Okay. If you'd like a more detailed roadmap, I've got free resources. I've got all kinds of stuff. There's the website where you can drop me a note. We do have various kinds of maps and charts and other things like that. So if that is interesting to anyone, you can go to the website. You can shoot me a note. There's also a resource in the AirMeet room as well for you guys. So let me figure out if I can stop sharing. There we go. So yeah, I see a question, but I can't hear you, so you might have to type. Okay, hold on one second. Hey, Tony, do I have to call you? Because I can't hear anybody here. No, I cannot hear you. Okay, you guys have to open up the audio.
The charging for the roadmap or the playbook, I do something similar to that with my consulting business. My question for you though is, if you find that the customer at the end of that is going to be a bad customer, like it's not the right fit for you, but they still want to go forward, how do you handle that?
I have I'm very strict about that, and I just don't take them. So I have partnerships with other agencies, and I might get a referral fee. So I would just not take them. Life is too short for bad fit clients. And goodbye, thank you. Go darken someone else's door. If they're terrible, I'll send them to a competitor. Well, if it's for the roadmap, yes, you're being paid for the roadmap. And because there is work that's being done there, and it's important work. I find that a lot of the times during the roadmap, it is the realizations that the client has about their own business and their own process that is some of the most valuable stuff. It is more valuable, in my opinion, than a lot of the doing of the work. Because if someone's coming to you and they're just hiring a bunch of reps to do something, and you're essentially staffing it, that is, to a degree, commodity work. What is not commodity work is helping them suggest process improvements in their sales funnel, ways in which to use those leads and flush them back through marketing. Those things are big levers, that those aha moments that you're going to want to do this again in a year or in a quarter or whenever you do these things, because that little consulting layer is what will give you huge margins and their priced elasticity on the actual engagement. They will pay a premium because of the thinking that you did or that your account manager did for a 3-hour meeting in which they had a bunch of insights. Yes.
So I run an outbound agency where we only do cold email campaigns. We send 250 emails a day for everybody, but each campaign has creative energy spent on it every time to make the campaign 100% custom to each client.
Yes.
We have another playbook that's just for marketing. And so is it productized enough to have the scope of, we send 250 emails a day, this is what it looks like, but we have campaign strategy on top of it? Or does it have to be so productized that it's the same campaign for everybody?
No, it does not have to be the same campaign for everybody. I'll give you one other thought, though. You can productize that more by putting more on the client. So one way to productize is not to turn everything into a template, but is to say, hey, client, instead of me developing this for you, I'm going to take you through a process, which is almost like online education. And you're going to fill in the following 8 things. And that's going to give you the piece parts that you need in order to do it in a more processized way. So instead of what now might be an interview process, and then you've got your copywriters going back and writing it, can you extract all of that information in a highly programmatic way to improve that process and shorten it? That way of productizing also helps. But the short answer is none of that is required to sell. It's just another step that'll get you more margin and probably get better results. Great. Fantastic. Yes, I can. Okay, yeah. Well, you're sorry about that. So you're not alone at all. It is totally normal to be in the weeds. The question is, how do you systematically delegate, not abdicate, but delegate things? The way that I typically think about that problem is, if I had to fly with just IVR, I had to fly just with my instruments. I have to just look at some dials. What are the 5 dials that I would need to know about the health of the business? And then let's take that down a notch. Each dial is a responsibility of a person or a team. How do I make it so that I'm just running by metrics? And over time, I'm handing off the responsibility for hitting a number to somebody else on the team. And then I have a very simple conversation. What's the number? Is it red, yellow, green? And then if it's not green, why? And they have to figure out why. So your job is to push all of that decision-making down to the next level. But until you find out what those dials are for your particular business, you can't do that. And then instead you end up delegating just random stuff. So think about what those dials are, and then think about what your time sucks are. What are the things where you can free up the most time and you can have a cost-effective person helping you? Like, for instance, for most people in this room, if you don't have an assistant, that can be the highest leverage thing that you could possibly pay for right now. So think about it that way. So top down and bottom up.
All right, Roger. I think that's a wrap for now.
Okay. All right, folks. It's been great. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right. Take care.
Alex is there as well. Alex, I'm here with you, Michael. Alex Akbar.
but the audio is really slow.
Best on stage.
Muted? You need to turn off your speakers.
Hey guys, hear me?
Although wait, then you can't hear him. Sorry.
Can I hear them from here?
No. You want this on, but you want this on. There. You have the gain on it.
I mute them. Go up.
He's muted. Alright, then let's mute the roundtable audio. This is muted.
How you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud
Hear
and
ya.
clear.
We got a new guest joining us, John Barlows. He's gonna join the table with us. How's everybody? How you all doing?
Hey,
Hey, John.
Good to see you all. So I guess we're kicking off this roundtable talking about incentives and SDRs. And Andrew, this is a good topic for you. Yeah, there you go. This is Campbell.
Yeah, it's right here. Good to meet you guys. Hi. How are you?
Hi. Good. Good. How are you guys?
Doing good. I'm enjoying this like ambient background music. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that from the lobby?
No. Yeah. Yeah. It's for the waiting room.
The waiting room. Okay. Fantastic.
Just for the mood. How are you guys enjoying the party out there?
It's been great. It's really fun to be here. It's good energy in the room. Everyone's like relevant. Everyone's having some great conversations out here.
Absolutely. So cool. I'm sorry that we were not able to fly over to you guys next year.
Next time.
Man, it's worth it. I'm glad they talked me into it. It's good.
This is laying the groundwork.
That's right. It was a cold call. Closed on the cold call. It's actually true. You and Jalen like called my ass.
It's true.
Yeah, a lot of great speakers, a lot of information, a lot of content. I actually tuned in from the morning until now. I just opened up my laptop, put it on, and just listened to the whole thing, you know?
Who started this? How did we start this? Sorry, I think we're good, guys. We're good to talk, right? All right, so let's kick this off. Maybe we'll start with you, Michael, since you're the man over there. Talk about commissions. Where are we headed with bonuses and spiffs for SDRs? Is that going to be the path forward by incentivizing people? Are we on the carrots? Are we back on the sticks? A little bit of both?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
So when I started my agency, I read this book. I will look up the name. I'll send everyone in the Cloud Test chat. So the book about building partnership companies like legal firms, financial firms. Because like obviously there's not a lot of stuff for the service agency owners, right? There's no books, there's no like a lot of like guidelines, etc. So I read that book and I was like, hey, can I build my company to be based on partnerships, like so I can treat my SDRs, my account managers as equal partners that helping to build this business. And that sort of like was the foundation of Belkins. And that was something that I was thinking about when I was building the compensation incentiveness for them. So I think that I was just thinking this off that depending on where you are as an agency, I think you need to have different incentiveness depending on your life cycle, right? So at the early stage, it might be one type of incentiveness. And then on the more advanced stages, you might be looking at something else, right? When I started, the company, I obviously didn't have a lot of, I didn't have any cash, didn't have any shoulder financial one. And I obviously worked on incentiveness a lot. So it was like probably like 50-50 in a way, right? Then, and as I grew, obviously that 50%, incentiveness was a bit bitey for us because then you kind of are still paying too high salaries, right? So you're just decreasing the commission percentage and then you're going up on the base. So I think that just, again, depending on where you are as the company, but I am a huge believer into revenue sharing model for anyone that is higher than head level, top manager, etc. I am a huge believer of a sort of like a incentive in terms of commission for account managers, SDR, sales, everyone out there. And I also are a huge believer of the learning and development, where the person can increase their compensation or their incentiveness percentage depending on how they are in their organization and how much value they bring to on the table. So I'm gonna stop right here. Like, anyone agree with me here, or you guys are doing things differently?
I would agree that you have your way of doing, right? And it must be working because you guys are an awesome agency that's growing. I think for the most part, I would agree. I'm like, what do you think?
I mean, my opinion here is I think that the SDRs ultimately are going to roll up under marketing and operations and actually be more of a team-oriented approach. So I think more of a bonus structure based on team goals is probably going to be a more appropriate thing moving forward because it's going to foster the teamwork. I think sales is just unfortunately moving in a direction where when I was growing up, it was give me a territory and get the fuck out of my way and give me as much of a bonus structure as you possibly can. And that motivated me. Unfortunately, I just don't see kids being motivated that much anymore by that type of direct compensation for very direct work. And I also think that it's gonna need to be more team oriented moving forward here, because the outbound work that the SDRs do obviously drives inbound in some way, shape, or form, and it's hard to make the attribution to that. So I think that's where like quarterly bonuses, those type of things, and you can have individual kind of metrics and compensation, but to me, I think it needs to move to more of a quarterly bonus type of scenario, or even monthly bonus, but it's more based on the team and how they work together and the result that they drive as the organization, as opposed to any individual rep.
Yeah, I would add to that in the world of an SDR agency, it might be better attached to the renewal of an account, right? But it might make sense to incentivize heavy on renewals, right, versus commissions. Because if you look at as an agency charges, you got rising inflation, you got buyers that want to spend less, you got teammates that want to earn more, and they're more likely to leave. They want more commission and they want to earn more. Their money's worth less as time goes on. So it's really, it puts businesses and agencies not really in a good place. And I think that's not the right way to incentivizing renewals, in the case of an agency, or hitting forecasts, hitting gross profit margins, net profit margins for company. And that would go align more with marketing. Well, are we in numbers?
So here's a hot take for you guys. I work with a lot of younger salespeople in San Francisco. So we have a team of 40. I have an agency that's 25 people and a tech startup that's 15. And okay, the world is so different for these kids now. They're looking for purpose. They're looking for meaning. They're looking for a war to fight. They're looking for a mountain to climb. They're looking for a castle to build. Like that's what they're looking for. People don't go to church anymore. People don't even go to the office anymore.
Right.
Like people go to, music festivals, drop Molly, like they're doing anything they can to feel togetherness and to feel like they're in this big shared experience together with their colleagues, their tribe. Yeah, exactly. So I've actually found I've gotten way more leverage out of positioning what people are doing as sort of working towards this big shared goal and then aligning incentives around that. It's easier with a startup because you get option packages and you get equity and all that stuff. With agencies, you can't really play with that quite as much. We've tried to find ways to give people, like the agency side of the business, we try to find ways to align incentives around milestones that are the same as what the startup would get. So if they can get to, like, our big thing is $1 million ARR. If they can get to $1 million ARR, that's like, it's a bonus. They get this huge stripe. They're going on the website. We're going to celebrate what they're doing. But we actually find those like less mechanical, less monetary things, to your point, actually go a lot further. People are just looking, they want to feel like they're part of like they're part of a collective, a big thing. It's like a shared war that they're all fighting together. So we lean way hard into that, and I found it works way better than like the nitty gritty of like dollars for actions.
I agree with all of you guys. It makes total sense. I think I have this very similar experience because we have a SaaS platform, and for that SaaS platform, we actually don't give away options. We actually don't pay high salaries because we look up for people that are motivated for innovation, for
the mission.
They wanted to sort of like the mission. They wanted to put a tab on creating the best product in the industry, and this is their drive. And for them, you don't micromanage them. You don't sort of like work on HR meetings. You just give them the opportunity to kind of develop, and you just kind of walk through them. And obviously, a lot of people burn out, but those that go through the hustle, they are the best, right? I also agree with you in terms of like having that mission in the agency. Although when you grew to 300-400 people, you cannot have that.
It's hard, man. Yeah,
it's insane. Now, what Amir mentioned about having the team goal and generally just working towards the team. So I'm kind of separating the internal SDRs or BDRs and then the outsourced SDRs, right? Because these are two different things, right? So when this is internal team, absolutely, we actually, everyone is tied into a sales KPI, not the marketing one. So when you generate deals that are not closing, it doesn't make sense, right? So the idea is that you should be bringing the new revenue to the organization. So the BDRs, they are connected to the quantitative and qualitative. So the quantitative might be, hey, you need to book X number of meetings with the deal score 3+ or 4+, whatever we are scoring, right? So then it means that we can have the volume. But then they also are incentivized in terms of, hey, you can get 1% of the closed deal or 2% or whatever, right? So you know that they bring in this to the overall, and that works really well for everyone. Plus, they can get some additional incentiveness when they hit their volume or their quantity or quality of measurements every 3 months. So their base is growing. Or when they go to the senior SDR, their percentage is growing. So this kind of gamification works really well to increase the lifespan of an SDR within an organization, because we don't want them to be ramped up and then leave the company. We want them to stay and generate more and more, value for the organization. Now, when it's an outsourced SDR, what we found working really well is like when you work with a client, and you guys all talked through that today. You always have this kind of expectation, and then when you put the number to that expectation, like, hey, how many appointments I need to drive to you for this to make sense? Is it 10? Is it 15? What's the cost? So that kind of KPI is not just for the customer or for the contract, it's also can be for the team to put the incentiveness on that. So in a way, what we've done, we've kind of we incentivize our SDRs to hit the targets on clients' behalf, and then the higher they hit the targets, the more commission they make based on the client subscription. So it means that the SDRs is interested in increasing the client monthly subscription as well as hitting the higher target to get the higher percentage of that. And that works really well if you can scale that. And right now we were able to kind of scale that, but obviously there's some challenges in that way, because you also need to time them to churn, you need to time them to upsells, you need to time them that way. So there's a lot of different KPIs. So you need to be very nerdy and geek to kind of work with those tables like we are. But this is just the approach of like more like technical one.
So we've talked a lot about like ways we're structuring comp though, right? And how are we paying them more money? I'd love to hear how you guys are motivating your reps with like career development opportunities, room for advancement. So we just researched this. We surveyed 260 SDRs in the US. There are 600,000 SDRs in the US. So we have a margin of error of plus or minus 6%. So a pretty good sample. And we asked these SDRs to rank 7 different things that were important to them in employers. And the top 3 were max earning potential, opportunities for advancement, and then skills coaching and career development. Those came in above remote work. They came in above flexible hours. They came in above PTO and health insurance. So I think earlier we talked about how reps SDRs aren't motivated by, hey, here's territory, go run with it. But I do still think that part of being part of something, that community, is feeling like your manager cares. Like they're investing in my career and I'm going to be better when I leave. So I'd love to hear how you guys are structuring your, talent development programs within your organizations and how that's impacted retention as well.
Yeah, we're huge on that. Like we're massive on that. And it pays huge dividends. Maybe it's specific to the younger cohorts, but that is worth more than dollars to almost all of them. Absolutely. Like if you're painting a path for that, like we always talk about us as like we're in the business of building businesses. And actually, if you're an agency working with early stage companies, you're not just building dollars. The dollars don't mean that much. What means a lot is the path to repeatable and scalable dollars. Like that's how you build any of the Fortune 500 companies have gone through that and they've figured that out, right? So we kind of talk like that. We're in the business of building businesses, and we're actually building muscles in these people that are worth vast amounts. Like they could go and be their client someday. They could be an entrepreneur. They could be a revenue leader. They could be all sorts of other things. And I get your point about how at a larger agency that might be tougher. So I don't have any answers there. I think you could potentially still use that ethos or that principle, but that's been paying huge dividends for us. It's just focusing on building skills, building muscle, getting exposure. We'll even go to the trouble of clarifying that. It's like, hey, why do you think a CRO can pull $300,000-$400,000 a year? It's because they have battle scars, and you're actually, without realizing it, getting crazy amounts of exposure to all sorts of different revenue scenarios, like revenue archetypes, like systems, CRMs, tools, all that stuff. It's the same type of thing that a good CRO would see and get instincts from. So we kind of we get very explicit about it, and it really fires people up.
And if you also just line up, like not just the external development, but also the internal opportunities to meet with the executives within the organization, like those type of steps go a long way too. It's like, oh, if you hit this, then you get to lunch with the CEO and you get to learn what it's like to be a CEO or CRO or whatever it is. And that's dependent on their track, right? Like what do they want to be and what is their bigger plan for themselves? Because you got to figure that out, right? And that's why it's an individualistic thing, which is why I think it always has to, right now specifically, I think people's comp plans should be tied to their interviewing plans of how they bring employees on these days, because the tide has shifted drastically.
Yeah.
And I think doing an assessment of what motivates individual people based on the type of company you want to build is actually probably the better way to build this, because then you're not reverse engineering everybody's shit. How do I motivate this individual person? They all line up with the values, they all line up, and they all agree in the bigger purpose or whatever it is. And then you can start to do much more holistic type things as opposed to, individual, like trying to figure out how to motivate this kid versus that kid. So.
Just to add to it, I almost think that commissioning SDRs on appointments is what kills the industry, because I think the KPI of a meeting leads to the wrong customers, the wrong time of AEs, customers that churn, right? Some of the stuff that Raj talked about. If you listen to Andrew's approach, right? He's a San Francisco guy who he's sold before, right?
Yeah.
It's back to kind of what I mentioned about maybe making a shift to commissioning SDRs on gross revenue, net profit, because those terms, sometimes SDRs don't even know what they mean, right? And they're not aligned with the business objective. The reality is a lot of SDRs and a lot of us start as SDRs or salespeople to become business owners to exit. So it's a career path to become a CEO and a leader, right? We don't talk about that often, right? We say, hey, you want to be an SDR to be an AE? Well, what about being an SDR to be an AE to be a CEO, right? So
everyone wants to be a founder now. So give them a path to being a founder.
Or a YouTube star.
I think the path moving forward is explaining them why renewals matter, right? Because if you're incentivizing meetings, you're just incentivizing bad behavior, right? Because like back to the closing rate, 20% conversion rate versus 7% conversion rate. So the guy makes the most commission. Did he really make the most revenue with the company? Probably not.
But there's also a progression. Like my philosophy is you gotta figure out whether an SDR can even put in the work at first, right? So I think compensating on quantity over quality up front to say, hit the fucking numbers, hit them, make the dials, get the meetings, and give them shit leads, you know what I mean? Not like the best ones, whatever, and get them so that they can actually, can you put in the work? Because that's one thing I can't train. I can't train effort. I can't train passion. So I got to test that first. And then you earn the right to then get better leads and reduce your volume, go higher quality. And then I can stage it out, because now you're just getting a meeting. And then I can do like an SDR 1, 2, 3 level, where SDR 1s, you get the meeting based on basic demographic, qualification shit. SDR 2, you graduate, you go further down the discovery stage. So you actually have deeper conversations and you compensate more. SDR 3, you go further down and then you sit in on the demo, for instance, with the AE. Right. So you're graduating through the process so they understand. And I think you can put a stage group there. So
I know, I agree with that. And I at the same time, I look at a go-to-market plan almost the same way as a financial plan, right? A lot of it has math behind it that we don't talk about, right? And when he's talking about hitting the phones and numbers, these become things that you can overlay onto a forecast and you can see the math of it, right? So it's not just willingness, right? Like you could tie that back to like, hey, I'm training you not only to be an SDR, but to eventually be a business owner.
Yep.
And
here's the math.
Yeah, you're doing 100 phone calls, 100 sit-ups, the same way as bringing 100 customers, knowing 10% churn. Yep. There's a lot of similarities to that math. We don't tie it together. And if we just focus on the commissions, we're kind of doing them a disjustice because they're just kind of like, well, what am I doing this for? Commissions, and that's great. But if they really understand where it's coming from, I think there'd be better outcomes, right? And a lot of times we don't talk about the fact that sometimes people take that clout just to jump from one job to the next, right? Like we talk about the fact that SDRs, typical 10 years, 12 months, most of them make it. Well, we don't talk often about like, do they know that? They probably know that more than we know that. They're probably looking at the SDR group report. They're probably like, oh my God, I'm month 8 in, I'm already looking for a new job, right? So like, we don't ever ask these people, how often we ask SDRs, like, hey, do you know how long the average job is here? Which we don't know what they're thinking. They could be thinking, I want to milk as many meetings as possible, book out, right? And so it's like, I think we have a really good opportunity to slow things down.
Hope so. And
strike a few chords that I think individual millennials want, or to feel part of something, coming forward, but not doing it in a way of just like, we're just appeasing your feelings, tying it to like the business, right?
The output's gotta be there. Yeah, the output's gotta be there. But we celebrate BDR. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask, like, if we're talking about compensating SDRs though on renewals, retention for a position that's so short tenure, is that even feasible? I mean, if a rep comes on and they're 9 months, how much of that renewal every quarter really is on them? And is it fair to compensate them Or if I show up and the program churns, but I showed up 2 months ago, is that my problem that this churned? And are you just going to then push people out of the org? Because I'm here booking meetings, but my team is sandbagging. And now I'm not getting my renewal bonus because I just showed up. Like, are you going to end up doing yourself, especially in the agency business, a disservice? And are people going to leave faster because their compensation is now being distributed across the team?
9 months, then you failed at selling them on.
I think you want to lead fast, but not the right people, right? Like, this is a way of weeding people out. It's kind of like what Roch talked about offering $5,000 up front to see if they're committed and having a higher conversion rate. You might have more people drop out fast, but is it better to have an SDR drop out in week 2 or after 9 months taking your training? And
depends on how good the SDR is, right?
John mentioned a good point. John mentioned a good point about having some tiers of SDRs. We don't necessarily need to motivate each SDR the same way, right? So if we want to give them some hustle and you wanted to show them that they actually can do work, then you don't necessarily need to put them commission up front, right? They can put the work, they can do the task, they can hustle. Then on the 3rd month, they can do the next level of SDRs where they can get additional incentiveness. Then next 9 months. So in this way, you can prolong the time of the organization because you always open up. So I think that our generation liked a lot of gamification. We like to see new things because we are very bored. So it's like, I get everything, I'm bored, what's next for me? So my next level. So I like levels, right? So by gamification. So a nerdy example, you can build a table S1, S8 when you can put a certain time frame in terms of what needs to be done to go from 1 to an X. You put like the juniors are S1, S3, then you have middles, then you have seniors, and then you put some kind of different hard skill and soft skills that needs to be done or the KPI to be achieved. And then you tie that to the compensation, and then you put the mentorship, you put the training, you put some other things, additional tasks, and you just show this and then lead every SDRs through that journey so then they can grow professionally, they can grow financially, and then you alleviated the risk for your organization because each level you can also control in terms of how many senior SDRs you need per your organization, how many juniors you need per organization, et cetera, as like mathematical model, right? But then also just to your point, I feel like people, and the reason I opened my company was that the previous founder that I worked for, I opened office, I closed office, I hustled, but he didn't give me an opportunity to take ownership of the product as if this is my company, not on the paper, but just to have a feeling of this is my organization. So I think that what I wanted to do for my people is whenever they enter the company, I always say, guys, this is your company, this is your generation, don't fuck this up and let's build these things together. So they have the feeling that, okay, this is now my life, my project. I wanted to make the best of it. And I see that everyone appreciate that and everyone is equal with me. So there's no like owner, there's no like an SDR, there's everyone that just build this thing with their equal responsibility, just in a different area. And I think that if this is the mentality of an agency, you can have, but again, obviously hire only great people, right? So you cannot.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes over.
So one of the ways that we are looking at is essentially the personalization. I think in many ways, when it comes to coaching and training, we emphasize a lot on personalizing the coaching and training because no one individual has the same level of aspiration or motivation. So different people respond to different motivations and aspirations. So one thing that we are experimenting is just the way we look at personalization of training and coaching, can we also look at some degree, the personalization of incentive plan as well? What I mean by that is, let's say some of them may be extremely passionate about a passion project. So you give them X number of hours dedicated to pursue the passion project, irrespective of the outcome. And you enable them, empower them to indulge in that passion project. So that really, drives them. The other thing that we've seen is some people want to be paid vacation for a whole month and stay away from the work altogether. And then they can go travel wherever they want, purely funded by the organization. That could be one massive experience for them. So what we are looking at is, rather than just assigning a dollar number to performance, we want to assign aspiration and motivation of an individual to a passion project or to a vacation of choice, or maybe a certain level of recognition. So we are experimenting, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I guess a personalization of incentive could also be a great way to look at.
That's a big point, guys. We're a little bit over. I'm going to close it with this because, and I don't want to sound cheesy when I say this, but anybody listening to this, we kind of had a two duality where we talk about SDRs that could be working directly for companies and SDRs for agencies, right? But if you really think about it, if it's this complex for agency leaders like ourselves, it's back to what John has been saying. This function should roll up to marketing more. It should be agencies should be worked with more. SDRs should be career SDRs that work at agencies and really actually become. What's the difference between a demand gen guy and an SDR? Maybe we'll get back to actually driving traffic to websites, MQLs, and calling back as it should be, right?
BDRs are in marketing.
And you know what? Instead of hiring SDRs internally at 3 different levels, NAEs, maybe just hire a junior AE and a senior AE and coach them better. Top of the bottom. But that's we're gonna get kicked off, guys. But I think it's complex, and I think the big thing here is that there's no right or wrong answer. But I think being in tune with your SDRs is something that you either should do or not have them at all. Right? I think we all agree with that.
But let's make it so fun, right? It's so different. For
I love the
everyone.
gamification. I agree with you there.
Mad about that.
No, I think the way we look at it is, for example, getting revenue to the company is everybody's business. So while different people take different responsibilities and KPIs to get the revenue on board, but I believe it is everybody's business to get revenue, especially if you're in the marketing team, if you're in the, of course, the AE, if you're an HDR, even if you're in customer success and support, because you all have a direct exposure to customers in some way or the other. So I believe
that's a whole different roundtable. We need to get rid of marketing sales. Just call it revenue department, guys.
No,
I appreciate everybody for being here. We are gonna have our last keynote. I hope that you guys can join us in Medellin next time. I know it's late where you're at, so I appreciate you being on. I know. Yeah. What time is it there? 10 o'clock at night. So thank you for tuning in. Anything else to add, guys? Before we
it's great to meet you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And revenue department moving forward, man. All about it.
Bye-bye.
You guys.
Team revenue.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap things up. My name is Tony once again, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Revenue Officer here at CloudTask, and had some thoughts about what are we going to talk about to close out this event. And one of the things we talked about talking about was product. What are we doing? What are we up to? What are we thinking about going forward? But I'm going to call an audible, and instead of product, we're going to talk about gratitude. I'm very thankful for all of you all who came down, who are participating in person and online. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a clap, please. Round of applause for everyone that came out. I'd like to express gratitude for all the supporting cast, all the CloudTask staff, as well as extended staff, people that couldn't make it here, the Steve Burtons, the people in the groups online and WhatsApp chats and LinkedIn groups. Thank you guys. After gratitude, I'd like to talk about community. And one of the things that's really cool is that there hasn't been a sales development agency community per se until now. This is the first kind of event, I think, out that has just for this group of folks that are running sales development agencies, sales outsourcing shops. And I want to congratulate all you guys for talking to each other, taking the time to kind of put egos to the side and competition to the side to connect and share ideas and practices. And I can only hope that we get an opportunity to do more and more of this as we go forward. And the third thing I want to speak to is collaboration. So once again, we're sharing what's working, what's not, sharing best practices, but also sharing this idea of not having to be everything to every client out there, being able to specialize in some areas and hand off deals that don't make sense to you to another group that it might make a lot of sense for, and not feeling a sense of loss, but rather a sense of gain because you're able to focus on your strengths and create better outcomes for clients and create better value for yourselves and your businesses. And for those investors or acquirers that might want to acquire it later, Faisal Raja, right? So hopefully you all feel like there was a lot of good information shared. I know I got a lot out of it. It was great meeting a lot of people and networking, and we're going to keep this going. We'll look to do virtual events. We'll look to do in-person events. And at the core of it all, we'll always be looking to create value for all of you all that are working together to transform sales. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at the next program.